Chapter 17 of Among Cannibals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Among Cannibals by Carl Lumholtz, translated by Rasmus Bjorn Andersen. Chapter 17. On our return to Herbert Vale after a month's absence, the old keeper gave me an unusually friendly reception. He said he had repeatedly been on the point of sending some blacks to look for me, as he feared I might have been attacked by the natives. I experienced great satisfaction in being able to sleep comfortably and safely once more. The next day, 2 natives came down from the mountains and reported that the blacks with 2 dogs were killing and eating a lot of boongari up there. The result was that I had to be off again, and I made haste to gather men and provisions. But the next day, just as we were ready to start, it began to rain. I feared that the rainy season had set in, and in that case it would be impossible to undertake an expedition. The rainy season usually lasts from 3 to 4 months, with slight interruptions in northern Queensland, generally commencing in January, and we were now at the beginning of this month. After a day or 2, however, the rain ceased, and we started on our journey. Near Herbert Vale, I had the good fortune to be able to witness a marriage among the blacks. A camp of natives just at the point of breaking up, when an old man suddenly approached a woman, seized her by the wrist of her left hand, and shouted, "Yango Nagipa," that is, "This one belongs to me," literally, "one eye." She resisted with feet and hands, and cried, but he dragged her off, though she made resistance during the whole time, and cried at the top of her voice. For a mile away we could hear her shrieks. I jokingly asked some of my men if they did not want to help her, but they simply laughed at me. There had long been gossip about this match. What was now happening was simply the public declaration of the marriage, and there are no other wedding ceremonies. In this instance the match was a very appropriate one. He was a widower, she a widow. But the women always make resistance, for they do not like to leave their tribe, and in many instances they have the best of reasons for kicking their lovers. If a man thinks he is strong enough, he will take hold of any woman's hand and utter his Yango Nagipa. If a woman is good-looking, all the men want her, and the one who is most influential, or who is the strongest, is accordingly generally the victor. Thus she may happen to change husbands many times in her life, but sometimes, despite the fact that her consent is not asked, she gets the one she loves, for black women can love too, and then she is very happy. It not infrequently happens that women elope with men whom they love. The black women are also capable of being jealous, and they often have bitter quarrels about men whom they love, and are anxious to marry. If the husband is unfaithful, the wife frequently becomes greatly enraged. However fond a man and his wife may be of each other, they are never known to kiss each other. The women are more fond of a handsome face than of a good figure, though they do not despise the latter. They take particular notice of the part of the face about the eyes, and they like to see a frank and open, or perhaps more correctly a wild, expression of the countenance. They pay but little attention to a man's size. That these blacks also may be greatly overcome by the sentiment of love is illustrated by the following incident. A civilized black man entered a station on Georgina River and carried off a woman who belonged to a young black man at the station. She loved her paramour and was glad to get away from the station, but the whites desired to keep her for their black servant, as he could not be made to stay without her, and they brought her back, threatening to shoot the stranger if he came again. Heedless of the threat, he afterwards made a second attempt to elope with his beloved, but the white men pursued the couple and shot the poor fellow. Our first camp was in a valley far up in the mountains, where we fell in with some blacks who had just killed a very young ornithorhynchus in a brook which falls into Herbert River, and here we left our horses. The next day, as we proceeded up the valley, we met 2 natives who had taken part in the boongari hunt which had been reported to me. My men informed me that these 2 men owned one of the dogs that had been used in the chase, and it was therefore of importance to secure the attendance of both the men and the dog. The one remained half concealed behind a gum tree, but kept peeping out and laughing the whole time, while the other man stood perfectly quiet by his side. Apparently they had never before seen a white man in this part of the country, and could not comprehend what business I had there. I offered them food and tobacco, and asked if they would not take their dog and come with me. They seemed to be very anxious to do so, this being particularly the case with the one who stood behind the tree. His name was Yoke Although the dog was with a tribe far away, they offered to go and fetch it and join me as soon as possible, so we agreed to meet on the top of the mountain. After a few hours' march, we came to a little tribe camping near the foot of the mountain, where we hoped to find the other dog. But after the hunt, the tribe had scattered in various directions, and I was consequently unable to secure many men. We encamped in the evening far up in the mountain, in order to wait for the 2 men with the dogs. As the weather was clear, the natives put up a hut for me alone. The strangers, who were perfectly savage, looked at my baggage with the greatest curiosity, and watched every motion of mine with intense interest. Up here I saw several nests of the beautiful king pigeon, Megaloprepia magnifica. The nest is built near the outer end of a branch, and according to the habit of the pigeons, it is constructed very carelessly, consisting simply of a few sticks. I never found more than 1 egg in these nests. How the young keep from falling down when the wind blows is a mystery to me. The natives, who are fond of eating them, generally shake them down. On the summit of the mountain there were also telegallas in great numbers. My men found several of their nests, and dug out a considerable number of eggs from the large mounds. While the result of my hunt was of but little consequence, the natives were perfectly happy, and burst out in shouts of joy every time they found telegalla eggs. Once or twice we stopped to rest, and then they fairly gorged themselves with these large eggs. One man consumed 14 of them in 2 hours, and yet he felt no inconvenience therefrom. It was a feast day for my men. In the course of the day, Willie procured me an unusually large specimen of mongon, Pseudochirus herbertensis, full-grown, black as coal, with a bright white breast and white shoulders. He was proud of his conquest, and expected a fine lot of tobacco. Though I was very anxious to secure the specimen, still I told him to keep it, for I wanted to make it plain that it was Boongari I was in search of. I soon made up my mind that these big eaters were of no use to me, and I therefore resolved to go to another tribe to find men who could be of service to me. On my way I met the 2 natives with the dog. They had put on their best clothes. One of them strutted about in a shirt, the other wore a woman's hat. Articles of clothing are precious ornaments in the eyes of the blacks, and they passed from one tribe to another, from the more civilized, who dwelt near the settlers, to the savages who have never come in contact with the white man. Ere long the hat was borrowed by my men, and several of them sported this emblem of civilization. One of them presented a most comical figure as he strutted before me, and perspired in purus naturalibus, with my gun on his shoulders and the woman's hat aslant on his head. I could not help thinking of all the experiences of this hat on its long and eventful journey from its original white owner to these savages in the mountains. When we came down to the camp of the strange tribe, Willie's game was to be prepared. It vexed me to see the beautiful skin scorched over the fire, for it deserved a better fate, but this could not be helped. I still had difficulties in securing people to assist me. In addition to the 2 who owned the dog, I secured only 4 for the continuation of the journey. Willie, who was well acquainted with the land we were to visit, could not be persuaded to go with us. Another person, whom I had positively counted on, also failed me. He and I had gone out in the morning in order to find the horses and ride them home, but when we dismounted he declared that he was unable either to walk or ride any farther, and so refused to continue the journey. I became vexed at this ridiculous excuse, but his comrades took his side and assured me that he was wholly unable to take part in the expedition. The blacks doubtless suffer less pain from wounds or scratches than we do, but they are utterly lacking in endurance and in patience, and if one of them has a crack in the skin of his toe, he is the object of everybody's sympathy and remains at home in the camp. By an insignificant circumstance like this I lost another man, so that there were only 5 of us when we started. After a journey of 2 days we reached the summit of our hunting district, where we made our camp. The natives were not able to find their bearings. The only exception was Mangola Maggie, who had twice before been with me on similar expeditions. He was not, however, an ideal man, but a lazy, cunning fellow, whose highest ambition was to consume my provisions. Not only, therefore, was his acquaintance with the country of no advantage to me, but on the contrary he demoralized the others, who were lazy and silent, and utterly indifferent to the things that interested me. It may be, too, that they stood in more or less fear of the white man, nor could they understand why a man should travel so far and have so much trouble for the sake of a Boongari. The dog kept faithfully in the footsteps of its master, and did not care to chase the game. It was also a source of great annoyance to me that I did not have suitable shoes. My shoes were worn out and the soles fell off, so that I was obliged to stop several times and tie them on with bark strips of the lawyer palm. The next day I sent 2 of the blacks away to look after the poisoned pieces of meat, which I had laid in various places for the Yari. I showed them a lot of tobacco, which I said I would give them if they came back with any game. Having been assured again and again that the other dog, Balglan, which had been mentioned to me, was the only one fit to be used, I resolved to send 2 other blacks to fetch it. I gave them a lot of meat and damper, and promised them more if they brought the dog. I showed them my whole store of provisions in order to make sure of their return. Thus I was now left alone with only one of the blacks in the midst of the dense scrubs. It was Yoke, the above-named owner of our dog. We spent the day in rambling about, waiting for the return of the others. Yoke gathered fruits, and I shot a talagala, but on our return in the evening the camp was still deserted, not even those who went to look after the poisoned meat having returned. In the evening Yoke prepared tabola and ate with all his might. I also ate 6 roasted kernels, but I neglected to beat them before doing so. An hour afterwards I was sick and chilly, and felt very ill. I feared I had taken malarial fever, but Yoke at once understood that the cause of my indisposition was the fact that I had eaten the tabola without beating it. He was right, and the next morning I was well again. The 4 men did not return the next day, and so I was forced to the conclusion that they had deserted me. The atmosphere was clear and hot, but heavy and oppressive. Not a leaf was seen to stir, and the only sound that came to my ears was the monotonous, melancholy humming of the cicadas in the treetops, a sound that only served to increase the sense of desolation. The only rational being near me was Yoke, but it was very difficult to make ourselves understood to each other. Besides, he was still more or less timid. It surprised me that he too did not find an opportunity of stealing away. Evidently he was not sufficiently well acquainted with these regions. He was a well-built man, but not strong, with something almost feminine in his looks. His forehead was very low and receding, still less so than the average foreheads of the blacks. For a black man he had uncommonly beautiful eyes, hazel-brown and clear, with long eyelashes, but at times when the light fell on them in a certain way, they had a bluish tinge. His nose had an upward tendency, and bore the marks of having once been broken. There were distinct scars on the rest of his body. He spoke a different dialect from that of the other blacks of Herbert Vale. We waited and waited. Alone we could do nothing. I did not even dare use my gun, for Yoke might get frightened and run away. When it became dark I had given up all hopes of my men returning. I was left to my fate on the summit of a steep mountain, difficult of access, surrounded on all sides by dense scrubs, and thus shut out from the world. The damp air, like that of a cellar, streamed in upon me in the inky darkness. The only light I had came from my campfire, and this illuminated Yoke's despairing face. If he too deserted me, I should have to climb down the rocks alone with my gun. I went into my hut and tried to sleep. I then observed that my tomahawk was not in its place, and I asked Yoke, who had borrowed it during the day, where he had put it. He did not know, and began to look for it. After he had searched for it everywhere, both indoors and out of doors, and after I had given up all hopes of getting it back, he suddenly, to my great surprise, found it in his own hut. This was rather suspicious, and I scarcely knew what to make of it. Perhaps I misjudged Yoke, but I feared that my provisions, a large bag of meat, were a greater temptation than he could bear, and I was well aware that the Australian natives do not hesitate to sacrifice the life of a man to satisfy their desires. Meanwhile I concealed the tomahawk, and decided to rise early the next morning and watch him so that he might not run away. I slept quietly that night, and rose early the next morning, and then waked my companion, whereupon we at once got ready for the descent. I promised him plenty of food and tobacco if he would assist me in carrying my baggage. Strange to say, he agreed to this, and he helped me faithfully during the whole day. During this difficult descent I discovered that Yoke was no common black man, and before I reached my headquarters I had formed a very high opinion of him. From that time he was my constant companion until I left Herbert River, and during these many months he was of great help and service to me. Nay, he even saved my life several times, and he was at all times faithful and devoted to me. Still, I could not place full confidence even in him, and I was always obliged to be cautious in regard to him, for he had a flighty temperament, and I was not sure but that his black companions might at any time persuade him to betray me, and find some opportunity of taking my life. Yoke was not so lazy as the other blacks with whom I had to deal. Upon the whole, though active and lively and far more frank and emotional than the other natives, he was cunning and had a perception quick as lightning and a good understanding. When I asked him to do anything, he never grumbled, but was attentive and helpful, and frequently did things without being asked to do them. He thought the descent proceeded rather slowly, and repeatedly urged me to quicken my steps, or we would not reach the foot of the mountain before night. But the march was a severe one. I frequently had to crawl on my hands and feet and drag the baggage after me. Add to this that my boots were in the worst possible condition. Yoke was now and then obliged to find strips of bark with which to fasten the soles on. If we waded across a river, I had at least this advantage, that the water ran out of my boots as fast as it came into them. Sometimes leeches would creep in through the holes of my socks and fasten themselves between my toes. A short time before sunset we reached the foot of the mountain, and having rested there, we finally arrived at the station in safety. The rainy season had set in, but much rain had not yet fallen. Meanwhile, wet weather might be looked for any day. It was therefore impossible to think of undertaking long expeditions. We might run the risk of finding our return cut off, for the heavy rains make the rivers utterly impassable. During this season the blacks stay on the grassy plains, and are unwilling to visit the scrubs. The animals, and all nature for that matter, were now one scene of restlessness. It was evident that we were in the transition between two seasons. The birds of passage had nested or hatched their young, and were only waiting for cooler weather to start for the north. The Torres Strait pigeons, Carpophaga spiloroa, were now very numerous and had nests everywhere in the trees. During the expeditions I made in the neighborhood of the station, I succeeded in securing a number of interesting specimens for my collection. I also shot a snipe and a white kite of the same kind as that which I secured in western Queensland, Elanus oxylarus. The blacks brought me a fine specimen of the beautiful black and white Nagaloa dactylopsila trivirgata, which is as fond of honey as the natives themselves. This rare animal, which also occurs in New Guinea, is now found south of Herbert River. I gathered several beautiful beetles, both in the trees and in the grass. Thus I found in the grass near Herbert River, near the end of December 1882, a beautiful beetle, a stigmodera, which is new to science. The head and the underside of the body are of a metallic green. The thorax is nearly a purple blue. The wing cases are yellow, a little more than 1/3 from the base. The rest is dark blue with a red band about 1/3 of the distance from the point, the band being narrowest at the center. Underneath the body has 5 yellow spots on each side. The length of the beetle is 1 inch. I would suggest that it be denominated Stigmodera alternata. One day I observed a peculiarity of conduct which shows what respect the natives may have for the relations of their wives. I was walking with one of my men in the scrub when we discovered thousands of flying foxes, terapus, hanging down in long strings from the branches. My companion urged me to shoot some of these animals for him, though I had no use for them and did not care to frighten the game I was pursuing. But he persisted in his request and explained to me what a delicate morsel these animals would be for him, especially now as he was so hungry. At length I yielded to his request and shot 3 of the flying foxes. On our way home we met an old man who was returning from the chase, and my companion surprised me by immediately throwing the 3 animals to the old man, who was exceedingly glad to get them. To my question why he did not himself keep what I had shot for him, he replied that the stranger was his wife's uncle. Though himself hungry, he wanted to show magnanimity to his uncle from whom he had received his wife, and he was anxious to give some proof of the gratitude he owed him. This young man had not stolen his wife, nor did he have any sister or daughter to give in exchange. He must therefore have obtained her in some other way. I have reasons for believing that certain peculiar laws exist, known only to the blacks, according to which women, even from their birth, are intended for certain men. The man who has obtained a wife in this manner shows his gratitude to her relatives by gifts of food, tobacco, and other things. The weather continued to grow more variable, and in the evenings we frequently had heavy thunderstorms. At Herbert Vale everything was quiet as usual. The only change I observed was that the natives about the station had become much more bold than they were before. They entered everywhere, stole potatoes from the garden and meat from the kitchen. They usually stole into the kitchen in the twilight of the evening, and there took what they could find. One evening we caught in the kitchen a half-tame opossum, Ir vulpecula. It made the most violent resistance and wanted to get away from us. One of the blacks then offered to quiet it. He seized it with one hand and held it close to him, while with the other hand he gathered perspiration from his armpits and rubbed it on the nose of the opossum. This did not, however, seem to do any good, for the animal was wild as ever. I take this opportunity of remarking that the civilized blacks have a remarkable talent for gaining the goodwill of the domestic animals of Europe, especially of horses. No matter how wild and unmanageable a horse may be, they make it so gentle that a white man will scarcely care to ride so dull a beast. More than once did I get vexed at Nellie for spoiling my dog, for she used to take it into her lap to hunt fleas, and would keep it on her knees by the hour, and eat the fleas she found. During my sojourn at Herbert Vale, a woman offered to sell me a bird which she had deprived of the power of flight by plucking out the feathers of the wings and tail. She laughed at and was merry over the poor bird which was unable to fly away. The natives may often appear cruel toward animals and birds, though it is not their intention to give pain to the game they capture. It amuses them to see maimed animals making desperate efforts to get away. As a rule, they kill the animal at once, not for the purpose of relieving it from pain, but simply to make sure of their game. On many occasions, I observed how the blacks amuse themselves by watching kangaroos whose hind legs have been maimed struggling in vain to get away. Any studied cruelty toward the white men is out of the question. They do not, like the Indians, use torture, for they are anxious to take the life of their enemies as quickly as possible. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Among Cannibals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Among Cannibals by Carl Lumholtz. Translated by Rasmus Bjorn Anderson. Chapter 18. The blacks had for several days been talking about a dance to be held in a remote valley. A tribe had learned a new song and new dances and was going to make an exhibition of what it had learned to a number of people. The Herbert Vale tribe had received a special invitation to be present, and the natives assured me that there would be great fun. My action was determined by the fact that Nilgora, who owned the splendid dog Balglan already mentioned, would be there, but I had my misgivings on account of the horses, for as we were in the midst of the rainy season, I ran some risk of not being able to bring them back again. Early one morning we set out, a large party of men, women, and children. A short time before reaching our destination, we were met by a number of natives, for they expected us that night. Some of the strangers were old acquaintances of my people, but this fact was not noticeable, for they exchanged no greetings. In fact, an Australian native does not know what it is to extend a greeting. When two acquaintances meet, they act like total strangers and do not even say good day to each other, nor do they shake hands. After they have been together for some time, they show the first signs of joy over their meeting. If a black man desires to show how glad he is to meet his old friend, he sits down, takes his friend's head into his lap, and begins to look for the countless little animals that annoy the natives, and which they are fond of eating. When the one has had his head cleaned in this manner, the two change places, and the other is treated with the same politeness. I accustomed myself to many of the habits of the natives during my sojourn among these children of nature, but this revolting operation, I confess, was a great annoyance to me. A more emphatic sign of joy at meeting again is given by uttering shrieks of lamentation on account of the arrival of strangers to the camp. I was frequently surprised at hearing shrieks of this sort in the evenings, and found upon examination that they were uttered in honor of some stranger who had arrived in the course of the day. This peculiar salutation did not last more than a few moments, but was repeated several evenings in succession during the visit of the stranger. The highest token of joy on such occasions is shown by cutting their bodies in some way or other. Later in the afternoon we arrived in the valley where the dance was to be. Those who were to take part in the dance had already been in camp there for several days. We had also taken time by the forelock, for the festivities were not to begin before the next evening. Several new arrivals were expected in the course of the next day, among them Nilgora. A proposition was made that 2 men should be sent to meet him on the mountain and request him to look for Boongari on the way down, and early the next morning before sunrise they actually started after being supplied with a little tobacco. My men and I had encamped about 200 paces from the others. I made a larger and more substantial hut than was my usual custom. It did not reach higher than my chest, but the roof was made very thick and tight on account of the rain. At first the blacks were very timid, but gradually the bravest ones among them began to approach my hut. As was their wont, they examined everything with the greatest curiosity. Yoke walked about in the most conscious manner possible, and assumed an air of knowing everything. He brought water from the brook, put the tin pail over the fire, and, accompanied by 1 or 2 admirers, went down to the brook to wash the salt out of some salt beef which was to be boiled. The matches, the great amount of tobacco, my pocket handkerchief, my clothes and my boots, all made the deepest impression upon the savages. After unpacking, a newspaper was left on the ground. One of the natives sat down and put it over his shoulders like a shawl, examining himself to see how he looked in it. But when he noticed the flimsy nature of the material, he carelessly let it slip down upon the ground again. My white woolen blanket provoked their greatest admiration, which they expressed by smacking with their tongues and exclaiming in ecstasy, "Tamen, tamen," that is, fat, fat. The idea of excellent is expressed by the natives, as in certain European languages, by the word fat. It is an interesting fact that much as the civilized Australian blacks like fat, they can never be persuaded to eat pork. There is too much devil in it, they say. At noon I heard continuous lamentations, but as I supposed they were for some one deceased, I paid but little attention to them at first. Lamentations for the dead, however, usually take place in the evening, and so I decided to go and find out what was going on. Outside of a hut I found an old woman in the most miserable plight. She had torn and scratched her body with a sharp stone, so that the blood was running and became blended with the tears which were flowing down her cheeks as she sobbed aloud. Uncertain as to the cause of all this lamentation, I entered the hut, and there I found a strong young woman lying half on her back and half on her side, playing with a child. I approached her. She turned her handsome face toward me and showed me a pair of roguish eyes and teeth as white as snow, a very pleasing but utterly incomprehensible contrast to the pitiful scene outside. I learned that the young woman inside was the daughter of the old woman, who had not seen her child for a long time, and now gave expression to her joy in this singular manner. I expressed my surprise that the old woman's face did not beam with joy, but this seemed to be strange language to them. These children of nature must howl when they desire to express deep feeling. Night was approaching. The sun was already setting behind the horizon. The air was very hot and oppressive, and it was evident that there would soon be a thunderstorm. The blacks sat at home in their huts or sauntered lazily from place to place, waiting until it became cool enough for the dance to begin. I had just eaten my dinner and was enjoying the shade in my hut, while my men were lying round about, smoking their pipes, when there was suddenly heard a shout from the camp of the natives. My companions rose, turned their faces toward the mountain, and shouted, "Boongari, Boongari." A few black men were seen coming out of the woods and down the green slope as fast as their legs could carry them. One of them had a large, dark animal on his back. Was it truly a Boongari? I soon caught sight of the dog Balglan running in advance and followed by Nilgora, a tall, powerful man. The dark animal was thrown on the ground at my feet, but none of the blacks spoke a word. They simply stood waiting for presents from me. At last, then, I had a Boongari, which I've been seeking so long. It is not necessary to describe my joy at having this animal, hitherto a stranger to science, at my feet. Of course I did not forget the natives who had brought me so great a prize. To Nilgora I gave a shirt, to the man who had carried the Boongari a handkerchief, and to all food. nor did I omit to distribute tobacco. I at once began to skin the animal, but first I had to loosen the withies with which its legs had been tied for the men to carry it. The ends of these withies or bands rested against the man's forehead, while the animal hung down his back, so that, as is customary among the Australians, the whole weight rested on his head. I at once saw that it was a tree kangaroo, Dendrolagus. It was very large, but still I had expected to find a larger animal, for according to the statements of the natives, a full-grown specimen was larger than a wallaby, that is to say, about the size of a sheep. This one proved to be a young male. The tree kangaroo is without comparison a better proportioned animal than the common kangaroo. The forefeet, which are nearly as perfectly developed as the hind feet, have large crooked claws, while the hind feet are somewhat like those of a kangaroo, though not so powerful. The sole of the foot is somewhat broader and more elastic, on account of a thick layer of fat under the skin. In soft ground its footprints are very similar to those of a child. The ears are small and erect, and the tail is as long as the body of the animal. The skin is tough, and the fur is very strong and beautiful. The color of the male is a yellowish brown, that of the female and of the young is grayish, but the head, the feet, and the underside of the tail are black. Thus it will be seen that this tree kangaroo is more variegated in color than those species which are found in New Guinea. Upon the whole, the Boongari is the most beautiful mammal I have seen in Australia. It is a marsupial and goes out only in the night. During the day it sleeps in the trees and feeds on the leaves. It is able to jump down from a great height and can run fast on the ground. So far as my observation goes, it seems to live exclusively in one very lofty kind of tree, which is very common on the coast mountains, but of which I do not know the name. During rainy weather the Boongari prefers the young low trees, and always frequents the most rocky and inaccessible localities. It always stays near the summit of the mountains, and frequently far from water, and hence the natives assure me that it never went down to drink. During the hot season it is much bothered with flies, and then, in accordance with statements made to me by the savages, it is discovered by the sound of the blow by which it kills the fly. In the night, they say, the Boongari can be heard walking in the trees. I'd finished skinning the animal, and so I put a lot of arsenic on the skin and laid it away to dry in the roof of my hut, where I thought it would be safe, and placed the skin there in such a way that it was protected on all sides. Meanwhile my men had gone down to witness the dance. Happy over my day's success, I too decided to go thither and amuse myself, but before I had prepared the skin with arsenic and could get away, darkness had already set in, and the dancing was postponed until the moon was up. The natives had in the meantime retired to their camps until the dance was to begin again. The tribe that was to give the dance had its camp farthest away, while the other tribes, who were simply spectators, had made their camps near mine. There was lively conversation among the huts. All were seated round the campfires and had nothing to do, the women with their children in their laps, and those who had pipes smoking tobacco. I went from one group to the other, and chatted with them. They liked to talk with me, for they invariably expected me to give them tobacco. Occasions like this are valuable for obtaining information from the natives. Still, it is difficult to get any trustworthy facts, for they are great liars, not to mention their tendency to exaggerate greatly when they attempt to describe anything. Besides, they have no patience to be examined, and they do not like to be asked the same thing twice. It takes time to learn to understand whether they are telling the truth or not, and how to coax information out of them. The best way is to mention the thing you want to know in the most indifferent manner possible. The best information is secured by paying attention to their own conversations. If you ask them questions, they simply try to guess what answers you would like, and then they give such responses as they think will please you. This is the reason why so many have been deceived by the savages, and this is the source of all the absurd stories about the Australian blacks. Among the huts the campfires were burning, and outside of the camp it was dark as pitch, so that the figures of the natives were drawn like silhouette pictures in fantastic groups against the dark background. It amused me to make these visits, but my thoughts were chiefly occupied with the great event of the day. In the camp there were several dingoes, and although the Boongari skin was carefully put away, I did not feel perfectly safe in regard to it. I therefore returned at once to look after my treasure. I stepped quickly into my hut and thrust my hand in among the leaves to see whether the skin was safe, but imagine my dismay when I found that it was gone. I was perfectly shocked. Who could have taken the skin? I at once called the blacks, among whom the news spread like wildfire, and after looking for a short time one of them came running with a torn skin which he had found outside the camp. The whole head, a part of the tail, and legs were eaten. It was my poor Boongari skin that one of the dingoes had stolen and abused in this manner. I had no better place to put it, so I laid it back again in the same part of the roof, and then, sad and dejected in spirits, I sauntered down to the natives again. Here everyone tried to convince me that it was not his dog that was the culprit. All the dogs were produced, and each owner kept striking his dog's belly to show that it was empty, in his eagerness to prove its innocence. Finally, a half-grown cur was produced. The owner laid it on its back, seized it by the belly once or twice, and exclaimed, "Amari, Amari," that is, hungry, hungry. But his abuse of the dog soon acted as an emetic, and presently a mass of skin rags was strewed on the ground in front of it. My first impulse was to gather them up, but they were chewed so fine that they were useless. As the skin had been thoroughly prepared with arsenic, it was of importance to me to save the life of the dog, otherwise I would never again be able to borrow another. Besides, I had a rare opportunity of increasing the respect of the natives for me. I told them that the dog had eaten kola, that is, wrath, as they called poison, and as my men had gradually learned to look at it with great awe, it would elevate me in their eyes if I could save the life of the dog. I made haste to mix tobacco and water. This I poured into the dog, and thus caused it to vomit up the remainder of the poisoned skin. The life of the dog was saved, and all joined in the loudest praises of what I had done. They promised me the loan of Ballinglan again, and thus I had hopes of securing another Boongari. Of course, they added as a condition that I must give them a lot of tobacco. The next morning early I persuaded them to get ready for the chase, but they did not want me to go with them, as the dog was afraid of the white man. Most of the blacks remained to witness the dance, for the camp was in a festive mood, and in the morning before daylight I was awakened by the noise. As soon as the weather became hot, they again gathered in groups under the shady trees, where they chatted in idleness until it became cool enough to dance again in the evening. I went from one group to the other. They asked me to give them European names, a request often made to me on my journeys among the tribes. The reason appeared to be that the savage blacks, who had not been in contact with the white man, were anxious to acquire this first mark of civilization, which they found among my men, and which they imagined brought tobacco and other gifts. Among themselves these savage natives kept their own names, which as a rule are taken for both men and women from animals, birds, etc. The father will under no circumstances give his son his own name. I gave them various Norwegian names. It was difficult for them to pronounce some of them, but such names as Ragna, Inga, Harold, Ola, Eyvind, etc. became very popular. One of the natives came to me and asked for some salt beef, giving as an excuse that he had a pain in his stomach because he had for a long time eaten nothing but tabola, the main food of the natives during about 2 months of the year. This fruit, which grows in the scrubs on the mountain tops, is of a bluish color and of the size of a plum. The tree is very large and has long, spreading branches, so that the natives prefer waiting until the fruit falls on the ground to climbing the trees for it. It is gathered by the women and brought to the camp, where it is roasted over the fire until the flesh is entirely burnt off and the kernel is thoroughly done. The shell round the kernel then becomes so brittle that it is easily peeled off. Then the kernels are beaten between 2 flat stones until they form a mass like paste. When they have been beaten thoroughly in this manner, They are placed in baskets and set in the brook to be washed out, and the day after they are fit to be eaten. The paste, which is white as chalk and contains much water, looks inviting, but is well nigh tasteless. The blacks eat this porridge with their hands, which they half close into the form of a spoon. This food is certainly very unwholesome, for the natives, who, by the way, are very fond of it, often complained that they did not feel well after eating it for some time. The amount of nourishment in Tabola is very small, and the natives eat a very large amount before they satisfy their hunger, a fact which, in connection with its indigestible character, cannot fail to produce harm. I've often wondered how they can preserve their health so well as they do, considering all the unwholesome and indigestible vegetable food they consume, and the great lack of variety. It is even more surprising that they have found out that there is any nourishment at all in the poisonous plants, which they know how to prepare, and which, at the very outset, would appear to be unfit for human food. It is also an interesting fact that different poisonous plants, or plants not fit to be eaten raw, are used in different parts of Australia, and prepared by one tribe in a manner of which another tribe has no knowledge. On my visits to the huts I met Chinamen, who had deserted me in so disgraceful a manner, and ruined my whole expedition. He now imagined that all was forgotten. After a month, the blacks think no insult is remembered, not even a murder. Chinaman tried to be polite, but I kept him at a respectable distance, in order to show the blacks that I did not tolerate such conduct as that of which he was guilty. Late in the afternoon, we were overtaken as usual by a heavy thunderstorm. One flash of lightning followed the other in rapid succession. The thunderclaps were echoed back from the steep mountain walls, and I expected the trees around us would be struck by lightning every moment. The natives, however, were not afraid. At every flash of lightning, they shouted with all their might and laughed heartily. It was a great amusement to them. At sunset, just as the dance was to begin, Dogora and his companions returned from their hunt, and to my great satisfaction they brought with them another Boongari. This was also a male, but somewhat smaller than the one I had lost. On its back it had distinct marks of Balgland's teeth, and as I have since learned, this animal is hunted in the following manner. The chase begins early in the morning, while the scent of the Boongari's footprints is still fresh on the ground. The dog takes his time, stops now and then, and examines the ground carefully with his nose. Its master keeps continually urging it on, and addresses it in the following manner. Tishi, Tishi, Gangari, Pul, Pulka, Tishi, Pul, to Shenjeri, Dandan, Moor, Mungo, Tishi, Pul, Polka, etc. That is, Tishi, 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 smell Boongari, smell him, Tishi, smell, seize him by the legs, smart fellow, Tishi, smell him, etc. If the dog finds the scent, it will pursue it to the tree which the animal has climbed. Then some of the natives climb the surrounding trees to keep it from escaping, while another person, armed with a stick, ascends the tree where the animal is, either seizes the animal by the tail and crushes its head with a stick, or he compels it to jump down where the dingo stands ready to kill it. In the evening, when I came down to the blacks, who were waiting for the moon to give light to the dancers, my men expressed a fear that strange tribes would attack the camp in the course of the night. I ridiculed this fear, now that they were assembled in such numbers, but they replied that the strangers also were numerous, and they would not be at rest until I had fired a shot. Thereupon a few persons came in great haste to the blacks, with whom I was talking, from the camp of the dancers, who had evidently been frightened by the shot, and explained that they would like to talk with me, and asked me to go with them. So we all went to the dancers, where all was excitement. Everybody was talking at the same time, but when I came nearer, I could catch in the midst of the confusion such words as Kola, anger, Nilly, young girl, Kalanmi, Mamigo. Kalanmi shall belong to Mami. One of my men explained to me, the blacks wish to give you a Nilly. They are afraid of the baby of the gun. Very well, I answered, bring her to my hut. The blacks have become afraid of me. Having interpreted the shot I fired as a sign that I was angry, and to propitiate me, they wished to give me Kalanmi, a young girl, who was looked upon as the prettiest woman in the whole tribe. When I agreed to accept her, they became quiet, and their fears were allayed. Evidently, Kalonmi was afraid of the white man, and was reluctant to leave her tribe. When I went the way, I heard them scold her and try to force her to go to the white man. I learned that she was in fact promised to one of the blacks, by name Kale Du Barrow, and so I asked him to go with her to my hut. I kindled a fire in my hut and waited for them to come with Kalonmi. The moon was just rising, so that I was able to discern the dark figures approaching me, but at first I saw no Nelly, as she was walking behind one of the men, who held her by the wrist. She made no resistance and came willingly. When the party reached my hut, the men let go of the girl, but said nothing, and I asked her to sit down. She was a young and tolerably handsome girl, about 12 years old, with a good figure, and was clad in her finest attire, in honor of the dance, both her face and her whole body being pretty well covered with red ochre. She was very much opposed to getting married, particularly to a white man, and sat trembling by the fire, awaiting the orders of her new master. To quiet her, I at once got some bread and beef, but she concealed it out of fear of the bystanders, for such delicacies are too good for a woman. Then I gave her a little tobacco, which she also put away. No doubt she intended to give it to her old adorer, Dubbarrow, who, I suppose, expected some compensation for his loss. I pitied the little embarrassed girl and told her, to the great surprise of the spectators, that she might go, whereupon she immediately ran out. This puzzled the blacks, who could not conceive any other reason for my refusal than that I was displeased with her, and so they offered me another girl, but I tried to explain to them that all was well between us, and I proposed that we should go down and dance. They were just beginning to dance when we came down to the camp, where I sat down among the spectators and amused myself by witnessing the manner in which the natives enjoyed themselves on such occasions. To give them a proof of my goodwill, I took a whole stick of tobacco and threw it down among the dancers. This liberality was a surprise to the natives, who, of course, vied with each other in trying to secure the tobacco. Quick as lightning, one of the men caught hold of the stick and ran with it to his hut. On the way home, Yoke urged me to shoot Cal de Barrow, saying, "Cal de Barrow, not good man." I could not quite comprehend the meaning of this. The fact was, however, as I afterwards learned, owing to his so frequently troubling me with this request, that Yoke himself was anxious to marry Kalonmi, and consequently would like to have his rival out of the way. The next day Nilgora again consented to go out hunting, and returned with a young Bungari, still smaller than the others. The day was so hot that when I undertook to prepare the new specimen, the feet had already begun to decay, and I was afraid the animal would spoil before I got the skin off it. I therefore took it to the coolest place I could find and prepared the skin. I sat in the shade of a gum tree and had to keep continually moving out of the sun's scorching rays. The flesh, which we roasted on the coals, had a fine gamey flavour and did not taste at all like kangaroo meat. One circumstance, however, detracted from the enjoyment. The Bungari, like most of the Australian mammals living in the trees, is infested by a slender, round, hard worm, which lies between the muscles and the skin. There these little worms, rolled together in coils, are found in great numbers. They did not trouble the natives, who did not even take the pains to pick them out. They grumbled, on the other hand, because they were not permitted to gnaw the bones, especially the feet, which they looked upon as the best part of the animal. End of chapter 18.
Section 19 of Among Cannibals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Florence Short. Among Cannibals by Carl Lumholtz. Translated by Rasmus Bjorn Anderson. Chapter 19. The next day before sunset, the dance began again. At one end of the little place for dancing, where the grass had already been well trampled down, sat the orchestra, consisting, as usual, of only one, or sometimes of two men. The musician was sitting on the ground with his legs crossed, and was singing the new song, accompanying himself by beating together a boomerang and a nola-nola. In front of him, on a little flat or level ground, 14 to 16 men were dancing in ranks of 4 or 5 each. Near the orchestra, on the right, a woman kept dancing up and down, keeping time with the men and with the music. On Herbert River, more than one woman never takes part in the dance. This is a great honor to her, and she is envied by all the other women, who sit in rows on both sides of her and the musician. They assume their favorite position and do not, like the men, cross their legs before them or sit on one of their hams, but they rest on their legs and heels, the legs being very close together. In this position, they usually play an accompaniment to the music by beating both their open hands against their laps, thus producing a loud, hollow sound. The spectators sit on both sides of the dancers, all the way up to the corners occupied by the women. As a rule, the spectators do not decorate themselves much for the occasion. One may be seen here and there who has painted himself with a little ochre borrowed from a comrade. The dancers, on the other hand, have done all in their power to beautify themselves. Their bodies shine with red, yellow, or white paint. Their hair is well filled with beeswax and decorated with feathers, with the crests of cockatoos and similar ornaments. For the purpose of giving themselves a savage look, some of them hold in their mouths tufts either of tail gala feathers or of yarn made of opossum hair. The latter kind of tufts or tassels the natives call ataka. Some of the natives have mussel shells glued fast to their beards with wax. The Australian blacks and the Malayans are the only savages who employ this ornament in this manner. Several of the women had painted themselves, some of them with alternating black and red bands across the face. Strange to say, the dombi dancing woman, wore no ornaments. She was middle-aged, with a pair of beautiful eyes, but her limbs were slender, and she had a large protruding stomach. The very uniform hopping movements of her lean body were not graceful. She kept her arms extended and spread the long, slender fingers of her hands as far apart as possible. The sight of this woman jumping up and down in the same place, in the attitude above described, and with her large breasts dangling, was truly disgusting. But the woman seemed to enjoy herself wonderfully, and she was not relieved by any of the other women. The chief attention centers on the male dancers, who are the heroes of the day. They start on the open side of the ground opposite the orchestra, and gradually approach the latter. Their twists and turns keep time with the music, and they continually give forth a grunting sound with accents in harmony with the music and their own movements. Near the orchestra they suddenly pause, scatter for a moment, and then begin again as before. The music was quick and not very melodic. The monotonous clattering, the hollow accompaniment of the women, the grunting and the heavy footfall of the men, reminded me especially, when I was at some distance away from the scene, of a steam engine at work. While both the music and the song are an endless repetition of the same strophes, the dance has a few variations. Now and then a different figure is presented. One of those figures looked very well. 6 men marched to the music in closed ranks, accompanying the rhythmical tramping of their feet with blows to the right and left with tomahawks and boomerangs. In other figures they presented a variety of comical movements. With arms akimbo, they spread their knees as far apart as possible and jumped and grunted in time with the music. The dance was utterly childish, but it interested me to observe that they had a somewhat different program for each evening. They several times produced what might be called a pantomime, but as I did not quite comprehend it, I cannot fully describe it. On the open side of the square opposite the music, a sort of chamber was constructed, where the chief performers made their toilettes and kept themselves concealed until the performance commenced. When it was time to begin the pantomime, they rushed forward, all the more ornamented than usual with ochre spots of different colors over their whole bodies, and with false beards and hair made of fibers of wood. They took their places in line with the other dancers, and with the usual twists and turns and keeping time with the music, marched up to the orchestra, where they paused for a moment. Then they formed in 2 long lines opposite each other, and 2 of the most gaudily decorated men stepped forth from the ranks, while the others remained standing in their places. These 2 men kept running up and down along the ranks, acting like clowns, and making all sorts of ridiculous gestures. The most important part of their acting consisted in kneeling down opposite one another and putting a stick into the ground with the right hand, at the same time bending to one another with various kinds of gestures and grimaces. Thus they kept entertaining the spectators for a long time, and it must be admitted that these 2 natives gave evidence by their performances of no small amount of comic talent. The closing scene was vociferously applauded, and the charmed natives asked me if I too did not think the acting splendid. I could not induce them to explain to me the significance of the performance. but still I managed to find out that it had some connection with the devil. The spectators now and then indicate their approbation by laughing aloud. The women sit with smiles on their lips and take great pleasure in witnessing the performance. The female dancer also keeps her eyes constantly on the male dancers, but the musician at her side apparently takes no interest in what is going on. He sits there beating with his wooden weapons together and singing with his hoarse but powerful tenor voice. He rarely looks up, as he has already been watching the exercises for weeks and knows them all by heart, but even he sometimes seems to be amused. Now and then he raises his eyes and looks happy as a lark at the naked figures moving backwards and forwards in the strangest contortions. He never tires of singing, and whenever he begins the strophe anew, he raises his voice with a sort of enthusiasm. These festivals, called by the civilized blacks corroboree, are of course evidence of friendly relations between the tribes. On this occasion the dance was given by several neighboring tribes that were on friendly terms with each other. As a rule, however, the corroborees in Australia are given upon the settlement of wars and feuds among the tribes, and are a sort of ratification of the Treaty of Peace. Doubtless these festivals have, in the history of Australia, been of considerable importance in regard to the social development of the natives. The corroborees have facilitated bartering among them, and have also contributed towards promoting social intercourse among the tribes. It is a curious fact that these ratifications of treaties of peace frequently give rise to new feuds on account of insults to women that are apt to occur at such festivals. The dance always begins with the full moon and about half an hour before sunset. When the sun's last rays disappear from the horizon, there is a pause until the moon rises, when the dancing begins in earnest and may last all night. But, not satisfied with the pale light of the moon, they kindle a large campfire, the red flames of which, mingling with the white light of the moon, produce a strange, fantastic effect. Toward morning they took a little rest, but before dawn I was again wakened by their monotonous song and clattering. When the sun rises, it becomes too hot to dance. The natives are wonderfully frugal in their eating at these festivals. I have never seen them eat together for pleasure or to celebrate any event. Anything like a banquet is entirely out of the question. Nay, on the occasion I have described, they might be said to be fasting. Those invited had taken no provisions with them, as they expected to be fed by their hosts. The latter supposed that the guests would bring food with them, and the result was that they had to subsist on almost nothing during the 3 days devoted to the dance. Some of them got a little tobacco. There were no other stimulants, for the blacks of Herbert River produced no intoxicating drink. They contented themselves with pleasure and water, but when the 3 days were gone they had to take to the scrubs and look for tabola. After gathering tabola for a few days, they renewed the dance in another place, where the same songs and the same performances were repeated, after which they again took to the woods to find means of subsistence. In this manner the scene of the dance gradually approached Herbert Vale, and as the dancers were on a friendly footing with the blacks of that district, they gave entertainments on 2 evenings for their benefit. These festivities continued for nearly 6 weeks. On the other hand, it may take years before the blacks give another dance, for they must have new dances and new songs every time they dance, and their song makers and dancing masters do not care to bother their brains with too much exertion. While the blacks went up into the mountains to gather tabola, I persuaded Nilgora and 1 or 2 others to remain with Yokai and me. I did not like to leave a place where Bungari were to be found without securing a full-grown specimen, but they preferred to go up the mountains with the others, and were tired of hunting for me day after day. The natives are fond of change and cannot endure monotony. They repeatedly tried to convince me that there were no more Bungari, but I knew this to be a mere pretext. I explained to them what I would pay them, and though I offered them all I had, even the shirt I wore, if they could procure me a Bungari, they still answered, "Wanta Bungari, wanta? Maya, Maya, non garshali yanga." "Where is Bungari? Where?" No, there is but one in the woods." Finally, Nilgora and his men started early one morning to go hunting with Balnglan. As he returned in the evening without any game, I had next morning to renew my persuasions, and I showed him my tobacco. My provisions were no temptation to Nilgora, for I had none, as I had already given him a shirt. The one I wore was no inducement to him. My last hope was my hat, an ornament highly praised by the blacks. He finally yielded, but to no purpose, as he returned in the evening as empty-handed as the day before. Nilgora started for the mountains to attend the dance, while Yokai and I betook ourselves back to Herbert Vale. Nilgora was a typical savage, and as he had never before been in contact with white men, he was more easy to manage than the others, but was reticent and reserved. I was surprised to find him always armed with a sword bayonet, the history of which it was impossible for me to get at. He was very much afraid of the white men, and for this reason he never came down from the mountains, and hence I infer that this weapon must long have travelled from tribe to tribe before it came into his possession. The native police do not use bayonets. What particularly attracted my attention in Nilgora's looks were his tall, powerful figure and his almost Roman nose, another proof to me that the natives here are mixed with the Papuans. On the descent to Herbert Vale, Yokai had the important task of carrying the skins in a bag. They had to be handled with great care, a fact that my black friend did not understand. Fortunately, he was afraid of the poison with which the skins were prepared, and this made him very circumspect. In a cheerful frame of mind, I proceeded down to the grassy plain. The dark claws of the Bungari protruding out of the bag reminded me of what had been accomplished during the past few days, and besides, it was a source of gratification to me that Yokai did not, on a nearer acquaintance, disappoint the good hopes I had formed in regard to him on our first meeting. I felt that I could look the future cheerfully in the face, and I had reason to hope for good results so long as he was my companion. Yokai was well acquainted with several of the most savage tribes in the neighborhood, and with his help it would be more easy for me to secure companions on my expeditions. By reason of his naivete and good humor, I might count on having in him a lively and entertaining companion. Nor was he so savage and greedy as the other blacks. A circumstance which made him particularly devoted to me was his decided eagerness to become a white man. His ambition was to eat the food of a white man, to smoke tobacco, to make damper, to shoot, to take care of horses, to wear clothes, and to talk English. He told me a number of stories in regard to himself, and gave me much interesting information about the lives and customs of the natives. Among other things, he said that he once had stolen from a white man, but it seems in connection with that he acquired a great dread of the white men and their dangerous weapons. The whites were too angry, he said, and he assured me that he never more would gama, that is, steal. Together with his comrades, he had ventured to go down to a farm near the coast, where he had been tempted by the sight of a wash-tub containing some clothes. On one of his shoulders he still bore the mark of a rifle ball, by which he had been greeted on his visit to the white man. My plan was now to go to the tableland, 70 miles to the west, where Mr. Scott, the owner of Herbert Vale, had his head station, the Valley of Lagoons. Up there it rains less in the rainy season than it does at Herbert Vale, and for this reason I decided to change my headquarters. When I came to the station, I met a white man who was going the same way as I, and we decided to travel together. Yokai remained at Herbert Vale. The next day, January 30th, we proceeded towards Seaview Range, where we arrived the first afternoon. Here my companion wanted to encamp for the night. I looked back upon the scrub-clad mountains on the other side of the valley. The air was clear, and the setting sun caused long shadows to fall on the mountain declivities. Far away on the summit of a mountain, smoke was ascending. The blacks were burning the grass and were hunting the wallaby, free from every care and anxiety. The palms, the ferns, the rays of sun glistening in the waterfalls, all this charming scenery I was now to abandon, and I was to live at a station with the white men on the prosy plains. No, this was not possible. I longed to get back to my black friends. When I saw the sun setting amid an effulgence of crimson, and thus indicating fine weather for the morrow, my mind was made up. I decided to wait for the rain as long as possible, and this year the rainy season set in unusually late. I bade farewell to my traveling companion and started back for Herbert Vale. Early the next morning I went in search of Yokai, whom I soon found. He and I started up the mountains to procure, if possible, more people to assist us. In a small tribe which we came to, some of the natives were found willing to go with us, and soon afterwards we had the good fortune to meet Nilgora and Balglan. We made our camp in the same place as before, on the old dancing ground. Nilgora was now very accommodating. He had employed his time since we parted in eating tobola, and was now longing for the white man's food which he had learned to like when he was with me before. During the 4 days we spent here, we succeeded in securing a small female Bungari and a young one. Thus I now had in all 5 males and 1 female, though none of them were full grown. The female had a little young one in her pouch, but the black had already given it to Balanglan, thinking it was worthless. One day, when Yokai and I were left alone in the camp, he suddenly broke out, "Poor fellow, white fellow." Thinking that he referred to me, I, half angry, asked him what was the matter. "Poor fellow, white fellow Jimmy," said he, beating the back of his head. "Jimmy, white fellow, in Galogo." That is, in the water. I now understood that something was the matter, and on inquiry at last found out that the same Jimmy who had been with me before had killed a white man and thrown him into the water. The white man had been camping near a river in the middle of the day, while the sun was big, not far from Herbert Vale. Jimmy had gone to him and offered to find fuel and build a fire, services which were accepted. The white man made his tea and sat down to eat. But Jimmy did not get any of the food, and at once became angry and struck the white man on the back of the head with his tomahawk as he brought his tin cup to his lips to drink, so that he fell down dead. Then Jimmy robbed all that the white man had and threw his body into the water. The report of the murder made a deep impression on me. Perhaps I ought to be satisfied with the results I had already gained. If I remained longer, I might meet with a similar fate. I did not dare show Yokai that the information affected me, though the words did escape my lips that the black police would be angry with Jimmy and kill him. When Nilgora came home in the evening, I heard Yokai at once informing him that the police would kill Jimmy. That whole evening the blacks were very reticent and unapproachable. Doubtless my ill-advised statement had frightened them, for they were aware that the police paid no respect to persons, but would shoot the first native they found, and they were also afraid that Yokai would have to suffer for his thoughtlessness in telling tales out of school. It was necessary to be equal to every emergency, for it was in their power to hinder the news of the murder from spreading. To avoid every danger, I resolved to be on the alert that night, the only night I ever kept awake during my life with the blacks. As was my custom, I fired a shot to remind my companions that my weapon was still in existence. The natives were lying down round the fire in front of the opening of my hut, and from time to time they cast sly glances at me, lying with half-closed eyes in my hut. The campfire made it easy for us to watch each other. To convince them that I was wide awake, I now and then ordered them to fetch wood for the fire. I did not feel at all safe, and not until morning did I fall asleep, exhausted with fatigue. When I opened my eyes, the first rays of the morning sun were shining into my hut, and it was a source of the keenest gratification to know that I was unscathed. Never before had the dewy tropical morning seemed so beautiful as it did after this night. I decided to go back to Herbert Vale for the present, and the same day Yokai and I started on our return. I was determined to do all in my power to secure the punishment of Jimmy. Something ought to be done to show the blacks that they could not with impunity take the life of a white man. Jimmy had accompanied me on several expeditions, so that I knew him well. He was a brutal, despotic fellow, and very reserved. Not long before this he had also killed one of his wives. He had robbed a man of his pretty young wife, Mole Mole, but she loved her first husband and could not get on well with Jimmy, the less so as he had another wife who was very jealous and always inflamed him against Mole Mole. She tried to escape to her former husband, but was recaptured by Jimmy, who cut her on the shoulder with his axe to mark her. Still, she soon again found an opportunity to escape, and came to Herbert Vale, where I then happened to be staying. On her shoulder was a large open wound, which did not, however, appear to give her much pain. She requested me to shoot Jimmy, for he was not good. In spite of her beautiful, beseeching eyes and her coquettish smiles, I could make her no promise, but I urged her to make haste and go to her former husband whom she was seeking. The same night she disappeared. I afterwards learned that she had found the man she loved, but her joy was of short duration. Jimmy was the stronger of the two men. He recaptured her, and punishment was again inflicted. According to the statements of the natives, he had almost killed her. He had struck her with a stone on the head, so that she fell as if dead on the hot sand. There he left her in the middle of the day, after covering her with stones. The next time I saw Mole Mole, she had grown very thin and pale, and had great scars on her head. She was on the point of going with Jimmy down the river to another land. On this journey he killed her with his tomahawk, and an old man buried her. This happened only 3 weeks after Jimmy had slain the white man. Yokai was afraid that he would be killed by the blacks at Herbert Vale because he had revealed the murder of the white man, but I quieted him with the assurance that his name should not be mentioned. End of chapter 19.
Section 20 of Among Cannibals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Among Cannibals by Carl Lumholtz, translated by Rasmus Bjorn Andersen. Chapter 20. When I arrived at the station, I talked with the natives about the event. They seemed to be surprised, but observing that I knew all about the matter, they found there was no use of assuming ignorance, and they began to converse with me about the murder as a matter well known to them. Thus I secured all the details in regard to this horrible affair, but they held it perfectly proper for Jimmy to kill the white man who was unwilling to share his food with them. I made them understand that this was not my view, and threatened to send for the police. This threat I would also have carried out, had not, 3 days later, a sergeant of the native police with a few troopers accidentally come and encamped at Herbert Vale. He had been in Cardwell to fetch provisions and liquor for his chief, who lived on the tableland. When the blacks saw the police, their memory again failed them. It was no longer Jimmy who had murdered the white man, but 2 other blacks, Camara and Boko. In a certain sense this was true, for a year and a half previously they had actually murdered a white man. It was thought that he had been eaten by a crocodile, and now for the first time it was discovered that a murder had been committed, but this man was not Jimmy's victim. By confusing the 2 events, they tried to draw attention away from Jimmy. For Camara and Boko, they cared less, they being strangers, but Jimmy belonged to their own tribe and must be saved. The boldest and most experienced of these civilized natives therefore sought to make friends with the police. They brought them their best women, carried wood and water for them, and tried to serve them in every way. I told the police sergeant what had happened, and requested him to arrest Jimmy, who could be found at a great Borbobi which was to be celebrated just at this time 2 or 3 miles from Herbert Vale. The next day the sergeant went to the Borbobi to arrest him, taking with him 3 of the blacks at the station, and also the Kanaka, in order that they might identify Jimmy. While he was absent, the postman came from Cardwell. When he learned what had happened, he remembered that he several times had felt a bad smell where the murder was supposed to have taken place, that is, near Dalrymple Creek. We now hoped that the sergeant would bring the murderer in the evening, but he returned without the prisoner. 3 persons called Jimmy had been shown to him, and they all denied having perpetrated the murder. The natives who had gone with the sergeant to the Borbobi had declared that the right Jimmy was not there. I knew this to be not true, and so I requested the sergeant to make another effort. The Kanaka told me that the right Jimmy really was there, and that it had vexed him to see that the sergeant would not arrest him. The sergeant had given all his attention to the fair sex, and had taken no interest in finding Jimmy. As I insisted that the murderer should be arrested, the sergeant started off early the next morning, again in company with the Kanaka. He now took with him 2 of his own men in handcuffs for the culprit. In a few hours they returned with the prisoner, and I was sent for. It was Jimmy. He was handcuffed, his suspicious face was restless, the blood rose to his face, and if a black man can be said to blush, then Jimmy did so now. Under the storehouse, which stood on high posts, there was a large room surrounded by a lattice. Here the court was held. The prisoner was brought in by 2 of the troopers, and the examination began. The persons present were the sergeant, the old keeper of the station, the postman, the Kanaka, and I. The blacks stood outside the gate and watched the whole proceeding with the greatest interest. The sergeant, a tall, powerful man, who was the representative of the law there, began the trial by snatching a throwing stick from one of those standing outside and striking Jimmy on the head with it, in order to force him in this brutal manner to tell the truth. "You have killed the white man," he kept repeating, and added new weight to his words by inflicting fresh blows. But the criminal denied everything, while he tried to protect himself with his fettered hands. "You have killed your wife," shrieked the sergeant. but Jimmy made no answer to this charge. He simply tried to ward off the hard blows he was getting. Suddenly, the sergeant broke the stick over Jimmy's head, which fortunately ended this inquisitorial part of the trial. The sergeant, who in the meantime had become heated by his exertions, then turned and said in a faint voice, "There is no doubt that he is the culprit, but let us now hear what the blacks have to say." One or two of them were called in, and made the same statements as Jimmy, insisting that he had not killed the white man, but they all testified unanimously that he had murdered his wife, Molly Mall. As she was a woman, they saw no peril in making this admission. Jimmy, too, confessed this crime. "That is quite sufficient," muttered old Walters. "Take him down to the river and wipe him out," said the sergeant to his men. "And throw him into the water. Then there will be no smell," added the postman. In a hesitating manner, the troopers began to execute the order of their stern master. One of them, David, suggested that the prisoner ought first to show the body of the dead man, a pretext for getting the matter postponed and thus saving Jimmy's life, for the police were anxious to do him and his friends a service in return for the women they had sent as a bribe. Meanwhile, the sergeant gave orders that they should bring the culprit to the camp and make short work of it. When Jimmy discovered that the sergeant was in earnest, he became literally pale, and went with them as one having no will of his own. The natives, who at first were utterly perplexed, followed slowly and silently. The keeper of the station had during the trial suggested that the matter ought not to be reported to any white man. The fact is, the police had no authority to carry out the sergeant's severe orders. I found upon investigation that, no matter how clearly the murder is established, the English law does not permit the shooting of a criminal in this manner without a regular procedure. The prisoner had not confessed the murder, nor, as was remarked by David, had the corpse been produced. I was anxious that the proceedings should be in all respects regular and legal. I therefore at once went down to the camp and explained my doubts in the matter to the sergeant. Here all was quiet. The police were taking things easy, and the prisoner, who had received something to eat, seemed very comfortable. The sergeant informed me that the prisoner had now made a full confession. When he got sight of the guns, he became very communicative, and had given a number of details. He had attacked the white man at Dalrymple Creek, had given him a blow with his axe on the back of his head, and had thrown his body into the water. He was also willing to show the place where he had committed the murder. I suggested to the sergeant that Jimmy should be taken to the Cardwell Police Court, which was the proper court to decide this matter. On the way thither, the prisoner might show the body of the dead man. The sergeant considered my suggestion to be very proper, and not thinking himself particularly qualified to make a written statement to the authorities, he left it to me to prepare the written report. Jimmy rode a horse between David and another policeman. The handcuffs were taken off, put on his ankles, and fastened to the stirrups. All this surprised me, but I said nothing, as I supposed they knew best what was necessary. In my letter to the police magistrate in Cardwell, I informed him that the prisoner had confessed the murder and was willing to go and point out the body of his victim. The police were to travel the whole night, and might be expected back in the evening of the next day. The sergeant now relapsed into a most astonishing dolce far niente. He went into his tent and began to drink the rum that belonged to his chief, and for the sake of convenience he had set the jug by the side of his bed. Early the next morning I was greatly surprised at meeting David, who handed me back the letter I had written, and told me they had had the misfortune to lose the prisoner. On their arrival at Dalrymple Creek, Jimmy had shown them the dead body in the creek. Then he suddenly severed the stirrup straps and fled with the irons on his feet. The night was dark, and it was raining, so that it was easy for him to escape, although the police fired some shots after him. This information was a great disappointment to me, but it had an opposite effect on the natives, who assured me that Jimmy would break the irons with stones and thus free himself from them. I could not help suspecting that David had been in collusion with the natives and given aid to the prisoner, and I did not conceal the fact that I was greatly displeased. Meanwhile, it was impossible to discuss the matter with the sergeant. He was dead drunk in his tent, and continued in this condition for 4 days and nights. Now and then he became conscious, but then he would take another drink, and perhaps request someone to fan him with the tent door. Once or twice a day he would take a little walk round the tent, supporting himself on 2 of the troopers, who almost had to carry him. The condition of affairs kept growing worse. The troopers availed themselves of this opportunity to help themselves from the jug, and they even gave the natives grog, or Gorago, as they called it. In this manner the sergeant maintained the law in the eyes of the natives, and in this manner he preserved discipline among his subordinates. What an impression this would leave among the blacks in regard to right and wrong! When sober, he was in the habit of saying that the only way of civilizing a blackfellow is to give him a bullet. I sent a letter to Mr. Stafford, the sergeant's superior officer, who lived in the police barracks on the tableland. I gave him an account of what had happened, and demanded the punishment of Jimmy for the 2 murders he had committed. I added that, if nothing was done in the matter, I would make a full report to the government. After putting my collections away in good order at my headquarters, I got myself ready to depart for the Valley of Lagoons, where I intended to pass the worst part of the rainy season. During the last days, my collection was augmented by the addition of 2 most interesting specimens of the Australian fauna. The one was a pouched mouse, Sminthopsis virginia, which is tolerably abundant in the Herbert River Valley. It burrows in the earth and is dug up by the natives, who are fond of its flesh. The specimen I secured is the only one to be found in museums. From a complete description by de Tarragon in 1847, it is evident that he found the same animal, but his specimen has been lost. Under very peculiar circumstances, I also secured a young Telegala, which the Kanaka had obtained from the blacks. It was in fact intended for the sergeant, but he had requested the Kanaka to keep it for him. The animal was placed under a kettle on the bare ground in the kitchen, where it spent 6 days without food. The Kanaka informed me that the Telegala was in his keeping, and offered it to me, since its rightful owner was in no condition to take care of it. The poor creature had tried to maintain life by scratching the hard ground, where no food was to be found, and still it was in perfectly good condition. The blacks had taken it out of the nest while they were digging for eggs, and when found it was not more than 1 or 2 days old. Near the end of February, I said goodbye to Herbert Vale for a time, and was glad to get away from the annoyances I had had during the latter part of my sojourn there. My relations with the blacks had become more complicated, for they had noticed that I was the only one who insisted on the punishment of Jimmy, and they saw that my efforts were frustrated. They had, for the time being, lost their respect for me, but I had hopes of re-establishing my authority when Mr. Stafford came down and made them fear the agents of the law. My safety demanded that severe measures should be taken, and I therefore made up my mind to try to meet him personally. He lived not far from Mr. Scott's station, the Valley of Lagoons. The scenery is quite different on the tableland from that in the Herbert River Valley, and consists of large green grassy fields extending far and wide, sometimes covered with tall forests of gum trees. The heat and rainfall are considerably less, but still water is abundant, especially around the Valley of Lagoons, which has its beautiful name from the numerous freshwater lakes found in that locality. At the station, situated on a high hill, there was always a cool, refreshing breeze. There are several indications that this region is gold-bearing, and some day we may hear of the discovery of large quantities of the precious metal. Near the station is a large district covered with lava, in which there are many caverns serving as hiding places for the savages who are constantly at war with the white population. Rock wallabies are fond of this lava district. I there shot the beautiful little bird Dicaium hirundinaceum. In Burdekin River, which is full of fish, I one day discovered an Ornithorhynchus anatinus swimming in the clear water. A few days after my arrival, I received a visit from Mr. Stafford, who expressed his regret that his men had acted so foolishly. As soon as he could get his horses shod, he would himself go down to Herbert Vale and investigate the matter. He said nothing about calling the sergeant to account for his conduct, but seemed to be chiefly interested in a journey which he was about to make to Townsville. The blacks in this vicinity were not to be trifled with. They had repeatedly surrounded the police barracks in the night, and there was constant danger of an attack. They were also dangerous enemies to Mr. Scott's cattle, and according to the statement of the overseer, they had killed thousands of them. 3 blacks were servants at the station, and were therefore civilized, but their life here had not had any visible influence on their morals. One of them, a woman, told me that her fellow servant had given birth to 3 children, all of which had been killed. The mother had put an end to 2 of them herself, while the 3rd had been permitted to live until it was big enough to be eaten. The one who told me the story had herself put her foot on the child's breast and crushed it to death. Then both had eaten the child. This was told to me as an everyday occurrence, and not at all as anything remarkable. I remained only 14 days at this station, and in the middle of March I was back at Herbert Vale. The keeper told me that Mr. Stafford had spent a night at the station and had proceeded to Cardwell without taking any step in regard to Jimmy. He might possibly give his attention to the matter on his return. Meanwhile, the postman and his sergeant sent by the police court at Cardwell had found the body of the white man and buried it. Jimmy had grown very bold, and had made his camp only 1.5 miles from Herbert Vale. Still, it would be difficult to capture him. I tried to induce the blacks to kill him, representing to them that in that event no one else would be shot. Well, if they did not kill him, they might all have to suffer. They did, in fact, seem to get frightened, and told me they would have him shot. Under all circumstances, they promised to deliver him up as soon as Mr. Stafford returned. Had the latter taken up the matter on his return, Jimmy would not have escaped his deserts. But Mr. Stafford was wholly indifferent. He spent the night at the station, and in the morning, as he was mounting his horse, he addressed a few words to 1 or 2 natives who happened to be present, and said, "You had better kill Jimmy yourselves." That was all he did in the matter. My position was a perilous one, and my authority among the blacks had now received a new shock. The natives saw that they could take the life of a white man with impunity, and that Mr. Stafford was unwilling to pay any attention to my representations. From this they concluded that he was on their side, and that it would be safe to kill me. Even Jimmy felt secure. The next day he moved his camp nearer to Herbert Vale, and before long he visited the station itself. Still, I never saw him. A few weeks later he broke into Mr. Gardner's farm on the lower Herbert and killed his dog. End of Section 20. Section 21 of Among Cannibals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Among Cannibals by Carl Lumholtz. Translated by Rasmus Bjorn Andersen. Chapter 21. It grew more and more difficult to secure serviceable men. Yokai I could usually depend on, but all the others I suspected more or less. Several times I was nearly ready for an expedition when it began to rain. The weather was, of course, very unreliable during the rainy season. Old Walters had gone down to Cardwell for provisions, and I was left alone at the station with the Kanaka, where time hung heavily on my hands, for I had but few books. I kept writing as long as I was able. On the rest of the day I sat in the kitchen chatting with the Kanaka and the blacks, who usually came in late in the afternoon to warm their naked bodies by the fire. Their bodies were washed and cleaned by the rain, and the wet steamed off them in the warm kitchen. They had a hard time of it during this season. The weather was cold and wet, and the women did not find much food in the woods, so that they suffered from hunger. We generally sat round the fire, and the blacks told stories from their everyday life. One of them, who was the most frequent visitor, was Jackie, whom I mentioned before, a cunning black man, but upon the whole a good-natured, sociable fellow, who was highly respected by his companions. We therefore looked upon him as a sort of chief. One evening he remained long, and entertained us with his stories. The conversation turned upon our flour, which was nearly finished, and it was stated that we soon would have to live on the potatoes in the garden until the overseer returned. It might take weeks before he came back, as the rivers had overflowed their banks and the rain still continued. Jackie, the rogue, pitied us. The next morning the Kanaka told me that most of the potatoes were gone. Either Jackie's women had stolen them while he kept us talking to prevent any suspicion on our part, or he must have taken them immediately after he left us. After a week's continuous rain we again got clear weather. The only pleasure I had had during this time was bathing. Whenever the weather permitted, I would go down to the river in the misty cold air, but it was necessary to keep a sharp lookout for crocodiles and not venture too far out into the stream. In the same stream where I was in the habit of bathing, a dog had recently been caught by a crocodile while swimming by the side of his master. Thus the dog saved the man's life, for the crocodile is particularly fond of dog's flesh. Strange to say, the natives are not afraid of swimming across a river, but I would not advise a white man to attempt it. Whenever it was possible I made excursions with the blacks, even during this time. One day while we were out, I met a black woman, who I knew had a child 2 weeks old. She carried a basket on her back, and I, assuming that the child was in the basket, asked her to show it to me. She at once placed the basket on the ground, thrust her hand into it, and seized the child by the feet, and held it with the head down for me to look at. The child awoke and began to cry a little, but did not seem to suffer much by this treatment. The children are, upon the whole, hardy. At a station near the tropics, the white people several times saw a child only a few days old lying out in the cold on a piece of bark with a hoar frost round about it, and apparently it was not injured thereby. At another time, the conversation turned on a child that had died about a month ago. One of the natives, who was aware that I collected various things, asked me whether I would like to get this child, and added, "Why have they been so stupid as to lay it in the ground? You and I will dig it up and hang it in a tree to dry." He was very eager to undertake this work for me, hoping thereby to earn some tobacco. The child's mother, who had not thought of the possibility of getting any profit out of her dead child, became from this moment very eager to sell it. It is not often that it is so easy to get the natives to part with their dead. They dislike to disturb their own, and are afraid to meddle with those of other tribes. At this very time I was trying to secure a cranium of a full-grown individual, and in connection with this I had some very interesting experiences. I offered a reward of tobacco for the head of a man of a distant tribe, who some time ago had been killed at a Borbobi. From fear of the strange tribe, they could not be persuaded to procure it, so I made up my mind to try to get it myself. I took Yokai with me to show me the grave, but I did not find it. Finally, I succeeded in inducing Mongala Magi to fetch the head, but the skull he brought me belonged to a young person and not to a full-grown man. Besides, there was a large hole in the top of it, which made it much less desirable as a cranium. I asked him what had produced the hole. "Dingo has eaten it," he said. Though I insisted that this could not be true, he kept asserting that it was the right head. As, however, he got no tobacco, and as I promised him a large amount if he would bring me the right one, he set out again in company with another native. After he had gone, the blacks explained to me the facts concerning the skull. Mongolo Magi, as a young man, had experienced great difficulty in getting a wife, and had therefore requested an old man to give him one of his. But, as was natural, the old man refused to do this. Mongolo Magi, who was a person of high authority on account of his ability to secure human flesh, became angry, and decided to take revenge. On meeting the young son of the man, he struck him on the head with a stone and killed him, and it was the skull of this young man that they had now brought to me and were trying to get a reward for. The body he had eaten immediately after the murder. The next day, Mongolo Magi and his companion brought the right cranium and got their reward. When I reproached Mongolo Magi for his conduct toward the old man's son, he simply shrugged his shoulders and smiled. I afterwards learned that he was challenged by the father to a duel with wooden swords and shields, and that in this manner the whole affair was settled. It is a well-known fact that the Australian natives, according to Gustav Retzius, belong to the Prognathes dolichocephalus class. Their projecting jaws make them resemble the apes more than any other race, and their foreheads are as a rule very low and receding. The bone is thick and strong. Few crania are to be found without marks of injuries, whether they be male or female. The muscles of the face, particularly the masticatory muscles, are very fully developed. The superciliary arches are very prominent. The cheekbones are high, and the temporal fossae very deep. The skull bones form a high arch. The orbital margin is very thick. The nasal bones are flat and broad, and the teeth large and strong, the inner molars having as many as 6 cusps. The hollow of the neck takes an upward and receding direction. In the 8 crania brought by me from central and northern Queensland, the length-breadth index is 71. The length average is 180.5, and the breadth is 120. The dolichocephalus character of the skull is mainly owing to the great narrowness of the cranium. The facial angle averages 68 degrees. Index orbitalis is microceme, 81.5, index nasalis is platyrrhine, 53, and Dobinson's angle averages 5 degrees. The male crania have the savage type even to a greater degree than the female. The above measurements, particularly the small capacity of the cranium and the low receding forehead, which is unfavorable to a development of the frontal lobes, indicate the low plane of intellectual development of the Australian natives. The smaller the skull is, the lower the race ranks in culture, but the organs of the face are all the more developed in comparison with the rest of the head. The features distinguishing the cranium of the Australian from that of the European are, in the first place, the projecting jaws, the prognathous character, which are very rare and never marked among Europeans. In the second place, the low forehead and the small capacity, which among Europeans would be called microcephalous, and would indicate a weak mind. In the third place, the flat nose, which is also very rare in Europe, and finally, the large Daubenton angle. In course of time we got better weather, so that I was able to start on a long expedition to Cardwell to buy provisions, and thereupon to examine the country northwest of this village. Yokai and I succeeded after much trouble in gathering a few people for this journey. We also had the dog, Boundlin. All looked fresh and green after the rain, but it is wonderful how quickly everything dries up again, and how soon the rivers fall to their usual level. After all the rainfall, the air was cool and very pleasant. One evening I got a tangible proof, showing how important it is to clear with fire the ground on which one is going to camp for the night. Yokai called my attention to the remains of a venomous serpent that had been in the grass. The above precaution is also important in sanitary respects, for the old grass is full of miasma, which makes the ground unhealthy. On our way we passed the place on Dalrymple Creek where Jimmy had murdered the white man. A heap of stones marked the spot where the postman had buried him. In the pool of water hard by I found a few bones. Soon after this we crossed the ridge at a place called Dalrymple Gap. To a person looking down from the summit there is a most beautiful view on either side. The spectator is greeted by a luxuriant tropical vegetation. Palms and bananas and a multitude of other trees of greater or lesser size cover the ground, while across the gap hangs a telegraph wire which connects civilized Australia with Europe. It made a strange impression on me to find this emblem of civilization after spending so long a time among the savages. A wide swath for the telegraph wire is cut through the dense forest, and continues its way northward all the way to Cape York. This opening must constantly be cleared, otherwise the rank vegetation would soon disturb the telegraph. In these very regions a horrible murder was committed a few years ago by the blacks. The fact is well known in northern Queensland, but except the natives, very few people are familiar with the details of the murder. The natives often talked with me concerning this event, which has not been forgotten by the white population either. The blacks did not hesitate to talk about it now, as so long a time has elapsed since it happened. A settler named Mr. O'Connor, who had come to reside on the Lower Herbert, cultivated a farm, and employed a great many blacks to help him to clear the scrubs and to work in the fields. He paid them well, was very kind to them, and did not shoot them, as so many of the other colonists did, but was what is called a black's protector. He paid them in meat, flour, and tobacco, but was too kind to them, and so the natives felt perfectly safe and had an irresistible desire to possess all his property. They resolved to make an attack on his farm, and marched against the house armed with wooden swords and shields. O'Connor became alarmed, took his revolver, and finally had to shoot at them. But at every shot the natives ran behind the trees and shouted, "Shoot away, it will soon be our turn." At last he had fired his 6 shots without hitting one of them. They had ceased to fear him to such a degree that they did not even respect his revolver, and rushing upon him they slew him with their heavy swords, mangled his body, and plundered his house. They took the bananas in his garden and stole his chickens. His wife was dragged in an unconscious condition into the woods, where she was killed. A police officer happened at the time to be on a tour of inspection in the neighborhood. As O'Connor was the only settler in this district, the inspector wanted to visit him, and thus he discovered the crime that had been committed. He ordered a battue of the blacks in all directions. The troopers, who had on several occasions enjoyed the hospitality of the settler, were furiously enraged, and pursued the criminals like bloodhounds. The blacks report, however, that they did not succeed in shooting more than 2 of the men, an old man and a youth, but nearly all the women fell into their hands. The women, who generally are spared by the native police, were on this occasion obliged to suffer for the crimes of the men, and even the children were murdered and thrown into the flames. This account, given to me by several natives whose statements agreed, I consider perfectly reliable. We encamped near Cardwell, a little settlement of about 100 inhabitants on the seashore. I had great trouble in getting any of my men to go with me into the village, but finally succeeded in persuading one man to accompany me, while the others remained in the camp awaiting our return. Our entrance into the village attracted considerable attention. I was on horseback, and my attendant, Morbora, marched at my side in his garments of paradise. With one hand he shouldered my gun, and with the other hand he led the pack-horse. We must have looked like traveling gypsies. The people of the village gathered round us, and asked with the greatest curiosity how I could live among the natives without being killed. They all knew me from the postman, whose route began at Cardwell. I at once went to the hotel, for there is no town with 20 inhabitants without its hotel, to get my dinner, and procured for Morbora, who was sitting on the veranda and taking care of the horse, a large amount of leavings, a black fellow's meal, as it is called. He seemed to enjoy the food immensely, as he had never before had such a feast. He was in perfect ecstasy over all that he saw, and every trace of fear had left him. The white men entered into conversation with him, and it surprised me to see how well he used the few English words I had taught him. He felt like a lord as he sat there eating the food of the white man. I paid a visit to the police magistrate and talked with him about Jimmy. Then I bought provisions and returned to the map, bringing with me woolen blankets for all my men. The government of Queensland annually distributes blankets to the natives on the Queen's birthday, if they will but come and get them. This is the only thing the government does for the black inhabitants. The day for distribution had not yet arrived, but I succeeded in getting blankets for my men in advance. Here, on the borders of civilization, there are but few natives who avail themselves of this privilege, as they are too timid to approach the whites. On our return to the camp, these blankets were a source of joy and admiration. My blacks now made their first acquaintance with this sort of luxury, and they seemed to be perfectly delighted. The flour and sugar I had brought made, however, the deepest impression on them. The amount was not large, but my blacks had never before seen such a lot of dainties. In their simplicity they thought all was to be eaten at once, though I tried to make them understand that it was to last a long time. I did not give them much of the sugar, as they were able to procure honey for themselves. Sugar had become an absolute necessity to me, and I was unable to swallow my food without sweetening the water. It frequently happened that I lay down in the evening munching dry food without being able to swallow it. This made the natives envious, for, having devoured their own share at once, they wanted to get what I was trying to eat. We proceeded up the coast mountains northwest from Cardwell, and encamped near the summit on a grassy lawn in the scrub, constructing our huts with more care than usual, and digging ditches round them so that we could keep dry. The vegetation here was remarkably luxuriant. We had a fine view of the ocean and of the coast below us, including a long series of scrub-clad hills toward the north. Yokai, whom I had educated as well as I could to prepare the food, was very proud of being permitted to handle the white man's things. I had taught him to wash himself and to keep himself clean, but only insisted on his doing this when he acted as cook, and at such times I was always present, as he was especially fond of baking damper. It was never necessary to ask him twice to do this. He made no delay in procuring the bark, on which he carefully laid the necessary amount of flour, adding the proper amount of water, and kneaded the dough with a skill that a baker might envy. When the dough was kneaded and he had shaped it, he threw it a few times into the air and caught it like a ball, to show us that he understood the art perfectly. After placing the cake in the ashes, he carefully collected all the small pieces of dough remaining and made a little cake of them, which he baked for his own special benefit. Besides, I gave him, as his perquisite, a small piece of the damper when it was done. As he gradually grew more accustomed to the baking, I noticed that the remnants of dough on the bark kept increasing in quantity, but as he was, upon the whole, a rather scrupulous man, I said nothing about it. I also gave him permission to prepare the meat. I had abandoned the tin pail, and now prepared my meat in the same manner as the natives. We made daily excursions into the woods, which were unusually dense and abounded with lawyer palms. As usual, the leeches were very numerous in these mountains, and were very annoying. As you walk through the woods, exhausted and dripping with perspiration, you scarcely notice their bites before they have satisfied their thirst for blood, but then the blood flows freely from the wound. The ticks, however, are a far greater annoyance. All the scrubs up here are so full of these insects that a white man dreads to enter them, though the natives are not at all annoyed by them. A splendid remedy for the itching caused by these insects is lemon juice, and hence I always took lemons with me on my expeditions from Herbert Vale. I put this juice over my whole body, and thus the insects were doubtless killed, for I immediately felt relief. A larger species of tick is also found here, which kills the dogs of Europeans, but, strange to say, has no effect on the dingo. They are, however, a great inconvenience to the white man, and should at once be killed by applying petroleum to them. It is useless to try to jerk them out, for a part of them will remain in the flesh and may cause bad sores. I know a man who became blind for a few minutes on account of a tick which he could not entirely get rid of, a part of it remaining in the flesh of his back. On my wanderings here, my blacks found in a pool formed by a mountain brook a tula, Pseudocurus arcari. The natives all shouted at once, "Yari!" They told me that the large yari, which I never succeeded in securing, but of whose existence I have no doubt, subsists for a great part on this animal, which, in this instance, it had left in the cool water for future consumption. One is tempted to believe that the yari understands the preserving quality of the water. The natives, too, preserve their meat in the water during the hot summer months, as the temperature of the water is, of course, lower than that of the air. The fact probably is that the yari has found the water to be a safer place for storing the meat. The tula was placed between some stones near the edge of the river. I was much pleased with what the natives told me, for it awakened in me hopes of securing a specimen of this large marsupial. Fortunately, I had strychnine with me. I poisoned the tula and laid it on the bank. Farther up the stream I left several pieces of meat, likewise prepared with poison, a source of great aggravation to the blacks who would have liked to eat the meat. As we went to examine the snares every day, I was very much afraid that our dog might eat the poison, and I kept constantly warning the blacks. One day, as we were returning to camp, the natives were to take a beat by themselves through the scrub. I urged them particularly not to return along the river, but to come through the woods, so as to avoid the poisoned meat. Later in the day, as they were coming home, I heard them talking about poison and about bonglan. I at once became suspicious, and asked if the dog had eaten any of the poison. They denied it, but when I pressed them with questions they admitted that they had returned by the way of the river, probably because they were too lazy to go the other way, and they had also confessed that Bonglan had taken the poisoned tula in his mouth. Yokai had at once taken the tula out of Bonglan's mouth, so that he had not eaten any of it. No sooner had they made this statement than the dog fell into spasms. I rushed into my hut, mixed as quickly as I could some tobacco and water to pour down the dog's throat, while Yokai and another man held it, but it died at once. Yokai gazed at it for a moment, then turned away and wept bitterly. He sat down and wrung his hands in despair, while large tears rolled down his cheeks. The other man also began to sob and cry aloud. Though I felt the deepest sympathy for them, I could not endure these endless lamentations. I got 2 large pieces of tobacco, and offered it as a reward to them if they would cease their sobbing. Yokai became silent at once and straightened himself up, while he looked at the tobacco with his eyes full of tears. He accepted it with contentment, but there was not a smile on his face. The other continued sobbing until it came to be his turn to get tobacco. Then his sorrow was cured instantly. I myself was touched by this event, for the good beast, which lay there dead and rigid, had been of great service to me. It was the best dog for miles round, and was the most intelligent dingo I had ever seen. I not only placed a high value on it, but I was also very fond of it, though it had several times attacked my leather traps, such as strings, shoes, and even my revolver case. I was anxious to preserve at least its fine black skin with white breast and yellow legs, and I suggested to Yokai that he should let me have it. Knowing that such a request would be opposed, I at the same time offered tobacco as a compensation. He at first objected, but when he saw 2 whole sticks of tobacco, every scruple vanished and his eyes beamed with satisfaction. He even assisted me in skinning the dingo, and from this time he regained his usual good humor. He had some suspicions that Nilgora, the owner of the dog, would become angry when he learned of the sad event, but he felt certain that he could satisfy him by giving him his woolen blanket and some tobacco. End of section 21.
Chapter 22 of Among Cannibals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Among Cannibals by Carl Lumholtz, translated by Rasmus Bjorn Andersen. Chapter 22. From this time forward, I seldom visited Herbert Vale. It was easy to understand that the old overseer was anxious to get rid of me, though I had not troubled him much with my presence. He was one of those Australian hermits who had lived so long by himself that he could not brook others near him. I did all in my power to avoid any change in his old habits, but he got tired of my skins and was annoyed by my skeletons, the smell of which he could not bear, though I kept them in another building. At last I hardly knew what to do with them. He was peevish and unsociable. We never conversed unless it was absolutely necessary. My relations with Nellie and the Kanaka had hitherto been pleasant, but things came to pass which made a change in their conduct. Nellie had an old, one-eyed cur that it was dangerous to approach. When I returned from the expedition to Cardwell, it was determined to hinder me from entering my room, barking the whole time and showing its angry teeth. I took a stick and gave it a severe blow, but as I was too angry to calculate the weight of the blow, the dog fell to the ground, unconscious. Nellie, who meanwhile had come to the rescue at once, uttered a shriek so terrible that I could hardly conceive it as coming from a human being. It was impossible to get her to stop. She threw herself upon the dog, and did not cease shrieking until it became conscious again. She thought I had killed it, but it became perfectly well again, though the pleasant relations between Nellie and myself were gone for ever. The Kanaka did not take much interest in this matter, for he was used to hearing Nellie cry, but another incident disturbed our intercourse. I reproached him for his conduct towards a girl 11 years old, and for this he could never forgive me. On account of these strained relations, Herbert Vale was even less attractive than before. I spent most of my time with the blacks, simply paying an occasional short visit to the station. Yoke was still my faithful companion, and assisted me in gathering men. One day we crossed a valley, where he told me many blacks had at one time lived, of whom not a trace was now to be seen. They had gradually been killed and eaten by other tribes. As has repeatedly been stated, the Australian tribes are constantly at war with each other. They try to exterminate one another whenever there is an opportunity. They constantly plan attacks, and in their warfare exhibit a cunning worthy of a better cause. This enmity between the tribes is attributable to the superstition that any black man can by witchcraft cause death among the members of his tribe. Hence it is of importance to kill as many strangers as possible, but as cowardice is no vice or fault among the Australians, they content themselves with hating and fearing one another, except when the opportunity of taking life is, so to speak, forced upon them. There is much talking and loud boasting, but the words seldom ripen into action. Still, it sometimes happens that they attack each other for the purpose of revenging direct insults, as for instance the stealing of women, hunting on another tribe's territory, or on account of some death for which the strangers are of course blamed. Then they are enticed by the hope of getting more wives, but the greatest incentive to taking life is their appetite for human flesh. The blacks never wage war to conquer new territory. On Herbert River, expeditions are sometimes undertaken for the special purpose of securing talgoro, that is, human flesh. On such occasions, a small company of the boldest and most depraved gather together, and they are, of course, persons of high standing in the tribe. They are not many in number, as a rule only 3 or 4, for the attacks are made on small family tribes that live scattered through the district, sometimes consisting of not more than 5 or 6 individuals. The expedition travels slowly, as they have no provisions with them, and must find their subsistence from day to day. It is, of course, necessary to proceed with the greatest caution, lest they be themselves discovered and attacked. When they have found a small family tribe to be attacked, they try to stay near their camp in the evening. Nothing having happened to cause apprehension during the day, the family sits comparatively secure round the campfire. Early in the morning before sunrise, a noise is suddenly heard, and the family wakes up in a fright. The black man's highly wrought fancy always makes him imagine that his enemies are far more numerous than they are in reality. Each one tries to save his life as best he can, resistance being out of the question. There is no gallant defense of women and children. Each one has to look after himself, and it is generally worst for the old individuals who are killed and eaten. A woman is as a rule splendid booty. If she be young, her life is generally spared, but if she be old, she is first ravished and then killed and eaten. The natives of northern Queensland and of many other parts of Australia are cannibals. My people never made any secret of this, and in the evenings it was the leading topic of their conversation, which finally both disgusted and irritated me. The greatest delicacy known to the Australian native is human flesh. The very thought of Talgoro makes his eye sparkle. When I asked my men what part of the human body they liked best, they always struck their thighs. They never eat the head or the entrails. The most delicate morsel of all is the fat about the kidneys. By eating this, they believe that they acquire a part of the slain person's strength, and so far as I could understand, this was even more true of the kidneys themselves, for according to a widespread Australian belief, the kidneys are the center of life. It happened years ago in Victoria that a white policeman was attacked by the blacks. They struck him with their clubs until they believed him dead, and then they took out his kidneys and ran away. The man came to his senses again for a moment and was able to relate what had happened, but a few hours afterwards he died. The natives on Herbert River are particularly fond of the fat of a dead foe, which is not only eaten as a delicacy, as a strengthening food, is also carried as an amulet. A small piece is done up in grass and kept in a basket worn round the neck, and the effect of this is, in their opinion, success in the chase so that they can easily approach the game. A man told me that immediately after beginning to wear a small piece of human fat, he waded across the river and came at once to a tree where he found a large edible snake. As a rule, the Australian natives do not eat persons belonging to their own tribe. Still, I know instances to the contrary, and I've even heard of examples of mothers eating their own children. Besides the circumstance already related, it happened in 1883, about 100 miles from Townsville, that a child which had died a natural death was eaten, and that the mother herself took part in the feast. A day or two later, she too died and was eaten. In connection with this, I must call attention to the fact that the killing of children rarely happens on Herbert River, for the mothers are invariably fond of their children. I know of examples of their killing their children because they were a burden to them, but such things also happen in civilized countries. Moreover, the father is the one who determines whether the child is to live or not, so that when the mother kills the child, she usually obeys the orders of her husband. Mr. White has informed me that the natives south of the Carpentarian Gulf also are cannibals to some extent. They never kill anybody for the purpose of eating him, but the women eat those who die a natural death. Near Moreton Bay, the dead are also eaten, and by their own relatives. In western Queensland, at Westlands Station on Thompson River, a woman belonging to a tribe of civilized blacks gave birth to a so-called half-caste child, that is, the offspring of a black mother and a white father. Such half-breeds are not, as a rule, much liked and are therefore usually killed by the blacks who are in the first stages of civilization. In this instance, the blacks had indeed been in long intercourse with white people, and still the child was killed. It was permitted to live about 3 weeks, but one day one of the men put his hand round its neck and held it up until it was choked to death. Thereupon it was roasted on the fire and distributed among those present and eaten most greedily. Many of the white people at the station were witness of this event. It is not known whether the mother in this instance ate any of the flesh of her child or not. The blacks do not like to eat white people. When Jimmy had killed the white man near my headquarters, my question as to whether the dead man had been eaten caused great surprise. The answer was Kole ma ko mor bori kawan, that is, by no means terrible nausea. At the same time, the person pointed at his throat to indicate his disgust for the flesh of a white man. The other persons present agreed with him. I've often since heard them say that the white man's flesh is not good. This may be owing to his constant diet of salt, beef, tea, and bread, which possibly gives his flesh a different taste from that of the blacks. The black man lives on vegetables nearly all his life. I've heard it stated by civilized blacks that the white man's flesh has a salt taste, which the natives do not like. This also seems to harmonize with their fondness for the flesh of the Chinese, whose food consists largely of rice and other vegetables. Farther north in Queensland, it twice happened during my sojourn in Australia that the blacks killed the Chinese in great numbers. It was said that 10 Chinamen were eaten at one dinner. All strangers who travel through the land of a tribe are, of course, their enemies. This is true both of the Chinese and the white men, both of which races are looked upon as another kind of black, who come from distant lands and are killed when the opportunity presents itself. Human flesh, however, is not the daily food of the Australian. On the contrary, he seldom gets a mouthful of this delicacy. During all the time I spent on Herbert River, only 2 blacks were killed and eaten. One of them was a young man who had ventured to go into the territory of a strange tribe, where he was surprised and killed. The other was an old man who was not able to run fast enough when his tribe was attacked and he was stoned to death. His flesh was brought in baskets to Herbert Vale. It is a mistake to suppose that cannibals have an uglier look than other savages. Those who go in search of human flesh are certainly the boldest and the most cunning, but a cannibal may look very quiet and approachable. Both men and women take part in the feast of human flesh. Doubtless cannibals can be found even at the present time in other lands than Australia. There are said to be cannibals in the interior of Africa and in Borneo, but I doubt whether it is generally known that there is a peculiar kind of cannibalism in certain hill districts of Burma, in regard to which I have recently obtained interesting and reliable information from the distinguished Burmese barrister Mr. Chan Toon, and I take this opportunity of relating some of the facts gathered from him. He says that in the northeast part of Burma there are mountain tribes who live a savage life resembling that of the Australian blacks, and who eat the congealed blood of their enemies. The blood is poured into bamboo reeds, corked up, and in course of time hardens. The filled reeds are hung under the roofs of the huts, and when the chief of the tribe wants to treat his friends to this kind of food, the reed is broken and the contents devoured with the greatest relish. The origin of this custom is, according to Mr. Chan Toon, a superstition that the natives will thereby acquire the courage and strength of their enemies. He thinks that at first the blood of captives must have been drunk as soon as they were slain. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Among Cannibals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Among Cannibals by Carl Lumholtz, translated by Rasmus Bjorn Andersen. On our way home from an expedition, we discovered a grave in a white ant's hill. The entrance was about a yard high. It was built on the side of the ant hill, extending about halfway up, and had a sloping front. In front of the opening, large pieces of the bark of the tea tree were placed, on which heavy stones were rolled in order to keep wild dogs from getting to the corpse. In a tree near the grave hung a capacious basket. This led me to think that the Australian natives probably believe in a future life, and I examined this basket to see whether provisions had been left in it, but I found it empty. I asked the natives whether there had been food in the basket, so that the deceased might have something to eat, but this was an idea which they could not comprehend. They informed me that a child was buried here. The parents were so much grieved at the loss of their child that they did not care to keep the basket in which they had carried it, and had accordingly left it beside the grave. The Australian natives usually bury their dead, but they invariably strive to avoid letting the corpse come into direct contact with the earth, and the dead body is therefore wrapped in bark or other materials. The graves are not very deep, and sometimes have a direction from east to west, and the foot of the grave is toward the rising sun. In some parts of Queensland, 2 sticks painted red and about a yard high are erected near the grave, and on the tops of the sticks feathers of the white cockatoo are fastened. If the deceased was a prominent man, a hut is sometimes built over his grave. The entrance, which faces the east, has an opening through which a grown person may creep. In some parts of Australia, the dead body is placed in a sitting posture, and a mound is built over it. There are also tribes which bury their dead in a standing position. Near Rockhampton I saw several graves not more than a foot deep, in which the feet were directed toward the rising sun. Hills are usually selected as burial places. At Kumubularu, the dead bodies, both of women and men, are laid into graves as long as the corpses, about a yard under the sod, and wrapped in pieces of cloth or bark. The graves are filled with small tree trunks up to the level of the ground, and then a thin layer of soil is laid on the top. East of Fitzroy River, women are laid in an open trench, the earth having been dug out with a yam stick and neatly piled up all round. The body is in this way left quite exposed, and the legs are bent upwards. The grass is all round for a couple of yards or more is removed, leaving the ground quite bare. This is probably done to protect the grave in case of bushfire. After a time their relations come and gather the bones, cut a hole in a hollow tree, and put the bones into it. The hole is then filled up with grass, and twigs or sticks are laid on the top to keep the grass in. The tree trunk above and below the hole, around which the bark is cut away, they paint with red or red and white colors. An old warrior who has been a strong man and therefore much respected by his tribe is after his death put on a platform made with forked sticks, cross pieces, and a sheet or two of bark. He is hoisted up amidst a pandemonium of noise, howling and wailing, besides much cutting with tomahawks and banging of heads with nolas. He is laid on his back with his knees up, like the females, and the grass is cleared away from under and all round. The place is now for a long time carefully avoided, till he is quite shriveled, whereupon his bones are taken away and put in a tree. The common man is buried like a woman, only that logs are put over him and his bones are not removed. Young children are put bodily into the trees. The fact that the natives bestow any care on the bodies of the dead is doubtless owing to their fear of the spirits of the departed. In some places I've seen the legs drawn up and tied fast to the bodies in order to hinder the spirits of the dead, as it were, from getting out to frighten the living. Women and children whose spirits are not feared receive less attention and care after death. In several tribes it is customary to bury the body where the person was born. I know of a case where a dying man was transported 50 miles in order to be buried in the place of his nativity. It has even happened that the natives have begun digging outside a white man's kitchen door because they wanted to bury an old man born there. In central Queensland I saw many burial places on hills. Such are also said to be found in New South Wales and in Victoria. These burial grounds have been in use for centuries and are considered sacred. In South Australia and in Victoria, the head is not buried with the body, for the skull is preserved and used as a drinking cup. It is a common custom to place the dead between pieces of bark and grass on a scaffold, where they remain until they are decayed, and then the bones are buried in the ground. In the northern part of Queensland I've heard people say that the natives have a custom of placing themselves under these scaffolds to let the fat drop on them, and that they believe that this puts them in possession of the strength of the dead man. A kind of mummy, dried by the aid of fire and smoke, is also found in Australia. Male children are most frequently prepared in this manner. The corpse is then packed into a bundle, which is carried for some time by the mother. She has it with her constantly, and at night sleeps with it at her side. After about 6 months, when nothing but the bones remain, she buries it in the earth. Full-grown men are also sometimes carried in this manner, particularly the bodies of great warriors. This is done, for instance, in the southern part of Queensland, and a mummy of this kind may be seen in the Brisbane Museum. Mr. Finch Hatton relates in Advanced Australia that when an old warrior dies, he is skinned with the greatest care, and after the survivors have eaten as much of him as they like, the bones are cleaned and packed into the skin, and thus the remains are carried for years. The natives in the neighbourhood of Portland Bay, in the southwestern part of South Australia, cremate their dead by placing the corpse in a hollow tree and setting fire to it. This is also done by the tribes west of Townsville. In connection with this, I'm reminded of Lucian's words, various people have various modes of burial. The Greeks cremated their dead, the Persians buried them, the Hindus anoint them with a kind of gum, the Scythians eat them, and the Egyptians embalm them. Here we are given nearly all the modes of burial which have existed both among civilized people and among barbarians, and strange to say we find all these modes represented among the savages of Australia. The natives of Australia have this peculiarity in common with the savages of other countries, that they never utter the names of the dead, lest their spirits should hear the voices of the living, and thus discover their whereabouts. There seems to be a widespread belief in the soul's existence independently of matter. On this point, Fraser relates that the Kulin tribe, Victoria, believes that every man and animal has a murup, ghost or spirit, which can pass into other bodies. A person's murup may in his lifetime leave his body and visit other people in their dreams. After death, the murup is supposed to appear again, to visit the grave of its former possessor, to communicate with living persons in their dreams, to eat remnants of food lying near the camp, and to warm itself by their night fires. A similar belief has been observed among the blacks of Lower Guinea. On my travels, I too found a widespread fear of the spirits of the dead, to which the imagination of the natives attributed all sorts of remarkable qualities. The greater the man was on earth, the more his departed spirit is feared. Of the spirits of those long since departed there is no dread. Upon the whole, it may be said that these children of nature are enabled to conceive a human soul independent of the body, and the future life of the individual lasts no longer than his physical remains. In the various tribes are so-called wizards, who pretend to communicate with the spirits of the dead and get information from them. They are able to produce sickness or death whenever they please, and they can produce or stop rain and many other things. Hence these wizards are greatly feared. Mr. Kerr has very properly called attention to the influence of this fear of witchcraft upon the character and customs of the natives. It makes them bloodthirsty, and at the same time darkens and embitters their existence. An Australian native is unable to conceive death as natural, except as the result of an accident or of old age, while diseases and plagues are always ascribed to witchcraft and to hostile blacks. This superstitious fear causes and maintains hatred between the tribes, and is the chief reason why the Australian blacks continue to live in small communities and are unable to rise to a higher plane of social development. In order to be able to practice his arts against any black man, the wizard must be in possession of some article that has belonged to him, say some of his hair, or of the food left in his camp, or some similar thing. On Herbert River, the natives need only to know the name of the person in question, and for this reason they rarely use their proper names in addressing or speaking of each other, but simply their class names. The wizard is, as a rule, a man far advanced in years, but I knew a youth of only 20 who enjoyed a great reputation for his sorcery. The wizard is also the physician of the tribe, and imagines that he can cure all diseases, and that he has great power over the devil. I once met a black man who told me that he personally had been the victim of strange wizards, and that ever since that time he had been a sufferer from headache. One afternoon many years ago 2 wizards had captured him and bound him. They had taken out his entrails and put in grass instead, and had let him lie in this condition until sunrise. Then he suddenly recovered his senses and became tolerably well, a result for which he was indebted to a wizard of his own tribe, who thus proved himself more powerful than the 2 strangers. The blacks call an operation of this kind Kobe, and a man who is able to perform it, and who, as a matter of course, is very much respected and feared, is said to be much Kobe, a fact of which I too used to boast for the purpose of maintaining my importance in the eyes of the blacks, and in this I was successful, at least in the beginning. Kobe was the most dreadful thing imaginable. It usually ended in death, and although the life of the victim might be saved, he would forever after have a reminder in the form of constant headache. An old warrior in a tribe not far from Rockhampton was taken very ill. The tribe being at the time near a station, asked the manager, who was a friend of mine, to give the sick man some medicine. Holloway's pills, the usual medicine in the bush, was accordingly supplied to him, but without making him any better. The doctor of the tribe had then to bring his powers into action. All the blacks attributed his illness to some strange black fellows who had put some pieces of broken glass into him, and these the doctor was now willing to take out in order to effect a cure. The old man was laid in front of a big fire. All the members of the tribe had placed themselves solemnly round him, some of his 5 gins crying. Suddenly, out of the darkness, appeared a huge black fellow dressed up to his eyes in paint and feathers and carrying a long spear in his one hand, while in the other he held a small pouch made out of a kangaroo's scrotum. Then began the most awful row one can imagine, crocodile tears flowing in streams. The doctor placed himself within reach of the patient, stretched out his spear, and touched him with the point, and all the noise at once ceased. The eager look on all the dark faces round was something to see. Every time the doctor raised his spear, he produced a piece of broken glass from his hair and put it into the bag, this performance being followed by a great yell from all those assembled. He produced altogether 7 pieces of glass, and the crowd uttered a yell for each piece. When all was over, the doctor disappeared into the darkness, and the sick man recovered. All the blacks believed that he had drawn these pieces up the spear into his hair, and to try to convince them of the absurdity of such an opinion only made them sulkily say, "White fellow, stupid fellow." Strange to say, many of the civilized blacks believe that they will be changed hereafter into white men, that they will jump up white fellow, and it is also an interesting fact that many tribes use the same word for spirit and for white man. It has frequently happened that the savages have taken white men to be their own deceased fellows, which confirms the theory prevalent in many parts of Australia that the natives believe in a future life. Near a station in central Queensland, the white population observed that a black woman repeatedly brought food to the grave of her deceased husband. The Australian blacks do not, like many other savage tribes, attach any ideas of divinity to the sun or moon. On one of our expeditions, the full moon rose large and red over the palm forest. Struck by the splendor of the scene, I pointed at the moon and asked my companions who made it. They answered, "Other blacks." Thereupon I asked who made the sun, and I got the same answer. The natives also believe that they themselves can produce rain, particularly with the help of their wizards. To produce rain they call milka. When on our expeditions we were overtaken by violent tropical storms, my blacks always became enraged at the strangers who had caused the rain. Even my naive friend Yoke once boasted that he and the young Mangola Magi, who was a wizard, had produced rain to worry other blacks. I've succeeded in discovering myths and legends among the blacks of Herbert River, but they are close observers of the starry heavens, and I was surprised to find that they had different names for the planets, distinguishing them by their size. In other parts of Australia, the fancy of the natives makes the stars inhabited, and in this way several beautiful myths have been developed. The southern tribes of Australia not only occupy their minds with myths and legends, but they also have definite religious notions. Some very interesting information in regard to the idea of a god cherished by these southern natives has been furnished by Mr. Manning, who in 1845 discovered among some tribes of New South Wales a doctrine of the Trinity, which bears so striking a resemblance to that of the Christian religion that we are tempted to take it to be the result of the influence of missionaries. But according to the author, the missionaries did not visit these tribes until many years later. They recognized a supreme, benevolent, omnipotent being, Boima, seated far away in the northeast on an immense throne made of transparent crystal and standing in a great lake. He has an omniscient son, Ragali, who brings men to his father's throne to be judged by the latter, and the son is the mediator. There is also a third person, half human, half divine, Mugigali, who is the great lawgiver to men and who makes Boima's will known to them. They also believe in a hell with everlasting fire and a heaven where the blessed dance and amuse themselves. Several other authors agree that the southern tribes of Australia believe in a supreme good being, though they have nowhere found a religious system so perfectly developed as the one above described. Mr. Ridley's statements concerning the Kamilaroi tribe are particularly remarkable. These natives believe in a creator, Bai Ame, who is to judge mankind. The word is derived from Bayo to Karame, thus creator, and is distinctly identical with Manning's Boima. Others again, as for instance Mr. Mann in New South Wales, who has made a 30-year study of the blacks, deny that the natives have any religion whatever except fear of the devil. It is not easy to understand this want of agreement among the authorities. If, however, the above-mentioned theory that the south part of Australia is inhabited by a higher and more developed race than that in the north is correct, then this supplies the solution of the problem. As to the natives on Herbert River, It is my opinion that they do not believe in any supreme good being, but only in a demon, and it was even difficult for them to give any definite account of this devil. On the other hand, it must be admitted that the natives are very reluctant to give any information in regard to their religious beliefs. They look upon them as secrets not to be divulged to persons not of their own race. Hence there is a possibility that they believed in a God and had more developed notions than I suspected, but I do not regard this as probable. Besides, I have evidence from various sources that the same is the case with other tribes. Mr. George Angus says of the tribes on Murray River in South Australia, they appear to have no religious observances whatever. They acknowledge no supreme being, worship no idols, and believe only in the existence of a spirit, whom they consider as the author of ill, and regard with superstitious dread. They are in perpetual fear of malignant spirits or bad men, who, they say, go abroad at night, and they seldom venture from the encampment after dusk, even to fetch water without carrying a fire stick in their hands, which they consider has the property of repelling these evil spirits. In the fifth continent, page 69, Mr. Charles Eden appears to me to use rather strong language when he says, I verily believe that we have arrived at the sum total of their religion, if a superstitious dread of the unknown can be so designated. Their mental capacity does not admit of their grasping the higher truths of pure religion. Mr. Kerr is of the opinion that the religious ideas which people claim to have found among the Australian natives are simply the result of the influence of the white man, the ideas being modified to suit the fancy of the natives. At all events, it is certain that neither idolatry nor sacrifices are to be found in Australia, nor have the natives, so far as I know, ever been seen to pray. In conclusion, I would give a brief account of a conversation which I had one evening with the Kanaka at Herbert Vale, for in my estimation it throws some light on this question. In his native home in the far-off South Sea Islands, he had received instruction from missionaries, but had not been converted to Christianity. He said he did not like the missionaries. On this occasion, it was a mild, starlit night, such a one as can be seen only in the tropics. He asked me if it was true that we would someday go to the stars up there. I explained to him what Christianity teaches in regard to a life hereafter. There is a much better place up there after death, he remarked. Some of the natives were standing round us with their mouths wide open, suddenly burst into laughter, and pointing with one hand to the glittering stars, said, the blacks do not believe that there is anybody above us up there. The objection might be made to this statement that the natives, particularly the older ones, had secrets which they were unwilling to divulge to the younger members of the tribe, with whom the Kanaka mostly associated, and that he consequently was not acquainted with the religious ideas of the tribe. But it appears to me that so important a matter as the belief in a God could scarcely have escaped his observation, for he was constantly with them, both by day and by night. He spoke their language fluently, was married to a woman of their tribe, and had become wholly identified with them in customs and habits of thought. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Among Cannibals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Among Cannibals by Carl Lumholtz, translated by Rasmus Bjorn Anderson. Chapter 24. During the last part of my sojourn in Australia, my situation grew more and more perilous. In an unguarded moment, Yoke even happened to tell me how the blacks were constantly laying plots against me. We were at this time about to set poison for some animals, which I was trying to secure in Marbora's land. Marbora was himself one of our party, and I promised him not only tobacco, but also a handkerchief of many colors, if he would tell me honestly where I'd better lay the poison. There were 2 valleys to choose between, and I had a strong suspicion that he, from sheer laziness, chose the nearest one. I therefore assured him most positively that if he deceived me, he would get nothing, but he insisted that the animals were usually found in the nearest valley, which accordingly was to be preferred. As the others declared themselves willing to go farther, but still maintained that he was right, I was forced to believe him. We had much work and trouble in placing poisoned pieces of meat in various places along the river. Here we remained for 2 days without catching anything, and I therefore grew impatient and declared that he had deceived me. To my surprise, the others admitted this with smiles in their faces. Oita morbora, that is, Morbora's jest. He accordingly received no pay from me, although he demanded it. Still later in the evening I gave him a little tobacco so that he might be able to join the others in smoking, but he was not satisfied with this. He had made up his mind to get possession of all the tobacco I had left by taking my life. He got Mangola Maggie, who by the way had admitted that Morbora had lied to me to join him in this foul plot. As the reader will remember, he was an experienced cannibal. Together with 2 others, he had recently been out in search of human flesh and had been successful. He had no objection to give his assistance on this occasion, the more so as the reward would be abundant according to the standard of the blacks. Only the opportunity was wanting. The opportunity presented itself the next morning. They were all ready to attack me, and a part was assigned to each one of them. Mangola Maggie was to seize me from behind my back, while Morbora, who was the strongest, was to strike me on the head. I was sitting on the ground a short distance from the hut, and had carelessly left my revolver and my belt in my hut. They also tried to get Yoke into the plot, but at this time he had, fortunately for me, been inspired to do all in his power to save my life. And so he detained them for some time with his objections, advising them not to attack me just at that time. Before they had come to any definite conclusion, I'd got up and gone into my hut, and so I this time escaped Morbora's murderous plot. It was not until some time afterwards that I learned from Yoke the details of this intended attack. Later in the day, while we were resting on the bank of a river which we were about to cross, we met a dozen natives with whom Morbora at once entered into a spirited conversation. I had seated myself on the soft sand and intended to eat my dinner there, but I began to suspect that mischief was brewing, for I observed that Morbora grew more and more excited in his conversation with the strangers, and at last became perfectly pale with rage. I therefore decided to cross the river and eat my dinner on the other side, where I would feel more secure. I afterwards learned from Yoke that he had heard Morbora propose to the strange blacks that they should join him in killing me now that the opportunity was so favorable. It was not therefore strange that Morbora did not cross the river with me. He remained with the natives he had met, and with whom he soon disappeared in the scrubs. After that time I never saw him again. I had taken more interest in the education of this man than in that of any other. I treated him well and taught him, timid as he was in the beginning, to have confidence in the white man, and now my reward was that he tried to take my life no less than twice on the same day. It was to me a new and striking evidence of the bad character of the Australian native. At another time the danger was even more imminent. I had my camp near a little tribe, where there was an old acquaintance of mine, viz. Mangoran. As will be remembered, he had accompanied me on my first expedition with the blacks. We had just made our camp when he put in his appearance, and my people, who were afraid of him, gave him the greater part of the food and tobacco which they had received from me. This was more than I could stand, and as his laziness, moreover, had a bad influence on my people, I requested him to remain in his own camp. On this account Mangoran became mortally offended, and from that day I was the object of his deadly hate. My request that he should leave my premises was not complied with at once, but threats to use my revolver had the desired effect. Still I did not care to lose sight of him, for my provisions were never safe in his greedy propinquity. Yoke, too, comprehended the situation, for soon afterwards, when we were to start on an expedition, he proposed that for safety's sake we should take Mangoran, otherwise he would steal our provisions during our absence. Mangoran appeared willing at once, and seemed to be pleased with the usual reward of meat and tobacco which he would get on our return. The same evening I went down to the mountain stream near the camp to take my bath. My daily intercourse with the natives had made me less observant than caution demanded. I had left my revolver in the hut. While I was absent, a council of war was held in the camp. Mangoran, who for several days had been looking for an opportunity, was now eagerly urging the others to murder me, and was explaining how easy it would be to do this. The grass all the way to the bank of the river was tall, so that they could steal down upon me unobserved. He explained to them what their reward would be: flour, meat, tobacco, and a large woolen blanket. They could take all, even my gun. The other blacks, however, hesitated. An old man who once had been shot in the leg by the native police considered the undertaking risky. Yoke and another boy who was with me also argued against killing the white man. The end of the deliberations was that Mangoran and his wife should commit the murder. They were to steal down through the grass and attack me in the water, he armed with an axe, she with her yam stick. It is not difficult to see how this matter would have ended had I remained in the water as long as usual, but as good luck would have it, the weather happened to be so cool that I could only take a short bath, and I made haste to dress myself again. Thus they did not get to the river in time to attack me in my defenseless condition. When they saw that I was already dressed and on my way to my hut, they abandoned the project for the time. When Yoke a long time afterwards reported these facts to me, I asked him if they were not afraid of the police, to which he made the very appropriate response that the scrub is very large. They had been so sure that the murder would be a success that they had already in advance divided my property among themselves and decided that my body was to be thrown into the water and not eaten. One of the horses was to be eaten, but the other, the old pack horse, which was very lean, was to be set at liberty. Yoke added that he had made up his mind not to allow this, but would have taken both the horses to the station and would there have told the keeper what had happened. All this came from Yoke's lips as naively and confidently as if he were talking about a person already dead and gone. It seemed to me like reading in a newspaper about my own death and all its details, for I fully comprehended how near I had, in fact, been to death's door. I was surrounded by dangers on all sides, and I had no reason to look for any bettering of the circumstances, for the natives respect only those whites who shoot them, and as I did not use my gun against them, I at length came to be looked upon as a small white man. Yoke frequently blamed me for not being sufficiently kola, that is, angry. You do not shoot anybody, he added. My clothes were so tattered and torn that they scarcely hung together, and this fact did not tend to raise me in the eyes of the natives, who, like children, have a keen eye for such exterior matters, and regarded my rags as evidence that I was no longer the great man they had supposed. Add to this the defeat I had suffered on account of the conduct of the police, and it is evident that my life hung by a thread. The blacks near Herbert Vale, having proved themselves lazy and useless, I never took them with me, so they got no tobacco, which made them angry. Every time I started out on an expedition, they urged my people to murder me and throw my body into the water. This advice came not only from my former friends Willie and Jackie, but even from Nellie and the Kanaka. The greatest danger, however, threatened me from my own people, though I felt convinced that Yoke, despite his emotional disposition, would defend me to the extent of his ability. He had himself on one occasion told me that he did like the white man. Despite these many difficulties, I was determined not to give up, feeling sure that I would yet be able to make new discoveries in these interesting and strange regions. Yoke was my only faithful friend. Once in a while he had to go to his mother to get some tabola, but he soon returned, and he stayed with me, for he wanted to become white man. He had also made considerable progress. He could smoke tobacco as well as anybody, was himself the owner of a clay pipe, and was able to use a few English words with more or less ease. Still, there were some gaps in his education. He was continually pestering me to teach him how to ride and shoot. His eagerness to ride was soon cured. To mount the horse, he would climb up one of the forelegs just as if he were about to climb a tree. Not entirely pleased with this new style of being mounted, my pack horse, old Cassock, put forth the remnant of his strength and made a buck, so that Yoke came down much quicker than he had climbed up, and from that time I heard no more about his desire to ride. As my cook, he was very useful and saved me much trouble. but I always had to watch him. On one occasion, when he was to bake damper, he first had to wash his hands, a trouble he did not care to take. Instead of going down to the brook, he filled his mouth with water from the pail and squirted it upon his fingers, which he thereupon dried on the grass. He showed his hands to me to convince me that he had washed them, but I insisted on his doing it once more and in the proper way. Whatever fault might be found with Yoke, he had become utterly indispensable to me, and besides I gained much pleasure and entertainment from his company. I also made him laugh many a time, and after I had become a tolerable master of his language, and was able to tell him things for his amusement, he laughed so heartily that I have sometimes seen the tears stream down his cheeks. What is comic to the blacks strikes them at once and makes them laugh immediately. They are very humorous, have a decided talent for drollery, and are skilful mimics. I once saw a young Australian receive an order from his master, whereupon he immediately went to his companions and imitated his master's manner of speaking and acting, to the great amusement of the whole camp. In their dances they imitate in a striking manner the hopping of the kangaroo and the solemn movements of the emu, and never fail to make the spectators laugh. The natives like to imitate the white man's manners. My people had observed that I rinsed my mouth every evening. When they had observed this for some time, I was surprised to find some of them doing the same thing. They were also very fond of soap, not for the purpose of washing themselves clean, but to wash some shirt or other article of clothing which I had given them. They had frequently seen me use soap in washing my clothes. In spite of their respect for the gun, the clothes, and the many good things of the white man, they still look upon him as their inferior when they are on their own territory, and it must be admitted that he actually is their inferior in many respects. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of Among Cannibals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kevin Crody. Among Cannibals by Carl Lumholtz. Translated by Rasmus Bjorn Andersen. Winter in northern Queensland. Snakes as food. Hunting snakes. An unexpected guest at night. Yokai's first dress. Norway's mountains of food. Departure from Herbert Vale. Farewell to the world of the blacks. Winter had now set in earnest. The fields were gray, and the sun had lost much of its power. During the daytime it was still quite warm, though the heat was not oppressive. A more agreeable temperature than northern Queensland during this season of the year can scarcely be conceived, especially toward sunset. I felt perfectly comfortable in my shirt sleeves, without any vest. During the night, so much dew falls that the woolen blanket becomes saturated if one sleeps beneath the open sky. Walking in the grass in the morning is almost like wading in a river. One becomes drenched to the hips. But what glorious mornings! They stimulate a person to work, and their freshness awakens all the joys of life. The scrubs are very still in winter, and it is this stillness that gives the season its peculiar character. While the mammals and birds have donned their most beautiful and warmest furs and plumage, the natives go about as naked as in the summer. Not even in the night do they wear clothes, but warm themselves by the campfires. Yet, it is easy to procure subsistence during this season of the year. Fruits are not so abundant, but on the other hand, animal food is easily obtained. During this season, the natives are much occupied in hunting snakes, which during the winter are very sluggish, and can be slain in great numbers. The blacks are particularly fond of eating snakes, but they do not, like many of the southern tribes, eat poisonous serpents. One of the snakes most commonly eaten is the Australian python, Morelia variegata, the largest snake found in Australia, which here in northern Queensland may even attain a length of more than 20 feet. During winter, it seems to prefer staying in the large clusters of ferns found on the trunks of trees. At night, it seeks shelter from the cold among the leaves, but during the daytime, it likes to bask in the sunshine, which enables the natives to discover and kill it with their clubs, If attacked, it may bite with its many and sharp teeth, but the wound produced is not dangerous. These ferns grow in wreaths round the large trunks of trees, and look like the topsails of a ship, but they are far more numerous, and like the orchids, which grow pretty much in the same manner, are constant objects of interest to the natives. For in them they find not only snakes, but also rats and other small mammals, Euromes, Sminthopsis, Phascologale, etc. They therefore, as a rule, take the trouble to climb the trees to make the necessary search. They discover the snakes at a great distance, though the wreath may be 50 to 60 yards above the ground. We were at one time traveling along one of the mountain streams, while the blacks, as usual, kept a sharp lookout and examined the numerous clusters of fern in the scrub. Suddenly, they discovered something lying on the edge of one of these fern clusters, but very high in the air. Notwithstanding their keen eyesight, they were unable to make out whether it was a serpent or a broken branch. So a young boy, whom I usually called Willie, climbed up in a neighboring tree to investigate the matter. Ere long, he called down to us, "Vince! Vince!" that is to say, "Snake! Snake!" I was very much surprised, for the object looked to me like an old, leafless limb of a tree. Willie came down at once and lost no time in ascending the tree where the serpent was lying. When he had obtained a foothold near the fern wreath, he broke off a large branch and began striking the serpent, which now showed signs of life. The lazy snake soon received so many blows on the head that it fell down, and proved to be more than 10 feet long. While we were taking a look at it, we heard Willie, whom it was almost impossible to discover so high up in the tree, call down that he had found another snake, and this made the blacks jubilant. It seemed, however, to be more difficult for Willie to get this snake down, for it was protected among the leaves, and he was obliged to use his stick with all his might in order to drive it out. At last, it tried to make its escape, and crept out over the edge of the wreath of ferns in order to lay hold of the tree trunk. But the distance was too great, and it slipped. It could not get back, for Willie stood there striking it, and so this serpent, which was more than 16 feet long, fell off. In coming down, it struck the crown of a palm tree, which broke its fall, and, quick as lightning, it coiled itself round the trunk of the tree like a corkscrew. Willie did not give up. He came down and immediately climbed up in the palm tree to his victim, which was, however, so tenacious of life that it did not let go its hold until its head was crushed. When we came to look for the former serpent, we were astonished to find it gone. We all searched carefully everywhere among the stones on the bank of the river, but it was not to be found, and we had given up the search when Willie, to our surprise, came dragging it behind him. He had found it at the bottom of a hole in the river and had dived after it. These serpents are wonderfully tenacious of life. The one in question was apparently dead and motionless when we left it. Still, it had been able to crawl 20 paces and keep itself hidden at the bottom of a hole in the riverbed. The natives, being anxious to secure themselves against other mishaps of this sort, decided to roast the serpents at once. But, as we had not time for this, they procured a withy band from a lawyer palm, tied the two together until we returned in the evening, and made them fast to a tree, round the trunk of which the serpents coiled themselves. When we passed the place in the afternoon, there was still life in them, but they were soon dispatched, put together in bundles, and carried to the camp to be roasted for supper. As quickly as possible, the campfire was made and stones were heated, for snakes are one of those delicacies which are prepared in the most recherché manner. The snakes were first laid carefully in circular form, in order that they might occupy as small a space as possible, each forming a disc fastened together with a reed. They looked like the rope coils made by sailors on the deck of a ship. Large serpents and the flesh of fish, cattle, and men are all prepared in the following interesting manner. First, a hole is made in the ground about a foot deep, and in it a great fire is built. Over the fire, a few stones about twice the size of a man's fist are placed. When the stones have become red hot, they are laid aside and the rest of the fire is cleared away. Then a number of the stones are put down into the hole, and over them are laid fresh green leaves, especially of the so-called native ginger, Alpinia caerulea. Upon these the meat is placed, and is covered with leaves and with the rest of the hot stones. The dug-out earth is then spread over the hole, which has the appearance of an anthill. If an opening is discovered letting out steam, it is immediately covered so as to keep the heat within the hill. Now the baking is permitted to go on undisturbed. The natives know precisely when the meat is done, and they never make a mistake. The hot stones have developed an intense heat, which gradually bakes or roasts the food thoroughly and preserves all its flavor. On opening the mound, the outer leaves are found to be scorched, while the inner ones are fresh and green, and give the dish a very inviting appearance. Beef prepared in this manner has a very fine flavor. If leaves of the ginger plant are used, they give the food a peculiar, piquant taste. While I lived among the savages, I adopted this manner of preparing my salt beef, after leaving it in a brook overnight to get rid of the saltness. No one who has never tasted meat prepared in this manner has any conception of what an excellent flavor it has. The principle is much the same as that applied in France, of roasting birds in clay, and in America, of baking clams. In my opinion, fishermen and hunters should adopt this method of preparing their meat. Large leaves are not necessary. Common grass may be used, but it must be fresh and green, and must be put on in thick layers. The Australian native does not take so great pains with common meat, but simply roast it on the fuel or in the hot ashes. In this manner he also prepares his larvae, beetles, birds, lizards, and eggs. His fish he wraps up in leaves and then roasts it in the ashes. The natives never use boiling water in preparing their food. Hence, they have no kettles. Food is not kept in a raw state, but is always roasted before it is put away. There is, however, rarely anything to save. When the serpents were done and were taken out of the hot leaves, they were perfectly whole as before. Their bands were loosened, and the snakes stretched out to their full length and cut open along one side with one of their own jawbones. First, the fat is taken and handed in long strings to the greedy mouths. Then the heart, liver, and lungs. Finally, the body itself is to be divided. As the jawbone is not a sufficiently sharp tool for this purpose, they bite the serpent into pieces with their teeth. Nothing is wasted, for even the backbone is crushed between the stones and eaten, and the blacks lick and suck the small amount of juice which drops from the meat, and enjoy themselves hugely. But the greatest delicacy is the fat. What cannot be eaten on the spot is put away in the hut, and in this instance they ate the leavings for 4 whole days, until the meat finally became putrid. When we left the camp, I observed that they, strange to say, did not burn these remains of the serpents, which is their usual custom with uneaten food, in order to prevent the witchcraft of strangers. Snake flesh has a white color, and does not look unappetizing, but it is dry and almost tasteless. The liver, which I found excellent, tastes remarkably like game, and reminds one of the best parts of the ptarmigan. While they were being carved, the serpents diffused an agreeable fragrance, like that of fresh beef, and the large liver, which I obtained in exchange for tobacco, supplied me for several days with a welcome change of my monotonous fare. The natives stand in great fear of poisonous serpents, a fact no doubt due to their helplessness against them. If they discover such a one, they usually get out of its way, and if they attempt to kill it, they do so by throwing at it from a distance. Accordingly, the blacks were frequently surprised to see me go close to a poisonous snake and kill it with a stick. On such occasions, they certainly realized the superiority of the white man. For my part, I had gradually become so accustomed to snakes that it simply amused me to see them, if they did not come into too dangerous proximity. The beauty of their forms and motions awakened my admiration, though on the other hand, it must be admitted that their life and habits are not particularly interesting. About 2/3 of the Australian serpents are poisonous, but only 5 varieties are said to be absolutely dangerous to man. People who visit the tropics for the first time always fear these reptiles at first, and no doubt justly so. But in course of time, they discover that their fear has been too great, and that it should be overcome. When a person is bitten, it is especially important to keep cool, for fear and excitement make the matter worse and may end in disaster. It is no rare thing for a bushman, when bitten, to be foolish enough to chop off the bitten limb. As the serpents are so numerous in Australia, it is of course necessary to keep a sharp lookout and not get too close to them. They may be met with everywhere, on the ground, in the trees, in the water, nay, even in the houses. Though most of the snakes seek their food at night, one's watchfulness should not be relaxed in the daytime. The bushman's precaution of always examining his bed before retiring to rest I deem worthy of imitation. A boy near Rockhampton was bitten by a brown snake in his bed and died. Deaths from serpent bites are rare in Australia. In a case known to me, a man died from the bite of the brown serpent, Diaminia, without feeling any pain to the very last, while I also know of instances where the serpent bites have caused the most violent pain. The serpents are in fact timid, and are inclined to run away from danger, and, so far as I have been able to observe, they never attack men unless during the pairing season. But if we come suddenly upon them, their irritable and ugly temper makes them bite with a movement as quick as lightning. Poisonous serpents were not so numerous here as farther south in Queensland. Still, they could not be called rare. One day, as we were sitting together round the fire, I was startled by the cry of the blacks, "Vince! Vince!" that is, snake, snake. A serpent had appeared in my hut, but hid when it heard the shouting of the blacks. Being utterly unable to get it out of the foliage, of which the wall of my hut was constructed, I assumed that it had crept back into the grass which grew outside. The same night, I was awakened by some inexplicable cause. There was no sound, and in the clear light of the campfire, no suspicious object could be discerned. At the same moment, I discovered a serpent, which was slowly and noiselessly creeping up my left side toward my head. I quietly allowed the snake to proceed until I saw its tail pass my cheek. After a few moments, I arose, quickly changed my bed, and slept the rest of the night on the other side of the campfire. Had I made the slightest motion, the snake would doubtless have bitten me. It was near the end of June. The expeditions I had made during the last weeks were in a certain sense interesting, but they were less profitable than heretofore. I had discovered that there was not much more for me to do here, and even though I might have had a rich field to explore, I was hardly able to stand any longer the many privations and difficulties with which I had had to contend. I did not find my occupation tedious, but still I could not help longing to get away. There was here absolutely nothing of that to which I had been accustomed. For months I had lived with people who were not even able to pronounce my name. A feeling akin to homesickness kept getting possession of me. I longed for civilization. No matter how zealous a naturalist a man may be, he is first of all a human being. And when this feeling comes upon us, we cannot conquer it, but must perforce give in. I accordingly went back to Herbert Vale and prepared to leave these regions and return to central Queensland. It was necessary to get some of the natives to go with me to assist in carrying the baggage, but it was important to be careful in the choice of men. I was unwilling to trust myself to the blacks about the station, and the others were afraid of the strange land which we had to traverse. Their speech would betray them, they said, and so they would in short time be killed and eaten. Yokai alone expressed a desire to accompany Mami. Still, he would not dare unless he was joined by another black man, viz. Chinaman, the person I disliked most of them all. As the reader may remember, he was a great rascal who had caused me much annoyance. But as there was no other way, I had to swallow this bitter pill, for I could not go alone. With the greatest care, all my specimens were packed into large cloths, which the postman had brought me from Cardwell, and which I had sewed into a kind of bag. Then all was put on the backs of the horses, and it made them look like camels. Yokai and Chinaman carried some of the smaller bundles and led the horses, and I followed on foot. To Yokai I had given the whole suit of clothes as a reward for his services. I am sorry to say it was about all I was able to do for him. He was, however, exceedingly happy in his first dress, and felt more secure against strange blacks, who would judge by his clothes that he was in the service of a white man. The natives hesitate to attack a black man who is dressed, for they are afraid that they may be shot by his master. Yokai had, of late, talked much about going to Norway, across the great water in the great canoe. There he was sure of getting all he wanted of flour and tobacco. In Norway, he would get him a wife, he said. She must be a white woman, but one was enough. It would not be good to have two, he thought. I had also taught him to say Norway, and he believed that we were now bound for that country, with its mountains of food and tobacco. On the way, my old pack-horse tumbled backwards down a steep riverbank, and lay on his side with my valuable baggage under him. I got him up again, and was happy to find that no damage had been done. With the exception of this mishap, I arrived unscathed at Mr. Gardner's farm at Lower Herbert, where I met with the most friendly reception. Great changes had been made here since I left. I could scarcely recognize the place. Near the farm a whole sugar plantation had grown up. Where the dense scrubs flourished when I was there before, the fields were now covered with sugar cane, and there was life and bustle everywhere. On the plantation I got some boxes, in which I packed my collection, and soon was ready to go on board a barge, which was to carry me down the river to Dungeness. Yokai took a deep interest in all that he saw and heard. He lived high, stuffed himself with sugar cane, and pretended to be a man of great importance. In this case, it certainly was the clothes that made the man. But everything was so new and strange to him that he did not feel perfectly at home. He had already given up the journey across the great water, and he was longing to get back to his own mountains. I had taken precautions that he should in no way suffer in this strange land, and I also made arrangements for his safe return to his own tribe. Before I went on board the boat, I asked him if he would like to go with me to Norway. He shrugged his shoulders and answered a positive no. I shook his hand and bade him goodbye. But I did not discover the faintest sign of emotion. He gazed at me steadfastly, with his large brown eyes, beneath his broad-brimmed hat, but did not understand the significance of shaking hands. Thus I parted from my only friend among the savages, and many emotions crowded upon me as the vessel glided away, memories of stirring days I had passed with him, and a sense of deep gratitude for the many services he had done me. Upon the whole, I took leave of the country of the blacks, and my interesting life in the mountains with strange feelings in my breast. Some of the impressions derived from this grand phase of nature I shall never forget. When the tropical sun, with its bright, dazzling rays, rises in the early morning above the dewy trees of the scrub, when the Australian bird of paradise arranges its magnificent plumage in the first sunbeams, and when all nature awakens to a new life which can be conceived but cannot be described, it makes one sorry to be alone to admire all this beauty. Or when the full moon throws her pale light over the scrub-clad tops of mountains and over the vast plains below, while the breezes play gently with the leaves of the palm tree, and when the mystic voices of the night birds ring out in the still quiet night, there is indeed melancholy, but also untold beauty in such a situation. I was, however, not sorry to leave the people. I had come to Herbert Vale full of sympathy for this race, which the settler drives before him with a rifle, but after the long months I had spent with them, my sympathy was gone, and only my interest in them remained. Experience had taught me that it is not only among civilized people that men are not so good as they ought to be. End of Chapter 25. Read by Kevin Crody.
Chapter 26 of Among Cannibals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Among Cannibals by Carl Lumholtz, translated by Rasmus Bjorn Anderson. Chapter 26. A race so uncivilized as the Australian natives has, of course, no written language. Still, they are able to make themselves understood by a kind of sign language. Now and then the natives send information to other tribes, and this is done by the aid of figures scratched on a message stick made of wood about 4 to 7 inches long and 1 inch wide. Some of them are flat, while others are round and about as thick as a man's finger. They often are painted in different colors. I myself saw one of these sticks, which came to a native among my acquaintances on Herbert River. The man told me that he understood the inscription perfectly well, and he even prepared a similar stick on which he wrote an answer. The message stick is from central Queensland. One side is meant to represent an enclosed piece of ground. There's a gate in the fence, and the dots mean grass and sheep. I'm also fortunate in being able to give an illustration of another message stick with the interpretation of its inscription, which conveys a message from a black woman named Now Wang Jung to her husband Karalinga of the Woongo tribe. Other message sticks are engraved with straight or circular lines in regular patterns, as in embroidery. This has caused an entirely different view of their significance, which supposes them to be merely cards to identify the messenger. This view may be correct, but it is not corroborated by my experience on Herbert River. Nearly every tribe has its own language, or at least its own dialect, so that the members of different tribes are unable to understand each other. The reason for this is, to a great extent, the hostility existing between the tribes. Of course, every tribe is familiar with the language of its nearest neighbors and makes use of nearly the same dialect when they talk with a friendly tribe, but they treat a hostile tribe with scorn and ridicule their language. The language, not being written, is constantly undergoing change, and there is even a difference between the speech of the old people and the children. If you put the same question to a black man 3 or 4 times, his last answer will be expressed differently, though he uses the same words. In spite of difference between the languages spoken in the various parts of the continent, an intimate relation is believed to exist between them, and it is the prevailing opinion that they spring from a common root language. At all events, it is a fact that many words are the same in very large districts, even in places so far apart that they cannot possibly have influenced each other by communication. I know a case where a black man from Claremont understood the language spoken in Aramac and on Georgina River, and yet he had never been there. This similarity of vocabulary must not be confounded with those words which are used everywhere and which have been spread by Europeans. Many of these are not Australian in their origin. The colonist who moves from one part of the country to another generally takes with him some of the words of the language of the blacks, and thus these are transplanted into new soil. In this manner, many words have emigrated from Victoria and New South Wales and have taken root with the new civilization. There are now a number of such words which are in vogue throughout the civilized part of the continent. For example, yarraman, horse, dillybag, basket, cabra, head, bingy, belly, gin, woman, grandma, to steal, bail, knot, bootgari, excellent, corroboree, festive dance, dingo, dog, etc. We can even trace words which the Europeans have imported from the natives of other countries. For example, pickaninny, a child. This word is said to have come originally from the Negroes of Africa through white immigrants. In America, the children of Negroes are called pickaninny. When the white men came to Australia, they applied this word to the children of the natives of this continent. Such civilized words, however, seldom take root in the language of the blacks. They simply use them in conversation with the white man, though a few words are carried in this manner from one district to another. This method of transplanting is not of any great importance. A natural affinity between the languages can with certainty be pointed out. Some words are almost identical throughout the continent. An excellent illustration of this is found in the word for eye. In Caledon Bay, on the Gulf of Carpentaria, it is male. Endeavour River, on the northwest coast, 16 degrees south latitude, mule. Moreton Bay, 29 degrees south latitude, nil. Port Macquarie, 33 degrees south latitude, 68 miles south from Sydney, May. Port Jackson, Sydney, my or me. Limestone Creek, 140 miles west of Sydney, Milla. Yarra Tribe, Victoria, my-e. King George Sound, southwest coast, 35 degrees south latitude, Mill. Herbert River, 18 degrees south latitude, Mill. An equally interesting example is found in the numeral 2, which is tolerably constant throughout the continent. Bular, Bulara, Bulora, Budalar, Burla, Bala, Bullid, Bulray, Pulet, Pular, Pulai, Bolita, Bulikt, Boluin, etc. Even in Tasmania the word is found, Puala. The words for 1 and 3 are, on the other hand, always different. A common root can also be shown in the personal pronoun. I is called Nagaya, Nagaya, Nagatoa, Nagai, Nagay, Nagi, Nagan, Nagu, Nagipa, Nagape, etc. Thou, Inta, Niginta, Niginte, Nginda, Nigin, Nina, Nindu, Nigina. Upon the whole, though the various languages have but little in common, there are certain peculiarities which may be regarded as characteristic of them all. They are polysyllabic. The accent is usually on the penultimate or antepenultimate, and the words are therefore not unpleasant to the ear. Indeed, many of them are full of euphony and harmony. The large number of vowels contributes much to this result. Guttural sounds are particularly prominent. The S sound appears to be very rare. On Herbert River, I heard only 2 words which contained the letter S, Sutango, tobacco, and Sinchin, syphilis, and so far as I know, S is found only in the beginning of words. In grammar, the languages also differ widely. At all events, the authors who have sought to discuss these matters thoroughly have arrived at very different results. Mr. Beveridge, who has studied the languages of Victoria, claims that the syntax is very simple, saying that the various grammatical relations are expressed solely by prolongations, accentuations, and changes of position of the words. Mr. Lang, on the contrary, holds an entirely different opinion. He supports the popular theory that the Australian natives have in the past occupied a much higher plane of civilization than at present, and thinks he is able to find traces of a decayed civilization in the languages of the tribes, which, in his opinion, are very perfect. As a striking example, he mentions the inflections of the verbs. At Moreton Bay, the verbs have far more inflections than the verbs in the Hebrew language. They can be conjugated reflexively, reciprocally, frequentatively, causatively, and permissively. They have not only indicative, imperative, and subjunctive, past, present, and future expressed by definite inflectional endings, but each one of these endings may assume distinct shades of meaning expressed by different inflections. The imperfect of the verb to speak, goal, has not only a form which means spoke, but forms which mean spoke today, spoke yesterday, spoke some days ago, etc. The same is the case with the future. There are 3 imperatives. 1. Speak. 2. Thou shalt speak, emphatic. 3. Speak if you can or if you dare, ironical. The nouns are regularly inflected by suffixes. Nagu means of, go to, da, in, die, from, kunda, with, etc. The pronouns have both dual and plural form. Nagaya, I, Nagula, we two, you and I, Nagulina. Compare Herbert River, Alingpa, we two, he and I, etc. This complicated syntax is found in many tribes, though they may have widely different languages. Mr. E. M. Kerr of Melbourne has recently, in a great and very meritorious work, The Australian Race, pointed out a most striking resemblance between the languages of the Australian blacks and those of the African Negroes. His opinion is that the Australian natives are descended from the African Negroes by a cross with some other race. He admits that the Australian blacks look quite different from the natives of Africa, but he shows that the customs, the superstitions, and above all, the languages agree in many respects in a most remarkable manner. He points out the striking fact that while the Papuan and the Australian languages are almost totally different, still many of the words used by the Australian blacks are almost identical with those employed by the Negroes of Africa. The language of the natives on Herbert River is imperative and brief. A single word frequently expresses a whole sentence. Will you go with me is expressed simply by the interrogation naginta, thou, and the answer, I will stay where I am, by Kari Nagipa, I remain. I will go home, Nagipa, me tago, literally, I, in respect to the hut. The suffix go literally means with regard to, and is usually added to nouns to give them a verbal meaning, but it is also sometimes added to verbs. The question, Wainta Morbora, that is, where is Morbora, can be answered by saying only Titiengo, he is gone hunting, Titien, Wallaby, literally, with respect to Wallaby, or for example, Matago, he is at home, literally, with regard to the hut. Matego means he is eating, literally, with regard to eating. Throw him into the water is expressed simply by Nagalogo. As is evident, this is a very convenient suffix as it saves a number of moods and tenses. It may also be used to express the genitive, for example, Tulgil Tomo Perogo, the bones of the ox. There frequently is no difference between nouns, verbs, and adjectives. Kola means wrath, angry, and to get angry. Poka means smell, to smell and rotten. Oito means a jest and to jest. It is noon, is vi, o ruppy, sun big. It is early in the morning, is vi, naklum, sun little. It is near sunset, is vi, mola, mangan. Kola is a very common word. It is in fact used to call attention to the strange or remarkable sound, and means hush. Kolimal, hush, there is a strange man. Koli is also used to express indignation or a protest. Far from it. A superlative of an adjective is expressed by repetition. For example, crawly, crawly, very old. The vocabulary is small. The language is rich in words describing phenomena that attract the attention of the savage, but it lacks words for abstract notions. The natives, being utterly unable to generalize, have no words for kinds or classes of things as tree, bird, fish, etc., but each variety of these things has its own name. Strange to say, there are words not only for the animals and plants which the natives themselves use, but also for such as they have no use for or interest in whatever. On Georgina River, the natives have a special word for sweetheart. On Herbert River, I found, to my surprise, various names for flame and coals. Bakon meant campfire, coals, or the burning stick of wood, while the flame was called Koyilla. Of numerals, the Australian natives have no comprehension. Many tribes have only 2 numerals, viz. 1 and 2, and by combining these they can count to 5. Thus 1 Kairape, 2 Poulet, 3 Poulet Kairape, 4 Poulet Poulet, 5 Poulet Poulet Kairape. Several tribes have 3 numerals, as for instance Herbert Vale tribe, 1 Yongle, 2 Yakun, 3 Carbo, 4, etc., is usually expressed by tagin, many. Occasionally a tribe may be found which has a word for 10. The word literally means 2 hands, Bolita Murang, a remarkable parallel existing in many other languages, from the Sandwich Island to Madagascar, in which the word lima means both hand and 5. The dialects of the natives abound in proper nouns. Every locality has its name, every mountain, every brook, every opening in the woods. Many of these names are remarkable for their euphony. As a curiosity, I quote the following stanza. I like the native names as Parramatta and Illawarra and Woolloongollo, Toongabe, Mittagan and Coolangatta and Urumban and Koad Gigang Meru, Uren Narina, Jakwa, Boko, Mata, Nandaura, Tumbarumba, Wogaru, the Wolondili and the Wingi Karibi, the Warragumbi, Dabi, Bungaribi. It is a strange fact that the dialects in a great part of the country are named after their respective negatives. Wairoy is a dialect in which Wairai means no, and Wailewan is one in which whale means no. Thus Kama-Laroy, Wo-Laroy, etc. Picambul is an exception. In this dialect, Piku means yes. One cannot help thinking of the French Languedoc and Languedoil. Collection of words from Herbert River. Alinkpa, Witu. Amari, hungry. Emon, breast. Atta, Moretambe, and Rockhampton, Atta, eye. Bagoro, sword. Serpent liver. Balin, moon. Bambo, egg. Bampa, distant. Bata, take. Bamo, brother's son. Bingan, foot, footprint. Bina, ear. Boongari, dendrologus. Lumholtz, Bor, bobby, battle, duels. Borogo, a variety of pseudochirus. Deer, bearer, tomorrow. Dambi, woman. Era, teeth. Itaka, tuft. Even, Calamus australis. Faringa, stone, rock. Gangita, handkerchief. Gilgla, the L to be pronounced with thick palatal sound. Cassowary. Grow, aun, megapodius, tumulus. Bird, egg, nest. Go, suffix, Moreton Bay. Co, in regard to. Gambian, echidna. Gory, blood. Hanka, whence. Cadera, opossum. Iricosaurus, vol, pecula. Gajera, caicus media. Kino, today. Kino, well, sound. Kakabago, go. Kalo, come on. Cayman, climbing implement. Camo, water. Carbo, 3. Kari, remain. Kawan, nausea. Kari, axe. Kadul, cold. Kellen, old man, sir, word of address. Kobe, arts of witchcraft. Kola, substantive and adjective. Anger, angry. Kola, hush. Komor, bori, many, large multitude. Kona, excrements. Konka, unharmed, raw, not roasted. Kantagan, nice weather. Kanta, barren. Dark, dark night. Kuan, dunno, thunder. Koradan, a kind of fruit. Koyila, flame. Krali, old. Kurun, guy, thirsty. Kut, jari. Tala, gala, lathami. Kavikal, paramalus, nasuta. Kavingan, evil spirit, devil. Maja, not, no. Mal, Moreton Bay. Malar, Yelta, Malay, man, especially of a strange and hostile tribe. Melon, hand. Mali, good, excellent. Mami, master. Manta, membrum, Wirilla. Monte, Quran, an oath of uncertain meaning, also a word of abuse. Marbo, Laos, margin, gun. Mawa, crawfish. Milka, verb, produce rain. Mil, I. Minna, compare. Moreton Bay, Mena, how. Minna, Minana, go, how in the world. Mitta, hut. Mogul, Moreton Bay, Magle, head. Mola, near. Mungan, mountain. Mungan, pseudo-charis, herbertensis. Motai, verb and substantive. Eat, food. Moyo, anus. Na, ye, no. Nico, verb, own. Naklam, the L to be pronounced with thick palatal sound. Little. Nagalo, water. Nagaloa, dactylopsila, travergata. Naginta, you. Nagipa, I. Nangashli, only. Nilly, girl. Oito, jest. Unda, sea. Orapi, large. Pira, substantive and adjective. Fear, afraid. Pipo, from the English pipe. Poka, hair. Smell. Kuka, boka. Pokan, grassland, grass. Pool, verb, smell. Puli, flee. Sinchen, rash. Syphilis. Satungo, tobacco. Tuggin, many, much, also the numeral 4. Tokol-goro, a word of exclamation, poor fellow. Telgoro, human flesh. Talon, tongue. Taman, fat. Chiga, sit. Tityen, wallaby. Tobola, a kind of fruit. Tomobero, cattle, meat. Tula, pseudo-charis, are, carry. Tul, gill, bone, bones. Tul, gin, scrub. Tungna, drink. Tungu, sweet. Todala, or phonics, spaldingii. Vakun, coals. Vanera, hot. V, sun. Vera, a kind of fig which grows on grassland. Viku, bad. Vind, che, snake. Vamba, belly. Vondo, an edible root of a climbing plant. Vuli, adjective, dead. Vuru, nose. Votel, sleep. Vuka, thigh. Waintha, where. Yabi, pseudo-charis, lemurorides. Yakan, to. Yala, remain. Yamina, a monster. Yankee, a kind of fig. Yari, dasaruus. Yari, honey. Year, galingera, star. Yokan, fog rain. Yongal, one. Yopolo, hip. Cipri, mon, nadan. Muscatus. Names of men. Irgan, Ganindali, Gangola, Kaldubaro, Kauri, Mangola, Magi, Mangoran, Mawa, Morbora, Nango, Madal, Nilgoro, Pingaro, Poko, Yankee, Yora, Yoke. Names of women. Ganbaro, Kalanmi, Mola, Mola, Olanga. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Among Cannibals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Among Cannibals by Carl Lumholtz, translated by Rasmus Bjorn Andersen. Chapter 27. After a voyage of a few days, I arrived in safety at Gracemere. On the journey from Herbert River down the coast, you pass 2 establishments for freezing meat for export, viz. Bowen and Rockhampton. This comparatively new industry in Australia has recently been largely developed and is no doubt destined to become of great importance to the country, which will in this manner be able to dispose of its great surplus of meat. The largest amount is exported from New Zealand. Gracemere was now in its winter dress. How poor central Queensland looks to a person coming from the charming tropics of northern Queensland. But here in the south the genuine Australian landscape is found, the characteristic feature of which is the fantastical and the gloomy, solemn gum trees which lose their white bark in winter, just as European trees shed their leaves. Stiff grass trees, solemn-looking acacias can hardly give any charm to a landscape, and yet I have seen beautiful landscapes outside northern Queensland, as for instance the Fern Tree Gully in Victoria, where the most splendid tree ferns grow at the feet of the highest trees in the world. The views from the heights in the rear of the capital of South Australia across the wide Adelaide plains are very imposing, as are also those obtained on a journey across the Blue Mountains in New South Wales, especially where the windings of the Parramatta River are seen in the distance. Though I enjoyed in a high degree the pleasure attendant upon a return to the comforts of civilization, I soon began to make expeditions northward along the coast. On one occasion I was invited to take part in hunting the dugong, Halicore dugong. I set out in the latter part of August in a carriole, which the archers many years ago had imported from Norway, and which probably is the only one of the kind in all Australia. The carriole requires a good road, for it easily upsets on account of the short distance between the two wheels, but in the open woodlands of Australia it is possible to drive almost anywhere if there are no fences, brooks, or other obstacles. After a journey of 4 days I arrived at Toria, where preparations were at once made for the hunt. The first need was a boat. My host had only a small sailing boat given to him by some French communists who had escaped from their confinement in New Caledonia and landed on his premises. One of these fugitives had been employed on the farm and was an excellent carpenter. He undertook to repair the old rotten hulk, which had been lying on the bank of the river for a long time exposed to the sun and rain. It was a well-built boat with new sails and good masts, but in other respects it had seen its best days. The Frenchman went to work industriously, encouraged by the lady of the house, who promised him that he should be permitted to take part in the hunt, which in her mind was a guarantee that he would repair the boat properly. And after he had spent 8 days in caulking, rigging, and pitching the craft, he declared her seaworthy, and we at length put to sea. The crew consisted of my host, my English friend the squatter, the Frenchman, and myself. We were to take turns in bailing. After a pleasant sail, we reached an island late in the evening, and there we made our camp on the shore. We had taken drinking water with us. The old mangrove stems made an excellent fire, and the soft sand a pleasant bed. We also set fire to some tall grass, in order to give the signal to some blacks who had agreed to join us here. Early the next morning, 2 natives, who were to assist us in hunting, came rowing in a canoe from the mainland. One of them paddled the canoe, while the other one kept bailing out water with a large shell. The canoe of the natives here is made of 3 pieces of bark, one forming the bottom and 2 the sides. The pieces are sewed together with wood fibers, and there is nothing by way of ribs to keep the pieces bark together. Simply a small cross piece to support the sides, nor are there rowlocks or rudder. There's only room for 2, and as the water continually pours in, one man is occupied in bailing, while the other paddles on the 2 sides alternately with a stick about 2 yards long. We took both the blacks and their canoe on board and started with full sail for Saltwater Bay. The difference between ebb and flood was here about 28 feet. In Broad Sound, which lies a little farther to the north, the difference is said to be greater than anywhere else in the world, that is, about 33 feet. Saltwater Bay is very shallow, and the large fields of mud that become visible at ebb tide are covered with submarine algae. Here the dugong, the strange Australian sea cow, seeks its food when the tide rises. In the innermost part of the bay we found a place for a camp. We rose early the next morning, and as soon as the water was deep enough, rowed out. The blacks brought the implements to be used. The harpoon consists of 2 parts, the handle and spear. The point or spear is a piece of wire about 11 inches long, sharpened at one end, the other being enclosed in grass and wood fiber, forming a sort of knot, which fits exactly into a hole in the handle so as to be held firmly in its place. To this knot a line is fastened. When the harpoon is thrown, the point enters the animal, and at the same time the handle is set free and floats about on the water. This handle is a heavy wooden rod about 3 yards long. Although the point is without barbs, still it sticks fast in the dugong's thick skin, as if the letter were made of gutta percha. The point of the harpoon is bent into a hook the moment the animal starts away, and when, from tugging at the canoe, it has become sufficiently exhausted, it is finally towed up to the boat, and its nostrils adroitly closed with wooden plugs, and thus it is choked. Before the natives in this part of Australia had come in contact with Europeans, and had learned the value of iron, they used barbed harpoon points made of wood. The manner in which the natives catch the dugong shows more thought and reflection than we would expect from savages so low in the scale of development as the Australian aborigines. The fact that the black man, lazy as he is by nature, will submit to all the toil necessary to capture the animal is proof of the great value he puts upon its flesh and fat. As we sailed across the bay before a light breeze, our natives did not fail to discover a large amount of loose grass floating on the water, positive evidence that the dugong was not far away. Nor did many moments pass before the man keeping watch in the stern of the boat called out, "Parabella, parabella," that is, dugong, dugong. We sent the blacks out in their own canoe. One of them seized the bailing shell, while the other put his long spear and his lines in order, and so they rowed softly out among the animals, which kept coming nearer and nearer. We remained as quiet as possible in the distance and witnessed the scene before us with the deepest interest. More than 50 dugongs were approaching, and 1 or 2 came within a few yards of our boat. They frequently raised their heads above the water to get breath, making a heavy, loud expiration, and then with a quick inspiration they again disappeared in the deep. The blacks kept rowing among them in order to select a suitable victim. At length the spear leaves the unerring hand of the black hunter. A great splash in the water shows that the harpoon has not missed its aim. The animal is pierced by a second harpoon and starts off with 2 lines. After half an hour it is so exhausted that it can be brought up to the canoe, where its nostrils are plugged. By uniting our efforts, we at length succeeded in bringing the animal into our boat. Although it was a mere calf, it was no easy matter to get it on board. We took the blacks into our boat and set sail so as to reach our camp at the head of the bay before the water became too shallow. It was a touching sight to see the mother of the slain animal following us for a long time, swimming to and fro near the boat for half an hour, and then going away. We brought our game safe ashore and at once began to skin it. In the meantime the blacks were cooking a grey mullet, mughal, which has an excellent flavour. They fried it in fat from the dugong, and this, accompanied by a glass of whisky, formed an excellent meal. The successful hunt put us in the best of spirits. The squatter jokingly proposed that we, like the blacks, should anoint our bodies with dugong oil and dance a corroboree all night through. The Frenchman, our cook, was as happy as a lark, and was quite in his element when some of the most tender parts of the dugong were placed over the coals to roast. The meat had an exceedingly delicate flavour, and tasted like something midway between veal and pork, but far better than either. The squatter imagined himself in Paris, and was reminded of the Hôtel du Louvre, where he had spent many a day of his earlier life. My host and myself were busy preparing the skin. The blacks were in the best of spirits. They fried and ate as much of the meat as they pleased, and thereupon an unlimited supply of tobacco was placed at their disposal. When night set in, our camp presented a most picturesque appearance. 3 large campfires blazed among the gum trees. The columns of smoke ascended in the calm evening, and the stars glittered over a company as wide apart in tastes and interests as in nationality, but all gay and happy. 1 Englishman, a white Australian, a Frenchman, a Norseman, and 2 Australian blacks. The dugong has become widely known on account of its fat, which even several years ago was found to be an excellent remedy for consumption and nervous prostration. A physician in Brisbane found it difficult to procure cod liver oil from Europe for his patients, and so he determined to try the fat of the dugong. He boiled it into an oil, of which the medicinal qualities were found to be most remarkable. Near Brisbane, a dugong fishing establishment was started, and a number of black harpoonists were employed. Dugong oil fetched a high price, but unfortunately it soon became adulterated with shark liver oil and similar fats. Its reputation fell and the market was destroyed. There was also a large demand for skeletons to supply all the museums of the world. The fat used for medicinal purposes is taken from the sides, and the oil, which is almost as clear as water, is absolutely tasteless. As the animals have become very scarce, and as they, moreover, are very shy, the oil is naturally very expensive. The fact is greatly to be deplored, for its nourishing and nerve-invigorating qualities can scarcely be overestimated. There are most remarkable instances on record of its having cured nervousness, and according to the report of Dr. Hobbs, it must be credited with being in all respects superior to cod liver oil. I am familiar by experience with the excellent effect of both on the nervous system, and although I greatly prefer the dugong oil, still as we have in cod liver oil so good a substitute for it, I cannot but regret that the value of this kind of food is not appreciated more than it is. Is it not possible that we here have a cure for the overworked nerves of our time? Unfortunately, most people have a dislike to cod liver oil, which is in part attributable to the poor preparation of former times, and in part to the fact that it is rarely obtained fresh. Nowadays, conscientious manufacturers produce an article having, when in good condition, the flavor of fresh cod liver oil, which by the majority of people is looked upon as a delicacy. It now only remains to find some way of preserving that flavor of the oil. At present, there are 2 dugong fishing establishments in Queensland, both on the east coast, but they are not managed with sufficient energy, and the result is that cod liver oil is used more extensively than dugong oil. The fact that the animals move from one place to another and have to be followed by the fishermen makes the capture of the dugong very difficult. The fishing is carried on mainly by very strong nets in which the animals are caught when they return with the ebb tide from their pasture grounds on the shoals to deep water. The dugong is not found south of Moreton Bay, but is plentiful everywhere north of it, particularly in the Gulf of Carpentaria. It is also found in the Mozambique Channel and in the Indian Ocean, and the Malayans are said to be skillful in harpooning it. Besides the oil, the skin of the dugong, which is an inch thick, is also very valuable, as it is made into a gelatin or into strong leather. The bones, which are very heavy, may be used as a substitute for ivory. It is said that the dugong mother constantly holds fast to her young with her pectorals, and in ancient times this gave rise to the traditions about sirens or mermaids. The Dutchmen call the dugong baard man netchi, that is, the little bearded man. The next morning, while I was putting the finishing touches to the preparation of my skin, I heard the squatter cry out, "Here, the boat is sinking." We all ran to see what was the matter, and we discovered our boat on the point of being swallowed by the waves, and my 2 bottles of alcohol floating in the water. There was no actual danger of the boat being lost, for the water was shallow, but the tide was now rising with the force of a river, so that it was not long before only the masts of our boat were visible. As there were traces of crocodiles to be seen everywhere on the strand, one of us took a rifle in order to keep guard, while the rest tried to save the boat, which, after wading in mud up to our waists, we finally succeeded in doing. It was impossible to secure a full-grown dugong, for our lines were not strong enough, and we therefore started on our journey home again. The next night we made our camp on an island, and the squatter at once went out to shoot rabbits with his rifle. The rabbits had been placed on this island a few years previously, and although there was no fresh water excepting when it rained, still they throve very well and had greatly increased in numbers. Strange to say, these rabbits are said to be poisonous, doubtless on account of the food on which they are obliged to subsist. The squatter informed me that a year ago he had visited this island and shot some of these animals, which were roasted and eaten, but had made both him and his companions ill. A large number of Australian plum trees were found on this island. We shot a mound builder and several pigeons. The next morning the blacks left us, and we continued our sail home. On the coast we saw large numbers of rock oysters. It happened to be ebb tide, and there were 3 large peninsulas, like a yellow-brown mass, entirely covered with these fine flavoured shellfish. I remained a few days longer with my most amiable hosts at Torilla. The lady of the house was a very intelligent woman. Her parents had taught her Greek and Hebrew in order to enable her to read both the Old and the New Testament in the original tongue. Though she was well versed in both languages, she was no blue stocking, but a very practical woman. She gave her daughter the very prudent advice, never you marry a bad breakfast man. The first thing she noticed in a man was his teeth. If these were sound, the rest of the body was sure to be right. A sound mind in a healthy body. Like the majority of Australian ladies, the daughter was natural and free from affectation. She took a deep interest in zoology and was an industrious collector of specimens. On her solitary excursion, she did not hesitate to climb trees after birds' eggs, and she complained bitterly that the men were too lazy to help her. The ladies who are brought up in the Australian bush have, upon the whole, a peculiar frankness and independence, for from their very childhood they have to rely on themselves. Another bush girl of my acquaintance rode 30 miles to try on a dress. The whole family at Tarilla were excellent riders and had the reputation of being the best in Queensland. An unmanageable horse at the station had thrown both his master and mistress, nearly killing them, but they nevertheless continued to care for the animal with the greatest tenderness, a proof of the great sympathy an Australian feels for his horse. On my way back to Gracemere, I saw a large number of wading birds in the lagoons. I took special notice of the splendid Australian Jabiru Macteria australis, and I had the good fortune to shoot on the wing a specimen of this beautiful variety of the stork family, with swan shot at a distance of no less than 127 paces. I passed the oldest gold mine in Queensland, called Canuna Diggings, but the place was now almost entirely abandoned. Here I met a Dane who was very kind to me. He had been in the gold mines since their discovery about 30 years ago, and in spite of the fact that both he and his family had to work hard for a living, they looked healthy and contented. It is a great mistake to suppose that digging gold is easy work. As everybody knows, nuggets of gold are scarce. Most of the gold is found as fine grains, and requires great labor to separate it from the gravel, which in this case had to be hauled a great distance to the only place where water was to be found in the whole region. Here the water was pumped up from a deep well by horsepower. This is the so-called alluvial gold. Gold in quartz has to be worked by mining and by costly crushing machines, in the construction of which a fortune must be spent before any pure ore can be secured. Most of the gold is now produced in the latter manner in Australia. I watered my horse at the pump of the gold digger, said goodbye to the kind people, and continued my journey down along Fitzroy River. The country along the lower part of this river is very rich in gold. Farther east, near Rockhampton, a whole gold-bearing mountain was discovered in 1884, Mount Morgan, which at present is the richest gold bed in the whole world, and has made Queensland the first gold-producing colony of Australia. It is also a remarkable fact that the gold here appears in an entirely new form. Mount Morgan, which is about 300 feet high, has been produced in the Tertiary period by a hot spring, which may have resembled the geysers of Iceland or the hot springs of Yellowstone Park. It is formed of siliceous sinter with some limonite and clayey substances, and the gold is distributed throughout the rocky mass. This discovery has made the owners immensely rich, the value of some of the original shares exceeding £1.5 million. One of my friends who bought a share for £1,000 has now made out of this an income of more than £2,000 a year. By boring, it has been demonstrated that the gold increases in quantity with the depth, so that there seems to be no end of this fabulous wealth. No wonder that it has attracted the attention of speculators in every part of the world. At the present time, the weekly output of ore is 1,500 tons. The average yield is 6 ounces per ton, and accordingly 36,000 pounds of pure gold is produced per week. This great find of gold is interesting both from a theoretical and from a practical point of view. It shows that gold-bearing siliceous sinter can be the result of volcanic agencies, and that there is a hope that gold may yet be found in formations that have hitherto been regarded as worthless. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Among Cannibals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Among Cannibals by Carl Lumholtz, translated by Rasmus Bjorn Andersen. Chapter 28. Sometimes afterwards I made a journey to the west, to a station owned by Mr. Barnard, and bearing the strange name Kumu Bularu. The family of the squatter was particularly interested in natural history, an interest I had observed in several places, but rarely so marked as here. Mr. Barnard himself was a very able entomologist and possessed a fine collection of insects which he was constantly increasing. His wife was a great help to him and made excellent drawings of the specimens. Their 4 sons had a similar taste, and they added to the family museum many valuable specimens. Upon the whole, these boys were the most skilful collectors I've ever met. They accompanied me on many excursions into the woods when we camped together, and on such occasions I had the best opportunity of witnessing their matchless skill. They climbed trees as easily as any black man. When they had their tomahawks in their hands, no tree was too high for them. Like the blacks, they cut niches in the bark for the support of their toes, and in this way they were able to secure insects found only in the highest tree tops. They were always barefooted in order to get about more easily, and the stones and uneven ground gave them no trouble on our excursions, as they planted their supple and sure feet in the most difficult places. Ever on the alert, nothing escaped their attention. Even when they stood ready to fire their guns, they would suddenly start off to catch an insect flying by, and in the woods they were able to seize with their hands, while running, one beetle after the other that came flying past. Their keen faculty of observation astonished me again and again. They studied the life and habits of animals, and gave me much valuable information, for they knew the fauna of the locality perfectly. They did not confine themselves to the neighborhood of the station. Their father sometimes sent them on long expeditions, and they invariably returned with large collections. There were many brush turkeys, Talagala lathami, in this region, so far as I am aware. It has not hitherto been known how the young of this bird work their way out of the peculiar mound in which the eggs are laid to be hatched by artificial heat, after the custom of the Megapodidae. Mr. Barnard thinks he has found this out. His sons had at one time brought home some eggs from such a mound made of earth and decayed plants. 2 of them were laid under a hen, but rotted away. 1 egg he placed in a heap of goat's manure near his house. When a few days later he went to look after the egg and carefully removed the covering, he at once discovered the fact that a little bird was lying on its back and trying to work its way out of the heap of manure. It had already reached to within 2 inches of the surface. His sons had also, in digging for Talagala eggs, observed young birds lying on their backs and trying to work their way out with their feet. The material of the mound seems to be more loosely put together at the bottom than at the top, where it is made of coarser stuff. At a station in the neighborhood there was a tame male Talagala, which lived with the hens. It was in the habit of chasing them together into a little grove near the house, and the proprietor of the station was convinced that the bird in this manner was trying to compel the hens to build a mound. When the hens, not understanding what was expected of them, ran away, the Talagala would chase them back into the grove, and at last he became so troublesome that it was found necessary to shoot him. Near Fairfield, close to the station, my young assistants found in the month of September nests belonging to the beautiful Australian parrot Platycaracus pulcherimus, usually The nests were several miles apart. The eggs were partly hatched. The strange fact about these nests is that they are built in the hills of the white ants. There is an irregular entrance about 2 inches in diameter and about a foot above the ground. In the interior, the parrot makes an opening about a foot high and 2 or 3 feet in diameter. None of the building material is carried away, but all the cells and canals are trampled down, so that there remains simply a wall 1 or 2 inches thick around the whole nest. Here the female lays 5 white eggs. In this locality there were countless kangaroos. Though these animals are really harmless, still the colonists keep at a respectful distance from an old kangaroo which has been driven to a tree by the dogs. This is not surprising when we learn that in a sitting posture it may attain a height of 6 to 7 feet. A specimen measuring 8 feet has been shot. It is said that the male marsupials, particularly kangaroos, continue to grow as long as they live. The kangaroos never make an attack, but I know of instances when this animal has given proof not only of its strength but also of its fearlessness. Mr. Barnard informed me that his dogs were one day chasing an old kangaroo when an ox driver happened to be passing with his wagon. At the sight of the animal, the man ran behind his wagon to avoid the kangaroo, which was advancing toward him, but when it came near, the ox driver made a jump sideways, seized him, and carried him about 12 paces, until the dogs compelled the powerful animal to let go of its victim. A stalwart Highland shepherd was on his way home one evening with his dog when suddenly he discovered a large object in front of him. Having lately come to Australia, he had scarcely seen one of these animals before, and being very superstitious, he thought it was the devil himself. Meanwhile his dog attacked the monster, but instead of taking flight, it assumed the form of a great kangaroo, came up to the shepherd, put its large arms around him, and hopped away with him. The dog pursued the bold robber until the latter let go of its victim, after having carried him 10 to 12 paces. On another occasion, Mr. Barnard was out riding with some of his friends. He met an old man kangaroo. One of the company galloped after it and struck it several times with his whip, so as to compel it to sit down, and thus be more easily subdued. But suddenly the kangaroo turned, clasped its arms round the neck of the horse, so that it was hanging with its breast against the head of the horse. In this position the kangaroo made desperate efforts to rip the horse's belly open with its large claw, while the horse, on the other hand, leaped about frantically to get rid of its unwelcome embraces. That it was difficult for the rider to keep his place in the saddle it is not necessary to state. The scene was so comical that his companions were hardly able to give him the necessary assistance as soon as they ought to have done. When a kangaroo with a big young one in its pouch is pursued, it will throw it out of the pouch in order to make its escape easier. This done, the mother runs in a zigzag direction, probably to draw the attention of the pursuer away from the young, which lies perfectly still where it is dropped. A kangaroo never carries different broods in its pouch, but a well-grown one may often be seen following its mother while she is carrying a little one in her pouch. I am able to relate as a most remarkable fact that a wallaroo, a peculiar kind of kangaroo, Macropus robustus, which was kept tame at a station, showed a marked fondness for animal food, particularly for boiled salt beef. A dove had been its companion, and these two animals were the best of friends for half a year, when the wallaroo one day killed its companion and partly ate it. This wallaroo had been captured while young, and had been brought up on milk, bread, and fresh grass. As an analogous circumstance, I may mention that rabbits which have been brought up together with chickens have killed the latter and eaten some of their flesh. I brought many interesting things from my sojourn at Coomboolaroo, among others a fine collection of Buprestidae, the strange-looking lizard at the beginning of this chapter, Nephreus asper, and the Bolbercaris rhinoceros given on a separate plate are also from this locality. In the evenings a number of insects usually came flying into the house, attracted by the light, and in this manner I caught this rare beetle and many other specimens. On the ground near the station there were large flocks of cockatoos. With their powerful beaks they dug up roots of a grass, Panicum semialatum, of which they are very fond. It interested me to observe that among the many kinds of grass, so similar in appearance that a superficial observer would take them to be identical, the cockatoos never failed to find at once the one they wanted. One day the rare hawk variety Aster radiatus was shot near the station while it was consuming a white cockatoo it had caught. The nest, found close by in the top of a high Moreton Bay ash, resembled the nests of other hawks, and contained 2 eggs of a dirty white color, with a few irregular light brown marks, length 2 5/16 inches, breadth 1 15/16 inch. One of my chief occupations during these days was the study of the spiny anteater's mode of propagation. One of my young friends at the station and a black man had found a spiny anteater echidna, from whose pouch they took an egg which, according to their description, was not quite half the size of a hen's egg, and the shell of which was like leather and resembled that of an iguana egg. This egg, however, had been destroyed, and so I resolved to do all in my power to investigate the matter, and had a large number of anteaters examined. My investigations extended from the beginning of February to the middle of March, and I made the observation that the ovaries were constantly growing in size during this time. As I had to leave Australia at the end of March, I unfortunately was unable to continue my observations to the end of the development, but still I came to the conclusion that the reports I'd received from the blacks corresponded with the facts, as has since been demonstrated in other quarters. According to the statements of the blacks, the anteaters were to have young in April or May, the nearly mature eggs lying in the ovaries and taken from a full-grown specimen in the beginning of March, measured about 1/9 of an inch in diameter. The mammae of the same individual were large and swollen, and contained much milk. The ovaries are very much like those of birds in appearance, but are distinguished from the latter by the fact that the right and left ovary are of the same size, while in birds only one ovary is usually developed. In August of the same year, the English naturalist Mr. Caldwell established the fact that the spiny anteater actually lays eggs, and he has shown that the same is the case with the Ornithorhynchus. The egg, which was found at the same time by Mr. Hack in Adelaide, was 3/4 of an inch in diameter, and had a shell-like parchment, which was broken by a slight pressure of the finger. As is well known, turtles and other reptiles have eggs of this kind. By this important discovery, it is therefore established that the anteater and the Ornithorhynchus nurse their young with milk as do other mammals, but that they lay eggs like birds and reptiles. The natives occasionally came to Gracemere either to fish in the lagoon or to gather the roots of the blue water lily, which they used as food. It is claimed that the blacks of this part of Australia are familiar with the use of stimulants. If the leaves of Erythoxylon australis, which is common in the scrubs near Rockhampton, possess stimulating qualities similar to those of South America's Erythoxylon cocaine, then we may presume that the blacks are aware of it. At the lower part of Fitzroy River, the natives used to catch mullets with their hand nets in the winter season. They knew by the appearance of a certain star, which they call Nia, that the mullet was coming down the river to spawn, and they always caught a great number of this fish that were full of roe. The Australian natives are very skillful in various kinds of handiwork, but their talent manifests itself in different ways. One may excel in making baskets, another in producing the best fishing nets, a third the best weapons, etc. I purchased a number of articles from the natives of central Queensland. Near the coast I secured several bands for the forehead, remarkable for their solidity and beauty. The little bags which they plait with great skill are also very strong and pretty. Some of these things are made from cotton thread, but the most common material is the so-called opossum yarn, that is, hair is pulled out of the opossum skin, Ericosaurus vulpecula, and twisted into threads between the flat hand and the thigh. From this yarn the blacks make a little apron worn about the waist in this part of Australia. Opossum yarn is also worn in bunches on various parts of the body, for instance round the loins or over one shoulder. Sometimes a band of this sort is thrown over each shoulder in such a way that they form a cross on the breast and on the back. I've even seen civilized blacks wearing these bands under their clothes, but their purpose I do not know. The natives are very willing to part with them. Frequently 5 or 6 threads of opossum yarn are twisted together to form a plain ornament about the wrist or neck. Opossum skins are also sewed together and used partly as articles of clothing, partly as mats. Their shields are small, and as a rule are made of the light cork tree, Erythrina vespertilio. The front side is rather curved, while the reverse is flat and furnished with a little handle cut out of the shield itself. Like most of the weapons of the natives, the shield is carved and then usually painted with white and red. Wooden swords are rare and differ from those of northern Queensland, being more curved, not so broad, and usually colored with crossbars of chalk. A weapon even more rare is the so-called bendy. It resembles a small pickaxe and is made of the Eucalyptus excerata, called by the natives bendo. The bend or curve forms a right angle and ends in a point, the wood itself giving the weapon this form. Bendy is not a javelin, but a weapon to strike with, when with it the natives try to hit the kidneys of their opponents, for these they regard as the seat of life. The spears of these natives are thrown by the hand alone, without the aid of any other implement. Near the point the spear has 2 to 4 enlargements, resembling rings, and as the latter are rifled, they form a sort of barb. The most important weapon of the Australian native is the tomahawk, which is made of basalt, greenstone, or some other hard stone, sometimes even of phonolite. The natives have been known to travel great distances in order to secure, by barter from foreign tribes, the best material, and thus trading centers sprang up in some districts. The stone is either cut into the proper shape, or one is used which is naturally of the correct form, and the edge is generally made sharp by whetting. The handle is invariably made by bending a piece of vine stalk round the stone, and then tying the ends of the stalk together with withies as close under the stone as possible. Gum is also put on to make the joint more firm. Axes with holes through them have not been found. The Australian makes most of his weapons with the tomahawk, which also serves as his most important weapon for the chase, in which he is never without. All kinds of fine work are performed with the aid of pieces of hard stone, which he usually fastens to a handle and uses as a chisel. For carving he uses implements of stone or of bone. An idea of the culture of the Australian is easily gained by examining his weapons and implements. They are made mostly of wood, and bows and arrows are unknown. On Herbert River the natives employ javelins almost exclusively for hunting, but when in the dense scrubs they are, as a rule, unarmed. If they discover an animal, they break branches off the trees and try to kill it with these. They are generally successful, for most of the animals frequent the trees, and escape is therefore difficult when the natives make an attack from all sides and surround them. When an animal has been slain and is to be prepared for food, the belly is opened by the first stone or piece of wood found suitable for the purpose. The game is divided for distribution either with the stone or with the teeth, which are also largely used for breaking off limbs of trees and for making implements. The knives used by the natives of Australia are either pieces of hard stone accidentally found ready for use, or are secured by breaking pieces off the rock, but not much additional labor is bestowed on them, though they are sometimes shaped or fastened with glue to a kind of wooden handle. On the other hand, the natives understand how to polish their tomahawks, and when tribes have been found who had only roughly worked once, the reason is not ignorance in polishing, but that the hardness of the material made the tomahawks quite sharp enough without it. Still, it will be seen that the aboriginal Australian has not advanced very far in the Stone Age. When the natives become civilized, they at once exchange their stone weapons for the white man's weapons of iron. They are particularly fond of his tomahawk. Even on Herbert River the stone axe had given place to the latter tool, which, however, was so rare in some parts that a whole tribe sometimes had to be satisfied with 1 or 2 implements of this kind. Blacks who have never seen a white man occasionally get iron implements by bartering with other tribes. After becoming civilized, the Australian native begins to make tomahawks from broken horseshoes or from some other piece of iron, and to stud his club with nails. There are instances on record where the natives have cut down the telegraph poles and used the wire for spear points and fish hooks. After becoming acquainted with the use of iron, the black man makes but little use of his wooden weapons and implements, and strange to say does not make them so nicely as formerly, when his tools were inferior. He also takes less pains with all kinds of carving. The natives of central Queensland have, as a matter of course, obtained that kind of civilization which necessarily results from a prolonged intercourse with the white population. They have long since recognized the superiority of Europeans, and the new condition of things is leading them to give up their former occupations. The most capable ones become servants at the stations, partly as cooks, partly as stockmen and shepherds, and are of considerable use to the white population, but the great mass of them prefer to enjoy their liberty, while at the same time contact with the white man gives their life and habits a new character. The settlers are on account of their flocks obliged to encroach on the hunting grounds of the black, and the natives, who have no thought of the future or of posterity, are satisfied with the advantages obtained in exchange for the loss of their hunting grounds. That is, they get the leavings from the kitchen and the slaughterhouse, milk, old clothes, tobacco, etc. Sometimes the squatter appoints the best native near his station a king, and as a mark of this dignity he gives him a piece of brass containing his civilized name to wear on his breast. In return for food, tobacco, woolen blankets, and similar things, the king promises to watch his tribe and keep them from doing damage to the white man's property. Every native is anxious to become king, for the brass plate, which is considered a great ornament, also secures the bearer many a meal. At first, while the natives are more or less dangerous, a chief of this kind may be very valuable to a squatter, who may in this way be warned of attacks from hostile tribes, but after the natives have become quiet and peaceable, the institution is of value only to the bearer of the brass plate, who continues to demand his pay. The degeneration and demoralization of the natives, which are an inevitable result of the march of civilization, are already far advanced even in this part of Australia. The natives become more indolent, and they lose their former self-reliance and independence after they acquire the habit of relying on what they can get from the white man. They spend most of their time near the stations and villages, where they are able to obtain liquor and opium, for which the Chinese immigrants soon give them a taste. I cannot conceive a more disgusting sight than a camp of such ragged, impudent blacks, marked by all the vices of civilization. To me, coming from northern Queensland, where the natives still were in their pristine vigor, the picture was an exceedingly sad one when I considered the future awaiting the friends I had left there. Shortly before my return to Europe, I visited a camp of civilized blacks near Rockhampton. Even before reaching the camp, I felt the smell of opium, and on coming nearer, I was the witness of a most disgusting scene. Around the campfires sat natives pale as death itself. The opium pipe was constantly in their mouths, and their eyes stared out bewildered from their deep hollow sockets. I approached the man whom I wanted to see. He had lost his flesh, and his skin had become yellow and sickly. It was all he could do to stammer forth a request for money to buy more opium. A month ago I had seen him strong and well. Now he was a mere skeleton, and presumably on the brink of the grave. I turned my face away from this horrible scene, and mounted my horse, sad to think that this was to be my last impression of the world of the blacks. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Among Cannibals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Among Cannibals by Carl Lumholtz, translated by Rasmus Bjorn Anderson. Chapter 29. A native who had been brought up by the white men was visiting the tribes near Peak Downs, where I stopped for a time. He was able to read and write, and on Sundays he sometimes sent word to the station and asked to borrow a prayer book from which he would read passages aloud to the other blacks in the tribe, who looked with wonderment upon his superiority over them. He also frequently read chapters from the Bible to them, but apparently he did not himself understand much of what he read. Once, when an old woman of the tribe died, he asked to borrow the prayer book in order to read over the dead as he had seen the whites do. Finally, a prayer book was presented to him. He read its title, Book of Common Prayer, whereupon he handed it back, saying he did not want anything that was common. It is a well-known fact that the Australian natives are almost wholly devoid of religious susceptibilities, and that missionaries seldom succeed in imparting to them more than the outward appearance of Christianity. Upon the whole, there are but few missionaries in Australia, and the natives come but little in contact with Christianity. Missionary efforts have been made, especially in the southern part of their continent, but with poor success. The lack of the receptive faculty on the part of the blacks and the ill will of a portion of the white population are great hindrances in the way of missionary work. Rough colonists will not abandon the practice of prostitution, from which the blacks derive some pecuniary advantage. The fact that the missionaries see but little fruit from their labors does not therefore allow us to draw the conclusion that the Australian race is quite unsusceptible to religious influence. In my opinion, an Australian native cannot be Christianized unless he is brought up outside his own tribe from infancy. In such circumstances, he has been found to be capable of considerable mental development. Many of the natives have learned reading, writing, arithmetic, singing, etc. It is even claimed that they acquire these accomplishments more rapidly than white children, but that they also more quickly forget them again. They are also able to play cards, even euchre, a game requiring considerable thought. A squatter in the far west informed me that when he forgot what day in the week it was, he only needed to ask his black boy, who never failed to know. The highest degree of civilization attainable by the blacks is skill in the work to be done at a station. Women are usually employed in the house, and at each station 2 or 3 find work. They make good waiters, but poor cooks. As stockmen and shepherds, the blacks are excellent in this work, sometimes even surpassing the whites. They are superb riders, and have a wonderful talent for mastering an unruly horse. On the other hand, they are unable to break a horse properly, and as a rule have very heavy hands. Among the sheep and cattle, the blacks are well nigh indispensable at every station. They know every animal, and give it much better care than it can get from a white man. A black boy whom I knew was able to distinguish the footprints of the various horses belonging to the station. Some of them have great skill in making whips and bridles, in carving whip handles, and in doing other handiwork. These civilized blacks soon try to acquire the white man's manners. They like to wear clothes, and they like to have their clothes fit nicely. Some even shave and wash themselves, use towels, and are perfect bush dandies. They soon acquire a very high opinion of themselves, of their ability, and of their importance. They look upon themselves not only as equally good, but as better than the white men. No man on earth is more proud than a black man, on horseback, with good clothes on, his clay pipe lit, and his pocket full of tobacco and matches. This civilization, which is quickly assumed through intercourse with the white man, does not, however, strike deep root, and the good nature which often accompanies their brutal qualities rarely wholly overcomes the latter. However comfortable they may be with the white man, they still long to get back to their forests. As a rule, they must have an annual vacation when they visit their tribe and take part in the hunting and in other amusements. There is no use in refusing this, for then they would become sulky and unwilling to work. Their love of change makes them constantly give up one situation for another, though they may have no reason to be dissatisfied with the one they abandon. In some few cases, a black man will become very much devoted to his master, and will occasionally serve the same one a long time if he only gets his annual vacation. I may mention that a black boy who had been with his master for many years nursed him during a severe illness, nay, even prevented him from committing suicide in a moment of desperation. A black man 23 years old, who from childhood had been educated at his station in Victoria, where he had lived nearly all his life, and had been treated almost as a member of the family, one day suddenly disappeared. He was found in that camp of the blacks as naked as he was born, but later on he returned to the station, where he resumed his former work. Sometimes this kind of civilized native becomes so fond of savage life that he never returns to the stations. It frequently happens that a black fellow makes a journey abroad. When the squatter goes to visit his native country, it would be reasonable to suppose that the great cities of the Old World would make some, if not a very deep impression, on this child of nature, but such is not the case. The Australian native is not surprised because he lacks the faculty of appreciating A locomotive flying past him for the first time does not astonish him very much. When after a long journey he returns to his tribe, he sees the difference, but he has no words with which to explain himself, although his fellows get the general impression that their comrade has had wonderful experiences. He is naturally very proud of his achievements and wears an air of superiority over both white and black men. A colonist who was trying to give a black man a grand impression of Sydney received the startling answer, "I like London better." Though the language used by the colonists in conversation with the blacks, which the latter gradually learn, is a disconnected jargon, still some of the natives learn to speak English very well. These more talented blacks, mostly from Victoria and New South Wales, become literally angry when addressed in the common jabber English. A white man who was out hunting emus asked a black of the above kind, "You been see 'im to shuki, big fellow?" The latter indignantly replied, "I suppose you mean an emu." Though the Australian native is thus able to acquire some of the fruits of civilization, it still remains a characteristic fact that he never gets so far as to occupy an independent position. As a subordinate he may serve to the complete satisfaction of his master, but he never saves anything and does not comprehend the value of money. He never learns enough to become a tradesman, and all that he gets he at once spends. In his natural condition he has a decided distaste for agriculture, and this aversion clings to him when he becomes civilized. Cattle raising is an easy way of making money, but not even this can teach him to make money on his own account. A living sheep is an impossibility in the camp of the blacks. Most truly, writes Mr. Finch Hatton, and the gold of Australia is nothing but a common stone to him, even when he sees the greedy digger getting rich by seeking the precious metal. A strong tendency to communism hinders social development among the tribes. Natives employed on a farm invariably share their earnings with their relatives and friends who live in their camp near the station. When a black man has a regular employment at a station, he frequently gets 5 shillings a week besides board and tobacco, but all this he divides with his comrades in the camp. The latter do not care to hunt, but live on what he or their women earn from the squatter. No sooner has one of them saved a pound than he and his friends go to town and buy brandy and opium with the money. As a rule, the relation between the whites and the blacks is not at first a friendly one. It has occasionally happened that the natives have received the whites kindly the first time they met them. They have even given assistance to people who have been shipwrecked, but in most instances a war soon breaks out between the two races. Sheep and cattle begin to feed on the grounds that have belonged to the blacks, and the latter are prohibited from going where they please, because the herds are disturbed by the black men's hunting, nay, even by the smell of the savages. As a matter of course, the natives therefore try to resist the strangers who interfere with their inherited rights. The rough settler who never sees a woman of his own race soon begins to associate with the black women. A friendly relation between the two races is made impossible. The white men shoot the black men, and the black men kill the white men when they can, and spear their sheep and cattle. Both parties, however, gradually learn to take advantage of each other. The colonist avails himself of the cheap labor furnished by the blacks, and the natives acquire a taste for what the white man has to offer, though it is of course mainly limited to tobacco, food, and clothes. Of this change of condition the colonist reaps the whole advantage, for the invariable result to the black man is both mental and physical degradation and retrogression. Unfortunately, the first white men with whom the blacks on the frontiers of civilization come in contact are frequently rough and brutal, and hence we cannot expect any marked improvement on the part of the natives from their new acquaintances. Their keen sense of observation enables them to discover quickly the bad qualities in the white man's character, and these they are not slow to imitate, but they have no eye for the good qualities. There is not much to be said of the morals of the blacks, for I'm sorry to say they have none. Still, their moral condition has a somewhat better aspect before they come in contact with the white man. It cannot be denied that the young black women originally had a certain amount of modesty. In some parts of the country they assume the position of a Venus of Milo, or they hide behind the older women to take a peep at the white man whom they see for the first time. It has been observed that the savages who wear an apron are more modest than those who are naked. I have also heard that the women in some tribes take their baths by themselves. It should also be remarked that the natives never represent obscene ideas in their rude drawings, and though it cannot be denied that the husband, in return for certain advantages, will part with his wife, yet he jealously protects her as his most valuable and dearest possession. On the other hand, as soon as the white man comes, immorality knows no bounds, and the black race hasten on to the inevitable ruin awaiting them. Sometimes the most brutal settlers even make use of the revolver to compel the natives to surrender their women. Sometimes they actually kill the black man if he makes resistance. At length, threats become unnecessary, for the blacks do not need to remain long under the influence of civilization before they offer their wares for a little tobacco, or when the civilization has struck deeper roots for a shilling. The murder of infants increases, syphilitic diseases become common, and the women, having become prostitutes, cease to bear children. The settlers also reduce the numbers of the natives in a more direct way, and the latter have often been slaughtered in the most unmerciful manner. At times there may possibly be some excuse for this. The white man's friendship may be rewarded with ingratitude. The blacks frequently punish the innocent for the guilty, and they spare no white man. I know of instances where the blacks have persisted in killing cattle in spite of the fact that the owner has been extravagant enough in his friendship to give them cattle for slaughter. In such circumstances the blacks do not care if some of their comrades are shot, but at last their ranks become so reduced that they have to yield. They may dog a white man secretly for days with no less energy than they exhibit in pursuing their game for food, and on the first favourable opportunity take his life. In North Australia no traveller is safe, and many a lonely wanderer who has disappeared in these remote regions has been slain by the spear of the black man. They rarely attack a man on horseback. Still they watch him and lie in ambush for him in case he should dismount to look for water to drink or to rest for the night. In some instances the blacks have attacked a station and killed all the inhabitants. Thus it is necessary for the white man to defend himself, but there is no doubt that in this respect he has gone further than necessity demanded. The settling of Australia is stained with more than one shocking story of this sort. There are instances where the young men of the station have employed the Sunday in hunting the blacks, not only for some definite purpose, but also for the sake of the sport. The blacks have even been killed with poison. A squatter at Long Lagoon in the interior of Queensland achieved notoriety by laying strychnine in the way of the blacks, and thus taking the life of a large number of them in a single day. Similar acts of brutality occur even at the present time. A farmer whom I met at Lower Herbert boasted that he had cremated some blacks whom he had shot. He looked upon this as a most excellent precautionary measure, for it made proof against him impossible. The life of a native has but little value, particularly in the northern part of Australia, and once or twice colonists offered to shoot blacks for me so that I might get their skulls. On the borders of civilization, men would think as little of shooting a black man as a dog. The law imposes death by hanging as the penalty for murdering a black man, but people live so far apart in these uncivilized regions that a white man may in fact do what he pleases with the blacks. In northern Queensland I often heard this remark: the only treatment proper for the blacks is to shoot them all. A squatter in that part of the country acted on this principle. He found it severe but necessary. He shot all the men he discovered on his run because they were cattle killers, the women because they gave birth to cattle killers, and the children because they would in time become cattle killers. They are unwilling to work, I've heard colonists say, and hence they are not fit to live. The result of this is that in the frontier districts there is still being waged a war of extermination between the two races. Any savage discovered by the white men runs the risk of being shot. Poison was laid in the way of the blacks once while I was in Queensland. I also take the liberty of reporting the following shocking event, though without giving the names of any of the parties concerned. A cedar cutter in northern Queensland had one day left one of his white workmen in charge of the camp, while he and his other labourers went to the woods to work. In districts where the blacks are dangerous, it is always necessary to leave a man on guard in the camp. In the course of the day, 2 blacks came to the guard, and as the latter had no ill will to the natives, he treated them in a friendly manner and gave them tobacco. When the master returned in the evening, he became very angry on account of what had happened, and the next day he set a Kanaka to watch the camp. The natives, of course, thought the white man was friendly, as he had given them tobacco, and so they did not hesitate to visit the camp again the next day, but they soon found out their mistake. One of the blacks who tried to make his escape was wounded in the leg, while the other one was captured and tied to a tree. This done, the wounded man was seized and killed with a butcher's knife. When the Kanaka came back to the camp, the master had returned, and the latter at once ordered in cold blood that the prisoner who was tied to the tree should also be killed. They did not even waste a bullet on the poor fellow who was pierced with a knife. that in human institution, the native police has also been an important factor in the destruction of the natives. They have not only slain a large number of this unhappy people, but also contributed largely to their demoralization. In the courts, the blacks are defenseless, for their testimony is not accepted. The jury is not likely to declare a white man guilty of murdering a black man. On the other hand, if a white man happens to be killed by the blacks, a cry is heard throughout the whole colony. There are, however, persons who look upon the blacks as human beings with a right to live in the land which is in fact their own. Were I a black man, I would kill all the whites. An Australian gentleman once said to me, one of these protectors of the blacks writes to me, if I thought that anything I might say on the treatment of the Aborigines would in any way tend to ameliorate their present wretched condition, I would not for a moment grudge my lost health and would plead their cause to my last breath. But alas, it were vain to hope for any improvement in their condition, for it is an immutable law of nature that the strong will prey upon the weak. I always look upon the condition of the lower order of whites as a fearful satire on Christianity. The English nation is continually casting stones at other nations for the treatment of conquered races, but nothing could be more barbarous than their own treatment of the Aborigines of Australia. It must be admitted that the colonists in several places have tried to protect the blacks by giving them reservations and means of existence. In Victoria, there are 6 stations where the natives raise crops and cattle and receive instruction. All this, however, is of no avail. It only gives the doomed race a short respite. It is supposed that there were 9,000 blacks in Victoria when the colony was founded. There now remain scarcely 800, and many of these are half-castes who are but little superior to the pure blacks in intelligence, while they have even less favorable appearance. When civilized nations come into contact with barbarians, the struggle is but short, excepting where a dangerous climate helps the native race, says Darwin, and history corroborates his statement. In 1872, the last Tasmanian died. His ancestors succumbed not only because they were weaker than the invading race, but also because they were abused by the invaders. The same fate as that which overtook their brothers in Tasmania is in store for the natives of Australia. They have proved themselves almost incapable of receiving either culture or Christianity, and they have not the power to resist the onward march of civilization. They are therefore without a future, without a home, without a hope, a doomed race. The two races cannot exist together. If the Australian attacks the whites or their herds, he is shot. If he tries to secure the friendship of the white men, his ruin is no less certain. He is unwilling to abandon his habits of life, and for this reason the settlement of the country robs him of his means of existence, while European culture at the same time causes his moral and physical degradation. The philanthropist is filled with sadness when he sees the original inhabitants of this strange land succumbing according to the inexorable law of degeneration. Invading civilization has not brought development and progress to the Australian native. After a few generations, his race will have disappeared from the face of the earth. End of chapter 29. Section 30 of Among Cannibals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Among Cannibals by Carl Lumholtz, translated by Rasmus Bjorn Andersen. Appendix I, an outline of Australian history. The condition before the European discovery. The degree of culture attained by the Australian Aborigines when they first came in contact with the Europeans was not a high one. We find a race living in small tribes without any social organization, always moving from one place to another, living in huts hurriedly made of leaves or bark, almost naked, destitute of implements of metal, destitute of perforated stone implements, destitute of bows and arrows, having miserable boats or none at all, having no other domestic animals than the semi-wild dingo, and having no knowledge of agriculture. The development which preceded this stage of civilization must be looked for in the very infancy of human culture, where we have but little light to show the way, nor is any special value to be attached to peculiar customs which this people may have in common with other races similarly situated. Circumcision, tattooing, exogamy, and sorcery are found in every part of the globe, but for none of these have we been able to show a common origin, nor has the science of philology hitherto been able to connect the prehistoric ages of Australia with the culture of the rest of the world, though efforts have been made to show linguistic resemblances both with the Deccan races and more recently with the Negroes of Africa. The archaeological investigations are confined to enormous middens or refuse heaps. One science remains, viz. Comparative anthropology, but even this is not able to give a satisfactory answer, for the Australian Aborigines form a group by themselves without any marked similarity to any other races. A few anthropological correspondences have led to comparisons with the Papuans, who geographically are their nearest neighbors. There are, in like manner, faint traces pointing to the north and northeast when we seek the source of the earliest culture of Australia. A later current from northeast to southwest has been suggested but cannot be made to serve as the basis of any reliable hypothesis. It has been shown that weapons, the bow, and boats and houses, and physical development reveal progress as the York Peninsula is approached, and the influence of Malays and Papuans can be definitely pointed out, but all this bears the stamp of modern times, and must be the result of communications in a very recent period. The one thing certain is that the Australian race must have originated ages ago. Investigation which shows how completely Australia has been cut off from external influence gives the best answer to the question why the development of the blacks has made so little progress, for the development of the world is found to be dependent on the intercourse between different races, on the conflicts between them, and on the struggle for existence thus caused. The very nature of the country has helped to keep the people from making progress. In the first place, there are but few inlets of the sea, and in the next place there are two other circumstances which only need to be pointed out to be appreciated. There are no ruminating animals, and grain is very rare. The transition from the most primitive life to that of the herdsman was therefore impossible, and this common door to a higher culture was closed. On the other hand, there was but little inducement to become agricultural, though the wild rice found in the northern part of South Australia has been used as food. Besides the climatic conditions, the long droughts, sometimes lasting for years in the interior of the country, were a decided obstacle to agriculture, even if there had been grain that could bear them better than rice. Finally, it should be added that the natural products are usually so abundant that it is comparatively easy to subsist without labor. The fact is, at all events, that the great discovery on which all higher civilization is based, viz., agriculture, had not been made in Australia at the time when it was colonized by Europeans. There could be no doubt about the result. When the Aborigines and the Europeans met, the difference was so great that assimilation was impossible. The only vocations open to the Aborigines in the new Australian community were those of the herdsman and policeman. The latter of these was of no advantage to the natives. The first English colonists were mainly banished criminals, reckless people, a fact that gave the conflict between the two races the character of a war of extermination from the very outset, and in this warfare the native police has contributed much toward the destruction of the Aborigines. It is difficult to estimate the number of Aborigines in Australia at the time when the European colonization began. Natives or traces of them were met everywhere. Sturt relates that he met about 4,000 in the course of a few days. We probably are not wide of the mark when we assume that 50 years ago there were about 200,000 natives in Australia. Their number is now estimated at about 60,000. The world is familiar with the systematic cruelty with which the Tasmanians were exterminated. In 1872 occurred the death of the last representative of a people which numbered about 5,000 souls at the time of the founding of the colony in 1803. Many were killed in wars. Many were even hunted out of the woods and destroyed. A large number of them were transported to the islands in Bass Strait, where death and ruin soon overtook them. The regular hunting and shooting of the natives in the early days of Queensland suggests the question whether the coming of the new settlers deserved the name of the advent of civilization. History of the discovery. Australia was the last continent discovered by the European, a fact easily explained by its situation. In the age of the great discoveries, navigators were seeking a way to India, and whether they chose to go by the way of the Cape of Good Hope or by the Straits of Magellan, in either case the route was far to the north of Australia. The navigators also seem to have kept as far to the north as possible. Still, a very long time cannot have passed ere sailors came in sight of the Australian coast. Strange to say, it is not known with certainty who was the first discoverer of this great continent. Some old maps seem to show that the Portuguese were aware of the existence of a large country south of Java before the year 1545, viz. Great Java. On these maps are found coral reefs, rivers, promontories, etc., and a number of names. It is, however, difficult to determine how far these maps may be based on the old, purely theoretical assumption that there was a large terra australis incognita to give equilibrium to the earth and balance the northern hemisphere. Ere long, the Spanish, the chief rivals of the Portuguese, also presented their claims. By the decision of Pope Alexander II, who acted as an arbitrator, the Spanish were permitted to develop their sway only westward of Europe, while all to the east was left to the Portuguese. The conflict which then arose in regard to the Moluccas may explain why both parties were silent in regard to the great country they may have discovered south of the boundary. At all events, the first Australian discoveries, of which we have perfectly reliable accounts, were not made before the beginning of the 17th century. We first come across the Dutch, who during their War of Independence attempted to conquer the rich colonies of their enemies, the Spanish and the Portuguese. In connection with this, we obtained the following reliable dates. In 1601, the Portuguese de Iridia landed on the northwest coast from the west. In 1606, the Spaniard Torres passed from the east through the straits named after him, and subsequently a Dutch ship called Duffin sailed along the coast toward Cape York. From this time the Dutch carry on nearly all the explorations. It would take us beyond our present limits to present the details of this gradual discovery from the Dutch headquarters in Java or on their route to East India, a route which they had to lay south of that of the Portuguese. In 1627, Peter Nuyts entered the great Australian Bay from the west. In 1642, Tasman gained the south point of that country, which he called Van Diemen's Land. It is not easy now to decide whether his reasons for regarding the latter as the southern point of a large continent were based on old theories or on more recent observations. The English, the nation which was destined to control the development of Australia, did not make their appearance before 1688, when the freebooter Dampier explored the west coast. This happened 100 years before the first colonies, the centenary of which has been recently celebrated, were planted in 1788. It was a long time before anybody made any decided effort to take possession of the country, and for this delay there were many reasons. The power of the Spanish was exhausted, and so was that of Portugal, while the victorious Dutch were fully occupied with their new rich provinces. To this must be added that all descriptions of Australia represented the continent as barren and without water to drink, and its natives as poor and savage, nor did the coast that had been seen present any very inviting aspect. There are but few harbors on the west and south coasts, and on the northeast side are dangerous coral reefs. The wrong side of Australia had been seen, and it was absurd to prefer this country to the Spice Island or America. It is interesting to note that it was a scientific expedition which first led to the colonization of the country. In 1768, Captain Cook carried an astronomer and one or two other scientists to Tahiti to observe the transit of Venus and to make some other researches on their home voyage. This was the beginning of the present phase of scientific expeditions. In 1770, he touched Australia at Botany Bay and made a chart of the coast to the north as far as Torres Straits, the importance of which he was the first to point out. At this time, England was greatly puzzled as to what it should do with all such criminals as it had heretofore sent to America. The Declaration of Independence on the part of the United States had put an end to the transportation of criminals to that country, and the favorable report made by Cook in regard to Botany Bay led Sydney to make up his mind to try Australia. The first transportation was made in 1788, but the colony was soon moved to the magnificent harbor of Port Jackson, where the city of Sydney was gradually built up. The opening up of the continent was continued with this solitary colony as the base of exploration. Flinders and Bass commenced their expeditions in the year 1795 in a small open boat to both sides of the coast. In 1797, Bass called attention to the strait between Tasmania and the continent, and the next year he circumnavigated the island with Flinders. At the expense of the government, Flinders made charts of a large part of the coast of Australia, and this coast survey was continued from time to time almost to the present day. During the most recent years, attention has been chiefly given to the exploration of the interior. How difficult it must have been to penetrate the Blue Mountains separating Sydney from the plains in the interior is evident from the fact that men like Bass attempted it in vain. It took 25 years to advance the first 50 miles, and thus to find a way between the steep rocks to the open country beyond. The first passage was effected in 1813, and from that time the explorations have progressed rapidly. Oxley, Cunningham, Mitchell, Sturt, and others explored the whole country along the rivers toward Victoria. The German naturalist Dr. L. Leichhardt began his explorations along the Gulf of Carpentaria in 1835 and made most valuable reports. In 1847 he undertook his last expedition, a bold attempt to penetrate to the west coast. Not a word was heard of him after April 3, 1848. From Adelaide settled about the same time a series of attempts were begun in 1839 to penetrate the country from the south to the north. Heroic efforts were made in this direction by Eyre, who afterwards suffered untold hardships in traveling 1,200 miles along the coast to King George's Sound. O'Hara, Burke, and Wills were the first to reach the north coast in 1861, but both perished from hunger on their way back. The following year, MacDonald Stewart, after having made 2 abortive attempts, succeeded in getting through, and from that time onwards the route was open. In 1872 a telegraph line was laid. Amid great difficulties across the whole continent, it followed Stewart's route, and this enterprise became the basis of a series of explorations all the way to the west coast, and thus the main features of the geography of Australia have become established. Prominent names in connection with this are Giles, Forrest, Warburton, and Gregory. Most of these expeditions into the interior have been undertaken amid the greatest privations, such as a constant lack of water and terrible heat, even up to 127 degrees Fahrenheit, so that it has at times been necessary to bury oneself in the ground in order to endure it. Add to this the almost impassable spinifex scrubs, the salt lakes, and the sandstorms, etc., and we can form some idea of what the explorer had to suffer. The bright sunlight destroyed Sturt's eyes, and many a life has been lost in the conflict with these similar impediments, but a large territory has been opened to civilization by these martyrs. History of the Colonies. On January 26, 1788, Captain Arthur Phillip landed at Sydney with his first company of prisoners, and in a solemn manner took possession of a whole continent in the name of the inhabitants of a small island on the opposite side of the globe. Had the French expedition under La Perouse come earlier than it did to this place, the whole development of Australia might have taken a different direction. As it was, the ruling power of the British nation got an opportunity of expanding, and a new world was added to the dominion of the Anglo-Saxon race. The beginning was made by about 1,000 deported criminals, about 1/4 part of these being women. Now 100 years later, the population of the Australian colonies, leaving New Zealand out of consideration, is nearly 3 million. The first means of subsistence had to be produced by agriculture, but as few of the new settlers had any knowledge of this art, there was much suffering in the beginning, and in order to escape death from starvation, the domestic animals which had been brought had to be slaughtered. 100 years later, Australia contains 80 million sheep and almost 8 million head of cattle, and it sends annually to the mother country beef, mutton, wool, tallow, wheat, and metals to the value of about 40 million pounds sterling, a most remarkable progress. The story of the early days of the colonies is chiefly a history of the deportation of criminals. The first colony was saved from 1788 until the importation was stopped in 1839 by the energetic protest of the free immigrants, in all 60,000 criminals. The next colony of criminals was Tasmania, or as the island was then called, Van Diemen's Land, 1803. The deportation of criminals to the latter place ceased in 1853, when 68,000 prisoners had been sent there. What the condition was during the early days of these colonies, guarded by rough soldiers, we can judge from the fact that there occurred in 1835 in New South Wales, among 28,000 prisoners, 22,000 disciplinary punishments, 3,000 floggings, and 100 executions. in Tasmania with a population of 37,000. About 15,000 were punished in 1834, including 1/7 part of the free citizens arrested for intemperance. The last colony to which convicts were regularly deported was West Australia, founded in 1829. In 1849, this colony sent a petition to the government asking for criminals to be sent thither in order to promote the development of the colony. Under pressure from the other colonies, which finally on their own account resisted by force the landing of such immigrants, West Australia had to abandon this traffic in 1868, having then received about 10,000. Thus it will be seen that this transportation introduced great numbers of people to Australia, and at the same time the voluntary immigration kept increasing. 2 of the present colonies were not started as convict settlements. There was an attempt to send convicts to Melbourne in 1803, but the plan was soon abandoned, and the colony of Port Phillip, as Victoria was then called, was founded in 1834 by free citizens from Tasmania. South Australia was colonized directly by an English company who received the land for nothing on condition that they should encourage immigration. In 1841, this settlement contained 23,000 inhabitants, chiefly free men. The growth of the colonies depended on the development of trade and industries. In the beginning, all labor was confined to agriculture, but little progress was made till during the first decades of this century MacArthur advocated the raising of sheep with great energy, and after a passage through the Blue Mountains had been found by Macquarie, a new impetus was given to the development of Australia. The manner in which the country became settled may be described as follows. In the first place, an explorer makes his way into unknown regions. Close on his heels follows the squatter or shepherd, and slowly in his track comes the selector, the permanent agricultural settler. The original huntsman, the shepherd, and the farmer follow each other in rapid succession. It is the history of civilization in a nutshell. The economical politics of Australia have long been wrestling with the question of the proper modus vivendi between the squatter and the selector, whose interests are conflicting. Many experiments have been made in the various colonies, but this troublesome question has not yet been solved. In the midst of the development of sheep raising and agriculture, a third factor, gold, was added, which gave Australia an immense advantage, even though it at the same time interfered with the above-mentioned industries. The year 1851 marks an epoch in the history of Australia. It was literally the beginning of a golden age for the continent, for in that year the great gold mines of Victoria were discovered. It had long been believed that gold must be found in Australia. Among the deported criminals there were all sorts of reports about finds said to have been made in the Blue Mountains, but the government paid no attention to these strange rumors, and the result was that the matter was not properly investigated. But in 1851 the greatest excitement was created when the government purchased from a Californian gold digger for a large sum of money some rich gold fields which he had discovered in the Blue Mountains. When the government by this step had given its public sanction to the question, the colony became wild with excitement. The most extravagant reports concerning the immense wealth of the gold fields were circulated and were accepted as gospel truth. From all quarters people assembled to the new fountains of wealth, where they expected to find the pure gold in such quantities that it was only necessary to stoop down and fill their pockets with the precious ore. The disappointment when they arrived in the promised land and learned from experience that there was need of months, nay, of years of hard and persistent labor to attain the wealth they were seeking, was as great as the expectation which had previously been formed. The larger part of the army of adventurers who had flocked together to the gold mines to secure all of a sudden a wealth which they had neither the strength nor the endurance to acquire under the ordinary circumstances returned discouraged to Sydney, and after having spent a month in idleness in the gold fields, in their wrath on account of the deception, as they called it, they nearly took the life of the Californian who had discovered the fields. A number of gold diggers, however, gradually congregated in the Blue Mountains from the various colonies. When the work proved to be very profitable, the rush was so great that one of the earlier colonies, the Little Victoria, which had recently been founded, was on the point of being entirely deserted. To prevent the colony from perishing altogether, the leading men in Melbourne offered a large reward to any person who succeeded in discovering gold in Victoria. Before long, specimens of gold were found on the Yarra River, a few miles from Melbourne. In the course of a short time, the famous gold mines of Ballarat and Bendigo were discovered. At first, gold was found in Ballarat, in the usual manner, that is, in the bed of a river, but this was soon exhausted. A thick layer of clay was struck below the sand, and the work was abandoned in order to search for new fields. Fortunately, one of the gold diggers who had made up his mind to stay some time longer got the idea of working through the clay, and by so doing he reached enormous quantities of gold in the old bed of the river. For centuries the streams had carried gold down from the mountains and deposited it here in pockets in the bed of the river. A single pocket of this kind would sometimes contain thousands of pounds worth of gold. Within a month Ballarat became the richest goldfield in the whole world. The gold fever grew into a perfect rage. Melbourne was almost deserted. People of every class and from every part of the world left their work, their situations, and their homes to seek their fortunes. In Melbourne, policemen left their posts of duty, officials threw up their offices, and sailors deserted their ships, in spite of the fact that everybody rushed to the gold mines, thus preventing a normal development of the country. Australia got full compensation in the new impetus given to immigration. The year after the discovery of gold, more than 100,000 immigrants arrived in Victoria. Thus the population was doubled in a single year, and during the following 5 years it increased fivefold. While in 1830 there were less than 4,000 inhabitants, in 1860 their number had increased to 1,300,000. The quantity of gold found was also sufficiently large to explain this increase of population. During the next 10 years, 100 million pounds were produced in Victoria alone. As a matter of course, money had but little value in such circumstances. During the first years after the discovery of the gold fields, sovereigns passed as freely as copper pennies. A barber would get £1 for cutting a gold digger's hair. The idea of giving change back was never thought of. Many characteristic stories are told of this golden age of the fortune seekers. A gold digger took a holiday and went into a restaurant where he demanded a breakfast for £10. The hostess looked at him, smiled, and answered that she was not able to furnish so expensive a breakfast at present. Her highest price was 5 shillings. Well, said the customer, give me the best you have. The hostess did her best and served every hot and cold dish she could devise. The gold digger seated himself at the table, looked at the various dishes with the air of an epicure, but at length turned up his nose and declared that there was nothing fit for him to eat. Then he took a large roll of banknotes out of his pocket, selected a £10 note, laid it between 2 pieces of bread and butter, ate it, and washed it down with champagne. That's what I call a £10 breakfast, he added, and paid his bill and walked out. 2 Irishmen came into an inn to rest while the coachman was changing horses. The Irishmen were gold diggers who had reaped an abundant harvest, and they were now on their way home to the Emerald Isle with their pockets full of gold. They learned that the innkeeper also was an Irishman, and this fact aroused their patriotism, so they resolved to drink a toast to old Ireland in champagne. 50 bottles of this choice beverage were demanded for the honour of Ireland, but no sooner had they paid the £50 and opened the first 2 bottles than the coachman shouts, "Already!" The Irishmen climb into their places in the coach and proceed on their journey, leaving the host to finish the remaining 48 bottles. The average individual gains were, however, not so large, and the digging for gold was gradually reduced to systematic methods. The work by degrees became a link in that mining industry which embraced copper, coal, and tin. Copper and gold were discovered in Australia long before gold. It was also tin which in its importance to the colonies may in time equal the others. New discoveries of gold have attracted adventurers to the north of Australia and opened new avenues for immigration, but the continent is, upon the whole, pastoral and agricultural. The Chinese have forced their way into all the islands of the Indian Ocean, and this new current of immigration has given the development of Australia, particularly of tropical Queensland, a peculiar character. Efforts have been made to check in an effective manner this influx of Chinese laborers who supplant the white workmen. Here, as in America, an import duty and similar obstacles have been tried in order to stop the stream, but still the Chinese kept coming. A treaty with China making immigration therefrom almost impossible last year failed to be ratified by the Chinese government. It is still an open question whether there is any way of stopping this influx, or whether the Chinese stream of immigration will continue to form an undercurrent to that from Europe. It does not seem possible that the Chinese will ever become the predominating element. The Canakas being better able to endure the heat than the white population, it is probable that here, as in America, a class of Anglo-Saxon plantation owners dependent on colored labor may be developed. The nature of the country has given its industries their peculiar character. The raising of sheep requires immense pastures, and agriculture assumes wide dimensions on the new and fertile soil. The result is that local centers are created with great difficulty in the midst of this industry spread over so large a domain. The points of colonization first chosen thus obtain a great advantage and monopolize the trade. They become centers of knowledge and of pleasure, and they absorb all that stream of immigrants who are not suited to agriculture and do not acquire land but settle wherever they can earn a bare living. The fact that a population of less than 3 million scattered over an immense territory has two cities, Melbourne and Sydney, of nearly 400,000 inhabitants each, and that one-third of the population of Australia lives in 5 of the largest cities is unique and is explained by what has been stated above. The political separation of the different colonies is intimately connected with the uneven distribution of the population. The independent development of the two chief centres, Melbourne and Sydney, could not fail to break the old New South Wales into 2 colonies. 1851, Tasmania obtained its own seat of government in 1825 in Hobart Town. With Brisbane's development came Queensland's separation in 1859 as an independent colony, which doubled its population in the subsequent 6 years. There is a constantly growing desire for emancipation, and at the present time strenuous efforts are being made to make the north part of Queensland into a separate colony. At the same time as this work of separation is progressing, there are also centralizing elements at work, and the latter will no doubt lead to favorable results in the near future. Efforts are being made to unite the various colonies into a confederation. There also prevails a strong common sentiment in regard to the efforts of all other nations to establish colonies in the neighboring countries, the Germans in New Guinea and the French in New Caledonia, and an arrangement for a common defense of their interests against these rivals has already been begun. National pride is very marked in Australia. The bond of union between Australia and the mother country has not been loosened in the midst of this development toward independence. On the contrary, the Australians cling to it with increasing tenacity and with even more enthusiasm than Englishmen themselves. The best proof of this is the fact that Australia sent a special contingent to take part in England's last war at Suakim. The form of the proposed imperial federation has, however, not yet been worked out. A similar effort for political emancipation from British control has been going on within the separate colonies. In the first convict settlements, of course, martial law was administered by their governors, but in the political conflict carried on chiefly in the mother country, New South Wales, Home Rule became fully established. At first, the governor chose his own ministers, but in course of time, 1824, the ministry became dependent on the general elections, as in England. At length, in 1851, the critical year in the annals of Australia, the colonies secured a perfectly independent constitution, providing for 2 legislative houses. In the various colonies, members of the upper house were chosen either by the government or by the wealthy classes of the community. A certain property qualification was also originally necessary for members of the lower house, though this is now merely nominal. The English system of jurisprudence and of municipal rule prevails everywhere. The schools are free and unsectarian, and attendance is compulsory. The colonies, which originally consisted of criminals, have developed a remarkable interest in the cause of education. As in the United States, universities and academics are largely the product of private munificence. Relying on their rapid development and on their large natural resources, the colonies have been induced to incur an enormous public debt amounting to about £20 million, and we must bear in mind that the population is only about 3 million. The above debt includes, however, local expenditures, and much of it has been created for building railroads, which were very much needed in this large country. But the government owns 1,400,000,000 acres of unsold land, and though a part of this is almost worthless, still the revenue which will come in from its sale may justify the incurring of such a debt. The history of the colonization reveals a community which still possesses the vigor of youth and whose culture is wholly European, and these results, wonderful as they are, have been achieved in 2 generations. If we could visit Australia 2 generations hence, we would probably find a country where not only European flora, grain, grass, etc., and European fauna, the sheep, horse, cow, rabbit, sparrow, etc., will have invaded and conquered the large districts which have been cut off from the rest of the world since the tertiary period, but where every trace of the original population will have disappeared. Instead of a stagnation of thousands of years in the first stages of the Stone Age, we shall have a vigorous development parallel with the culture of Europe and America. In the whole history of man's development, a more sudden revolution is not known than that which has happened in Australia during this century. At the Centennial Festival celebrated last year in Australia, it was prophesied that 100 years hence, Australia will be a federal republic with 50 million English-speaking inhabitants who, sprung from the same race as that which gave birth to the Americans, will have developed into a new but easily recognizable type, resembling but yet differing from their Yankee cousins. The motto of the Australians is Advance Australia. They have proved that they have been able to carry out this maxim in the past, and they will not fail to do so in the future. End of section 30.
Section 31 of Among Cannibals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Among Cannibals by Carl Lumholtz, translated by Rasmus Bjorn Andersen. Appendix II, Geology. Australia may be compared to a gigantic plate. The interior part is flat, moderately high, 300 to 2,150 feet, and the elevation increases toward the edges. The raised edge of this plate is in the southeast, where we find the highest summit in Australia, Mount Townsend, in Kosciuszko Range, which is 7,059 feet high. The edge of the plate has a very marked character on the east coast, where a continuous, though not very high chain of mountains stretches from Victoria through the eastern part of New South Wales and Queensland to the Yorke Peninsula, which bounds on the east the Great Gulf of Carpentaria. This whole mountain chain is embraced by the Australian geographers, for example, G. Sutherland, in the term the Great Dividing Range, the separate parts of which have separate names. In the boundary between Victoria and New South Wales, it is called the Australian Alps, and west of Sydney, the Blue Mountains. Round the lower part of the Gulf of Carpentaria, and in the part of the south coast of Australia, the plate has no edge, and low and flat country stretches here from the sea far into the interior. On the other hand, an elevation is found in the bottom of the plate in central Australia, but this elevation nowhere reaches 3,000 feet. Australia has no streams to be compared with the great rivers of other countries, a fact due to the scarcity of rain. The largest stream is Murray River, which empties itself into the sea on the south coast. With its tributaries, it drains a country as large as the triangle formed by North Cape, Christiania, and St. Petersburg. During the rainy season, the lower part of Murray River is navigable. Australia consists of primitive rock, granite, gneiss, and Silurian rock, that is to say, very old formations, and nearly identical with those of the Scandinavian peninsula. There are many coal-bearing strata in Queensland and in the northeastern part of New South Wales. Thus, Australia, in addition to its other mineral wealth, also possesses black diamonds. In many places, strata from the Mesozoic period of the Earth's history have been found. The shell given below, of which I found a large number lying in sandstone near Minnie Downs, 400 miles west of Rockhampton, is a gigantic Inoceramus from the Cretaceous period. I gave this fossil to the Mineralogical Cabinet in Christiania University, and it has been described by the Swedish professor Bern Lundgren, who is an authority in this field of science. The remains of animal and vegetable life found in the older strata agree, as a whole, with those found in other parts of the globe of the same periods. At some time in the Mesozoic age, the Australian continent must have been separated and have become a continent by itself. This plainly appears in the Tertiary period, during which the greater part of Australia seems to have remained an independent dry country. This was also the case during the Quaternary period. Australia has no ice period. At least, but uncertain traces of glacial action are to be found. In the Tertiary period, we must look for the oldest ancestors of the present fauna, in the Quaternary for the immediate progenitors, which resemble the present animals, and many of them are remarkable for their size. There has been a kangaroo 1/3 larger than the present species. There has also been a gigantic animal related to the kangaroo and living on vegetables, the Diprotodon, which was about as large as an elephant. The remains of this animal are so widespread and so numerous as to make it evident that it must have existed well nigh throughout Australia. At the time when the country became inhabited by man, there still lived one of the great animals of the Paleozoic times, namely a bird resembling the ostrich and much larger than the emu. Its bones have been found in the middens of the savages, and the joints show marks of their flint knives. Among the more recent geological formations is the so-called desert sandstone, which is found scattered through a great part of the interior. It contains no seashells, and but few remains of plants and of freshwater shells. There are various opinions in regard to its origin. Some think it was deposited in large lakes, which are supposed to have been very numerous in a remote age. A more probable theory is, however, that the substratum has been disintegrated into sand and stone dust and blown about by the wind. Australia has no active volcanoes, but extinct ones are numerous. Some of those found in Victoria are believed to have been active in a late prehistoric age. Among the mineral products of Australia, gold is the most important. It has its seat originally in veins of quartz in the oldest rocks. By the disintegration of the rocks during the long geological ages, much alluvial gold has been deposited among the sand and the gravel. The running water carries stony substances with it more rapidly than gold, which lags behind on account of its weight. The result is that the deposits increase in quantity as we approach the original seat of the gold, and when circumstances are favorable, the gold digger may be handsomely rewarded for his labors. End of section 31. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 18th of February, 2022.
Section 32 of Among Cannibals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Among Cannibals by Carl Lumholtz, translated by Rasmus Bjorn Anderson. Appendix III, Flora. Scarcely a flora is to be found with so many peculiarities as the Australian. Still, this does not imply that the things which appear so remarkable to the traveler are of equal interest to the botanist, though often they are more so. It is often stated as a curiosity that the Australian cherry trees have the stone outside of the berry, and not inside, as with us in Europe. As a matter of fact, this is nothing remarkable, the explanation being simply that what we call the fruit is merely an enlarged berry-like stalk, while the fruit proper is an unsavory nut, hard as stone, growing at the extreme end of this stalk. Hence the tree is called exocarpus, outside fruit. Similar phenomena are found in other parts of the world. The Australian pear grows with the large end nearest the stalk, but it is not a pear, just an inedible fruit, hard as wood, of a proticea called Xylomelum pyriforme. This is not uncommon near Port Jackson. Another species of the same genus inhabits Queensland and 2 others Western Australia, all bearing similar woody fruits or seed vessels. The arboreous and shrubby vegetation of Australia is almost exclusively evergreen, or rather one might say the leaves are persistent, for the beautiful shades of green characterizing the forests and fields of the northern hemisphere are wanting, and are replaced by a monotony of olive green or bluish green. On the other hand, brilliantly colored flowers abound. The natural orders Leguminosae, Myrtaceae, and Proteaceae being especially numerous, diversified and generally dispersed over the whole country. Although large areas in the interior have not been botanically explored, the flora of the country is almost as well known as that of Europe, not in its minutest details, but in general character and composition. Robert Brown, the eminent English botanist, facile princeps among botanists of his time, was the first real investigator of the exceedingly rich Australian flora. He accompanied Flinders on his voyage of discovery in Australian seas during the first years of the present century, and made very extensive collections of dried plants, which he elaborated after his return home. Noteworthy among subsequent botanists who have turned their attention to the vegetation of that part of the world are Sir Joseph Hooker, Sir Ferdinand von Mueller, and the late Mr. George Bentham. Assisted by the extensive collections and notes accumulated by Mueller, combined with the numerous earlier collections preserved in England, Bentham wrote a descriptive account of all the plants known to inhabit Australia. This work is in English, and it is a monument of industry and learning, consisting of 7 octavo volumes with an aggregate of 4,000 pages. Sir Ferdinand von Mueller has since largely supplemented this work, besides publishing a number of highly important, fully illustrated monographs of the more important genera, such as eucalyptus and acacia. According to Mueller's latest census of the flora, the number of species of flowering plants and ferns known to inhabit the country at the end of 1888 was 8,909, belonging to 1,394 genera and 149 natural orders. These are large numbers, but what is more remarkable, something like 7,700 of these species are endemic or peculiar to Australia. The endemic element in a flora is nowhere in the world higher, if even so high, in so large an area as in Western Australia, where 85% of the species are peculiar, and of the remaining 15%, few species extend beyond Australia. Several genera are very numerous in species, notably acacia, of which there are upwards of 300, and eucalyptus, of which there are 150, and Grevillea Proteaceae is represented by 150, and Melaleuca Myrtaceae by 100 species. Foremost in utility and most prominent in the scenery all over Australia are the species of eucalyptus, locally named blue gum, green gum, ironbark, stringy bark, etc., etc. They vary in stature from dwarf bushes to the tallest tree in the world, one species, E. amygdalina, considerably overtopping the big trees, Wellingtonia of California. In some parts of Victoria there are groves of this tree averaging upwards of 300 feet in height, and several, as recorded in Mueller's useful Eucalyptographia, have been found to measure more than 400 feet, and the tallest of all 471 feet. In addition to being the largest and most durable timber of the country, the gum trees yield a variety of useful products. Most of them exude a valuable gum resin. The bark of others is employed in tanning, and the oil of eucalyptus is now extracted to the extent of 2,000 gallons annually in one factory. Several of them periodically shed their barks in large sheets, after the manner of our planes and birches, but more thoroughly. The leaves, like those of many other Australian trees, are vertical instead of horizontal, so that they afford comparatively little shade. Unlike our forest trees, too, they have more or less conspicuous flowers, some of the western species, especially large and highly colored flowers, followed by woody seed vessels varying in different species from less than a quarter of an inch to 3 inches in diameter and containing numerous very small seeds. The genus Eucalyptus belongs to a tribe of the Myrtaceae, characterized by having a dry instead of a fleshy fruit. To the same group belongs the large genus Melaleuca, which is likewise almost peculiar to Australia and spread all over it. Conspicuous among the species of Melaleuca is M. leucadendron, which inhabits all except the southeastern region. It is called tea tree, paperbark tree, and milkwood in the different colonies. The wood of this tree is very beautiful and durable and valuable for shipbuilding and other purposes, and the papery bark is said to be impervious to water and remains sound after the wood has decayed. Next to the eucalypti, the Proteaceae and Dicaceae are almost everywhere prominent features in the landscape. The numerous species of Banksia, honeysuckles of the colonists, are generally dispersed and easily recognized by their large dense heads of showy flowers, succeeded by large gaping woody seed vessels. With few exceptions, the species of acacia differ from those of other parts of the world, except 2 or 3 in the Mascarene and Sandwich Islands, in the feathery pinnate leaves being reduced to vertically flattened, rounded and variously shaped organs corresponding to the leaf stalk and termed phyllodes. Occasionally, and especially in young seedling plants, the ordinary pinnate blade is borne at the end of the phylode, thus giving a clue to its true nature. True cone-bearing trees are rare in Australia, but the allied slender-branched weeping species of Frenella calitris and the very similar Casuarinii, the she-oak, river oak, forest oak, etc., are almost inseparable from Australian scenery. In Queensland and northern New South Wales there are, however, 2 remarkable true cone-bearing trees, namely the bunya bunya, Araucaria bidwillii, and the Moreton bay pine, A. Cunninghamii. There are other species of Araucaria in Norfolk Island, New Caledonia, and South America. The Australian species both afford a valuable timber, but it is not permitted to fell the bunya bunya on the Crown lands, owing to its seeds being a valuable article of food to the aborigines. Even so slight a sketch as this of the vegetation of Australia would be singularly imperfect without some reference to the highly peculiar grass trees, Xanthorrhoea, which form so striking a feature in the scenery, especially in West Australia. The larger species have stout trunks surmounted by a tuft of long, narrow, recurved leaves, from the center of which rise the tall, slender, shaft-like inflorescences. Few persons knowing anything of botany have not heard of the gigantic African baobab. Yet fewer probably have heard of the Australian baobab, found on the sandy plains and stony ridges from the Glenelg River to Arnham's Land. It is equally remarkable for the great size of its trunk, which is sometimes as much as 80 feet in circumference. Tree ferns are abundant and exceedingly fine in some parts of the eastern side of Australia, and there are some handsome palms in Queensland and New South Wales, but neither of these groups is represented in West Australia unless it be quite in the north. One more prominent feature in Australian vegetation are the large expanses of the so-called scrub of the colonists. This is a dense covering of low bushes, varying in composition in different districts and named according to the predominating element. The nearest botanical affinities of the Australian flora are with that of South Africa, though the characteristic genera as well as the species are invariably different in the 2 countries. I am indebted to Dr. F. Keir for the following brief note on the Australian mosses. The moss flora of Queensland has hitherto been comparatively but little studied. The number of varieties of foliaceous mosses known does not reach 200, while there doubtless are 3 or 4 times as many. Among those who have collected mosses in Queensland may be mentioned Miss Helen Scott and Mrs. Amelie Dietrich, and more recently Mr. F. M. Bailey. Some of the mosses found belong to genera scattered throughout the world. For example, Sphagnum dicranum, Barbula, Byrum, Nicara, Thuidium, Hypnum, etc. On the other hand, genera are found that are peculiar to Australia, and finally there are forms which are characteristic of the tropical and subtropical zone. As peculiar to Australia, we must first mention among the mosses bearing top fruit the genus Dawsonia, which has not hitherto been found outside of this continent. The genus, of which there are 3 known species in Queensland, is one of the most beautiful and the largest of all mosses. It resembles a polytrichum in appearance, and like the latter has a hairy cap, but around the opening its fruit is studded with a bunch of thread-like hairs, the latter attaining a number of 500 and over. Among other genera hitherto found only in Australia, we may mention among mosses having side fruit the Eupiticium, remarkable for its leaves which are folded very compactly, and the short-leaved Bescarelia, which abounds in Queensland. The latter genus is known in New Caledonia and resembles a Curtopus, but has only a single row of teeth around the mouth. The genus Spiridens, found in many species on the Australian islands and also on the Sunda Isles, on the Moluccas, and on the Philippine Islands, is not represented at all in Queensland. Among Australian forms we should also mention 1 or 2 species of Endotrichella, Orthorhynchium, the beautiful Braithwaitia, 3 species of the handsome Thumbniella, and a few species of the tree-like branched Hypnodendron, the Sticomnium aciculare, Brid, common in the southern hemisphere, is also found in Queensland. In addition to Octoblepharum, albidum, and Resorgonium spiniform, found everywhere in the tropics, there are in Queensland several species of the last named genus. The genus Macrometrium has many representatives in Queensland, more than 10 species. Furthermore, we may here mention several species of the genera Papillaria, Hippopterygium, and Racopilum. The moss flora of Queensland, little as it is known, already presents a type widely differing from the European, and the future will doubtless bring forth many interesting discoveries in this extensive colony. Of liverworts, but few, 18, have yet been found in Queensland, but there is a prospect that our knowledge of this interesting group in this country will be supplemented before many years. End of section 32. Section 33 of Among Cannibals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Among Cannibals by Carl Lumholtz, translated by Rasmus Bjorn Andersen. Appendix IV, Fauna. It is evident that Australia is the country which has been least changed in the later geological time, being now in the main as it was in the early part of the Tertiary period. It has also been called a land forgotten in the Cretaceous period by the development of the earth. This land of the dawning reveals to us a corresponding primitive and peculiar animal life, as well as flora with its Proteaceae, leafless Casuarinus, and acacias which remind us of the vanished vegetation of the elder Tertiary period. The major part of Australia's mammals consist of the remarkable marsupials, which belong to the very oldest and lowest organization of all known mammals, and which have without doubt survived from an earlier geological period during which they were also found in Europe. Among birds, the country has some remarkable species, Megapodidae, the only ones in the world that do not hatch their eggs themselves, but like reptiles bury them in earth mounds whose elements of fermentation produce heat and thus hatch the eggs. The 2 courses, the emu and the cassowary, when we accept the kiwi of New Zealand, have more rudimentary wings than any now existing ostrich. In the Tertiary period, Australia is supposed to have been much larger than it now is. It is thought to have included New Guinea and Tasmania, and possibly to have extended eastward to the Fiji Islands. According to the celebrated naturalist Mr. A. R. Wallace, this hypothesis is absolutely necessary in order to explain certain facts connected with the Australian fauna. As already stated, remains of remarkable gigantic marsupials have been found. They lived chiefly on grass and are not supposed to have had a higher organization than those now existing. Placental beasts of prey that could disturb the existence of these giants not having been found among the fossils, Wallace is of opinion that the latter became extinct on account of physico-geographical and particularly climatic changes taking place at the same time as the ice period appeared in the rest of the world. As a remarkable fact, it may be mentioned that remains have recently been found of the gigantic moa dinornis, a genus hitherto supposed to have been found only in New Zealand. Among the 6 zoological regions into which Wallace and Sclater divide the terra firma of the globe, one of the best marked and certainly the most peculiar one is the Australian. Australia and New Guinea are the largest countries in this region, which in addition to New Zealand and the islands of the Pacific includes the Indian archipelago east of Borneo, Java, and Bali. The latter islands, all of which belong to the Indian Malay region, are separated from the Australian by a belt of very deep water, where Wallace's well-known line is found on the map. The water is shallow between all the islands southeast of this belt, Celebes, Timor, Amboina, Banda, and New Guinea, which evidently all lie on a submarine bank and have at one time been united with Australia. There are the most striking differences between the fauna on each side of the belt. Apes, rhinoceroses, tapirs, tigers, leopards, and similar Indian and Malay animals disappear, and we enter an entirely new region, the Australian, the chief characteristic of which is that it lacks nearly all the groups of mammals found elsewhere in the world. Instead, we either find the peculiar marsupials or the mammals are entirely wanting, as is the case on most of the South Sea Islands. In ornithology, the honey-eaters are especially remarkable. Then we have the birds of paradise, the cassowary, and finally the kiwi of New Zealand. The zoological character of the region is most marked in Australia, which is rich in peculiar animal forms, as an island continent extending from 39 degrees to 11 degrees south latitude, and which consequently is several times as large as the islands of the other regions added together. The country naturally has very various climates. In the southern part there is a climate like that of the countries along the Mediterranean. In the northern there is a regular season of rain, while the center is more hot and more arid than any other part of the earth. Still, strange to say, the climatic differences are not attended by corresponding variations of the fauna, which is strikingly uniform throughout the country. Many important species are found everywhere in the continent. Generally speaking, Australia is a hot and dry country, and its flora and fauna have been developed in harmony with its physico-geographical conditions. This explains, for instance, why the tropical North Australian has not so luxurious and varied vegetations as the adjacent New Guinea, with its more humid climate. Many of the Australian mammals can subsist without water for a long time. Gould is even of opinion that the large kingfishers, whose food consists mainly of lizards and insects, never drink. The fauna of Australia has many special forms and occupies a peculiar, isolated position. This is most apparent among the mammals, which give to the Australian fauna its most marked feature. Imagine a continent about the size of Europe with no other mammals than marsupials, a few bats, rats, and mice. There are no apes, no beasts of prey, no hoofed animals. None of those groups are found from which our domestic animals have been developed. The only exception is the dingo, the Australian dog, but although fossil specimens have been found, it is generally supposed that the dingo was introduced by man. It does not differ much from the wild dogs of other lands. The fact that Australia at present has so many large land animals, which at one time were represented by kindred forms in Europe, shows that the country in some way or other has been united with Asia, just as Great Britain must at some time have been connected with the European continent. But the present remarkable isolation of the Australian mammals from the land fauna of the rest of the world is, as Wallace remarks, the best evidence that Australia and Asia were not united throughout the Tertiary period, and it is a most characteristic fact that the only mammals which Australia has in common with the rest of the world are the flying bats and such small mammals as could most easily be carried on floating logs, roots, and similar objects to foreign coasts. Marsupials are also found in America, but with this exception they now exist only in Australia and in the adjacent islands, New Guinea and Tasmania, which is evidence that the latter islands were at one time united with Australia. The marsupials are so called from their having a pouch, marsupium, for carrying the immature young. The young are born without much development, and they are at once transferred to the pouch, where they continue to grow until they are able to take care of themselves. The pouch is supported by the marsupial bones, which are equally developed in both sexes. There are also many other peculiarities in the structure of these animals, distinguishing them from the higher mammals, for example, their teeth being quite different from those of other animals. The large kangaroo bears a young no larger than the little finger of a human baby, and not unlike it in form. This helpless, naked, blind, and deaf being the mother puts in an almost inexplicable manner into the pouch with her mouth, and places it on one of the long, slender, milk-giving strings found in the pouch. Here the young remains hanging for weeks and grows very rapidly. The mother possesses a peculiar muscle with which it is able to press milk into the mouth of the helpless little one, and the larynx of the young has a peculiar structure so that it can breathe while it sucks and consequently is not choked. Gradually it assumes the form of its parents, and when big enough it begins to make excursions from the pouch, which continues to enlarge with the growth of the young. These excursions become longer as the young grows larger, and thus this pouch serves both as a second womb and as a nest and home. All marsupials are propagated in this manner, but the number of young may vary from 1 to 14. The brain of the marsupial is small and has but few convolutions, indicative of small mental development. They are the most stupid of all mammals, and indifferent in regard to all things save the wants of their stomachs. Brehm calls attention to the fact that no marsupial mother plays with her young or makes any effort to teach them. The marsupials may differ widely in appearance, structure, and habits. They may be as large as a stag and as small as a mouse. Some move on the hind feet alone, others on all fours. Some live on the ground, others in trees. Others again are able to fly. Most of them feed on grass, but some of them live on fruits, roots, and leaves. Others again on meat and insects, while there are also marsupials that eat honey. Ever since Captain Cook's sailors in 1770 came and told him that they had seen the very devil hopping away on his hind legs in the form of an animal, the kangaroo has been inseparably associated with our ideas of Australia, the land of the kangaroo. The kangaroo, Macropus, is also the largest and most remarkable of all marsupials and is represented by many species throughout Australia. The largest one is reddish, Macropus rufus, and is found in the interior. Of the smaller kinds we may mention the wallabies, kangaroo rats, which are about the size of a rabbit, and the panda melon, which is easily recognized by the fact that when it runs it lets one arm drop as if it were broken. During recent years kangaroos have greatly increased in number, one of the causes being the systematic extermination of the dingoes and the decrease of the number of natives. Thus kangaroos, like their smaller relatives, the wallabies and the kangaroo rats, have become noxious animals that destroy the pastures, and the colonists are making great efforts to exterminate them. In Queensland, the government pays a premium for every such animal killed, and in this way the number of marsupials was reduced in the years 1880 to 1885 by 6 millions. The tree kangaroos, Dendrologus, living in the dense scrubs of northern Queensland, are very remarkable and very different from the other members of the family. The phalangers, Phalangeridae, are a large family found everywhere in Australia. They inhabit the trees and, like most of the marsupials, seek their food at night. They are usually called opossums, but are very different from the genuine opossum of America. Just as the latter are the most perfect and most intelligent of all marsupials, so the Australian opossums are the most perfectly organized of all Australian marsupials. They are, so to speak, the apes of the marsupials, in that they feed on fruit but are able to live on insects and birds' eggs, have a prehensile tail and a movable thumb, which almost converts their feet into hands. Closely related to the latter are the flying squirrels, Petaurus, which are strikingly like those in India. The smallest one of this family, the beautiful Acrobates pygmaeus, is a perfect wonder of elegance and graceful movement. Though not larger than a little mouse, still it flies through the air as skillfully as the larger species. It frequently becomes the prey of domestic cats. A transition between the kangaroos and the phalangers is found in the marsupial bear, Phascolarctos, while the rodents are represented by the large plump wombat, Phascolomus. The family Dasyuridae are carnivores. The colonist usually names them after animals of the Old World: marsupial cat, marsupial tiger, marsupial wolf, etc. All these marsupial beasts of prey are very rapacious, and one or two of them are quite equal to the martens and weasels in this respect. The marsupial wolf, Thylacinus, and the marsupial devil, Sarcophagus, in Tasmania, are the most ferocious and most powerful of all the Australian animals, and do great damage among the sheep. The former is, however, well nigh exterminated. Native cats, Dicerous geoffroyi, are numerous everywhere, and are hated by the colonists because they attack the poultry. Near Mount Elephant in Victoria, 500 of them were killed in one night by 2 poisoned sheep carcasses. There had long been a drought, so that the animals had congregated in the only place where water was to be found. We now come to the Monotremata, the lowest group of all mammals. They have the marsupial bones, but no pouch, and they are destitute of teeth. Of this remarkable family there are only 2 genera, the duck-billed platypus and the spiny anteater. The duck-billed platypus, Ornithorhynchus anatinus, is easily recognized by its horny jaws, which have a striking resemblance to the bill of a duck. The animal is about 15 inches long, and the body, which is covered with close brown hair, is broad, flat, and somewhat like that of a reptile. The feet are short and the toes are webbed. During the daytime, the Ornithorhynchus sleeps in deep burrows dug in the banks of rivers. It is common in the southern and eastern part of Australia, and is also found in Tasmania. The spiny anteater, Echidna, resembles our porcupine in appearance and size, has quills like it, and can roll itself into a ball. The 2 toes are not webbed, but the animal is a very good swimmer. It feeds on ants and insects like other anteaters, and has a long, slender tongue, which has a secretion of a sticky substance. It is a most powerful animal, and can disappear so rapidly in loose earth or sand that it seems to sink into the ground. Its flesh is very fat, and is considered a great delicacy by the blacks. On Herbert River, where the anteater is called Gambian, the natives hunt it with the help of tamed dingoes. These mammals, the 2 most remarkable ones on the globe, reveal a wonderful relationship to the lower vertebrates, reptiles and birds. Thus we find that the front extremities are fastened to the breastbone by a highly developed coracoid and an epicoracoid, as in the case of lizards. This does not occur in any other mammal. Their skulls, like those of birds, have no visible sutures whatever. The most remarkable fact, however, is that these animals do not bear living young, but lay eggs. The latter contain a large yolk, and when hatched the young are suckled by the mother. The stages of development of the eggs are different from those of all other mammals, and resemble to a great extent those of reptiles and birds. As the eggs are meroblastic, these animals seem to be even more closely related to birds and reptiles than to the mammals. The eggs lying in the ovaries are 1/8 of an inch in diameter, possibly even more, and they certainly are the largest eggs produced by mammals in a human being, and in the higher mammals the egg averages 1 125th of an inch in diameter. The young seem to require a long time to arrive at maturity. They are hatched small, blind, and naked, and their mouths have not at first the form of a beak, but are thick, round, soft, and well adapted to receive the milk, which is strained through the lacteal glands, for there are no nipples. As these animals have no pouch, the anteater has a rudimentary one in the form of a crease in the skin while it nurses its young. The young remain in the nest, where the mother suckles them. Though the ornithology of Australia is not so isolated in its character as the mammals are, still its birds are very remarkable, and have almost as many points of interest. We here find eagles, hawks, thrushes, swallows, flycatchers, seagulls, ducks, etc., though of other species than those to which we are accustomed. But we are astonished that vultures and woodpeckers, which exist in all other parts of the world, are wholly wanting. The hound-eaters, Melophagidae, so well adapted to the circumstances of the country, are very remarkable, as the trees and bushes of Australia have a great wealth of flowers, but are wanting in juicy fruits. Many of its birds find their food in the flowers inhabiting the trees and bushes, particularly gum trees and banksias, and rarely coming down on the ground to seek food. These characteristic birds, of which there are no less than 200 species, remind us by their mode of life of the American hummingbirds. Still, they are very different from the latter. The largest are of the size of a small dove, but much more slender. They are strong, lively birds, which, with their powerful feet, cling fast to the branches, almost like titmice, while they suck the flowers in their tongue ends in a brush, so that they can easily lick up the honey and the honey-eating insects. Even some of the parrots, the so-called brush-tongued Trichoglossidie, live on honey and pollen, and are peculiar to Australia. The strange habits of many of the Australian birds have already been described. For example, the playhouses built by the aesthetic bowerbirds, and the 3 species which do not themselves hatch their eggs, like the reptiles, but leave the hatching to be done by artificial heat. The latter belong to the family of Megapodidae, a group which receives its name from the fact that their feet and claws are very large and powerful, and consequently well adapted to building the large mounds in which the eggs are laid. It is a strange fact that the kingfishers found everywhere in the world, and the equally cosmopolitan pigeons, should be so numerous in Australia. Among the former are the wonderful laughing jackasses, Dekello, whose voice is unlike that of any other bird. In Australia, the pigeons attain the highest development, both as to wealth of species and brilliancy of plumage. Some of them even have a crest on the top of the head, a very rare ornament for this family. The extraordinary development of these defenseless birds indicates that they have but few enemies in Australia. Wallace gives as the reason for their great numbers the total absence of apes, cats, weasels, and other animals that live in trees and that eat the eggs and the young of birds, while the very green color of these birds conceals them from birds of prey, their only foes. On the plains in the interior of Queensland, countless numbers of pigeons are seen, but of modest colored plumage to protect them in this open country. Many of the Australian birds are distinguished for their brilliant plumage, and in this respect they easily rank with the hummingbirds of America and with the trogons and parrots of India. Thus we have the elegant little wrens, whose leading colors are azure, blue, and scarlet red, the yellow and velvety black regent bird, Soriculus melinus, and the metallic glittering rifle bird, Ptiloris victoriae, and finally the finches that have a combination of colors, the like of which is to be found only in butterflies. Among the many parrots, which include such strange forms as the white and the black cockatoos, there are some which are unique in the beauty of their colors. So remarkable a decoration as the tail of the lyre bird, Menura, is found nowhere else in the world of birds. The stately emu, which together with the cassowary represents the ostrich family in Australia, is still numerous in the open country. The cassowary, on the other hand, which is found only in the northeastern tropical part, is rare and will doubtless soon become extinct as civilization gradually advances and clears the scrubs. Ducks, geese, and other swimming birds are numerous and afford excellent sport, but as they are much sought by sportsmen, the colonies have passed laws to protect them during a certain season of the year. Among the geese, which have only half-webbed toes, the most common is the black and white, and Serranus melanoluca. These beautiful birds gather in large flocks, but as civilization advances, they are gradually decreasing in number. At present, they are numerous only in northern Queensland, where the flocks are so large and dense that the natives can easily kill them with their spears. They were of great value to Leichhardt on his overland expedition to the Gulf of Carpentaria. It is a remarkable fact that some species of Australian birds, without any apparent reason, suddenly leave the district where they have had their habitat for years and settle somewhere else to disappear again after a few years. Gould gives several examples of this. A squatter whom I knew told me that the pelicans several years ago quite unexpectedly made their appearance on Darling River in New South Wales, 400 miles from the coast. Neither the whites nor the blacks had ever seen them there before. They settled down near a lake called Dry Lagoon and bred there. Meanwhile, the lagoon dried up as usual, and the pelicans were obliged to bring fish for their young from a lake 2 miles away. As soon as the young became large enough, they were transferred to the latter lake, the whole colony requiring 3 weeks for the journey. As a rule, the pelicans build their nests on islands near the coast. Australia has no less than 700 species of birds. Of these, probably 600 are found in Queensland alone, and this must be said to be a great wealth of species. Europe, which is somewhat larger and has been incomparably much more thoroughly explored, has only about 500 species. Reptiles, amphibious animals, and fishes are well represented in Australia, and among them are some of great interest. Lizards are found everywhere, but it is a strange fact that, as in the case of plants, some species are found in West Australia that are peculiar to this district and have never been observed outside of it. That characteristic forms are not wanting, as shown by the frilled lizard, Chlamydosaurus kingii. Around its neck it has a large loose skin which it is able to raise into a Queen Elizabeth ruff. Unlike all other lizards, this animal assumes in sitting the same posture as a kangaroo, and when startled it makes like them long jumps 5 to 6 feet high before it begins to run. Although Viperidae and Crotalidae, which elsewhere are the most venomous families of snakes, are not found in Australia, still scarcely any other part of the globe has so many venomous serpents in comparison with the number of those that are harmless. Here, as elsewhere, the number of snakes increased with the heat of the climate, so that Tasmania has only 3 species, while Queensland can show 50, and among the latter several large harmless pythons, which the natives are fond of eating. Water snakes abound along the coasts of tropical Australia, and are all venomous. Amphibious animals with tails, salamanders, are not found. On the other hand, frogs are plentiful. They have a remarkable faculty for accommodating themselves to all the dry climate conditions of the country. In South Australia, a drought once lasted for 26 months. The country was transformed into a desert, and life was not to be seen. Sheep and cattle had perished, and so had the marsupials. Suddenly, rain poured down. The long drought was at an end, and 6 hours after the storm had begun, the rain was welcomed by the powerful voices of the frogs. Flies afterward came in great numbers, and then bats appeared in countless swarms. On my travels in western Queensland, I've heard the people on Diamantina River speak of a species of large frog, which after rain buried themselves about 6 inches down in the ground, and remained there during the dry season. These frogs contain much water, a fact known to the natives who dig them up in the dry season, and quench their thirst by squeezing the water out of them. The white population also sometimes resort to these frogs for water. They know the little mounds which resemble molehills, under which the frogs lie hid, and dig them out. According to report, such a frog contains about a wine glassful of clear, sweet water. The colonists of Australia have a fondness for giving familiar names to Australian animals. Thus they have called a large fish found in some of the rivers of central Queensland Burnet salmon. This fish, which the natives call Barramunda, is, however, no salmon, for both salmon and carp are entirely wanting in Australia, but its size and its fat and delicate-tasting flesh reminded the people of the salmon, and it had long been eagerly sought as food both by whites and blacks. When in 1870 the scientific world became acquainted with it and discovered in it a remarkable survival of the prehistoric past, fossil teeth of this fish, now known as Ceratodus fosteri, had long ago been found in the Trias and Jura formations in Europe, India, and America, but the animal was of course thought to be extinct, like the iguanodon or Dinotherium, like the Protopterus from Africa, and the Lepidosiren from the Amazon River. It belongs to the very ancient and remarkable lungfish Dipnoi, which, as the name indicates, has both gills and lungs. Ceratodus forsteri has only one lung and can breathe with it alone, or with the gills alone, or with both at the same time, and therefore it leaves the water in the night and goes ashore, where it eats grass and leaves, while in the daytime it may be seen sunning itself on logs lying out of the water. This living fossil, which attains a length of 6 feet, thus forms a remarkable connecting link between fishes and reptiles. While Australia is poor in regard to butterflies, it has many beautiful beetles, for example, the family Buprestidae. The lower animal life is peculiar, but still comparatively little known. Professor G. O. Sars of Christiania has made some exceedingly interesting experiments whereby he has succeeded in hatching artificially and domesticating in his aquarium various Australian freshwater Entomostraca. The materials for these experiments consisted of small quantities of mud taken from the bottom of lakes and small freshwater ponds near Rockhampton. After being thoroughly dried, I forwarded this mud to Christiania. The specimens sent looked on their arrival like small masses of rock, and were so hard that they could scarcely be broken with a hammer. Nevertheless, they contained living germs in the form of eggs, which had been deposited by Entomostraca living in the waters in question. In most cases, these eggs proved to be encased in peculiar capsules, which frequently bore a startling resemblance to bean pods, and in some of the specimens they were found in great numbers. By softening the mud by a suitable preparation in aquaria, Professor Sars succeeded not only in producing perfectly developed individuals, but also in getting them to propagate in the aquaria, and thus it became possible to make very exhaustive investigations in regard to a portion of Australia's fauna hitherto almost entirely unknown. One of the most striking forms hatched in this manner is the little Daphnia called D. Lumholtz. In addition to this, 9 others have been described by Professor Sars in 2 treatises on some Australian Cladocera raised from dried mud, Christiania, Vedenscabs, Cell Scabs for Handlinger, 1885, and additional notes on Australian Cladocera, Christiania, Videnscabs, Cell Scabs for Handlinger, 1888. On the same subject, he has recently published a treatise on Cyclistheria. Hislopi bared a new generic type of bivalve, Philopoda, Christiania, Videnscab, Cell Scab for Handlinger, 1887, in which he has described a most interesting animal form, which the author hatched in the same manner and observed through several generations. This animal has been noted heretofore in specimens from India and Ceylon, but very imperfectly, and hence mistakes have been made in regard to its systematic position, and no knowledge was obtained as to its interesting habits and life. It belongs to the so-called shell-covered Philopoda, of which only a limited number of species have hitherto been known. One of its chief characteristics is the fact that it is enclosed in a transparent double shell, which has a deceptive likeness to a clam shell. The anatomical examination of the animal has demonstrated that it cannot be classified with any of the known genera, but forms the type for a new one to which the name Cyclistheria has been affixed. In regard to propagation and development, this form differs widely from all the Philopoda heretofore known. Contrary to the general rule, the eggs are developed within the shell of the mother animal, and this development is direct, not through any metamorphosis, as is the case with the other known Philopoda. In his treatise, Professor Sars has given the whole history of the development of this animal, which abounds in interesting facts. Finally, I may add that the results obtained by these hatchings are already so important that they supply materials for many future treatises, and that many lower freshwater animals, not only Entomastraca, but also forms belonging to totally different departments of zoology, for example, Bryozoa, have in this way been thoroughly examined and studied in a living condition. End of section 33. End of Among Cannibals by Carl Lumholtz, translated by Rasmus Bjorn Andersen.